I'd like to ask the interpreter currently in the Spanish channel to commence interpretation of the meeting. For those just joining the meeting, live interpretation in Spanish is available, and members of the public or staff wishing to listen in Spanish can join the Spanish channel by clicking on the interpretation icon in the Zoom toolbar. It looks like a globe. If you're on your cell phone or tablet, locate the three dots, tap them lightly, and put a check mark on your preferred language. Click Done to activate and begin the interpretation. Once you join the Spanish channel, we recommend you shut off the main audio so only you hear the Spanish interpretation. Interpreter, will you please restate this in Spanish?
Yes. Para todas las personas que se acaban de unir a esta junta, los servicios de interpretación en español van a estar disponibles para el público y el personal que tenga el deseo de escuchar esta junta en español. Para unirse al canal en español pueden hacer un clic en la barra de iconos que tiene el globo terráqueo. De esa manera, ustedes pueden elegir el idioma de español haciendo otro clic y favor de hacer Done o terminar para poder activar la interpretación. Ya que ustedes se unan al canal de español, recomendamos que cierren el audio principal, así para que ustedes solamente puedan escuchar la interpretación en español. Cualquier cosa, estamos a sus órdenes. Thank you very much. Back to you.
There we go. Welcome, everyone. The time is 1 o'clock, and we'll call this meeting to order. Madam City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Rogers.
Present.
Councilmember Okrepke.
Here.
Councilmember MacDonald.
Here.
Councilmember Fleming.
Here.
Councilmember Banuelos.
Here.
Vice Mayor Alvarez. Mayor Stepp.
Here.
Let the record show that all council members are present with the exception of Vice Mayor Alvarez.
Thank you very much. We'll begin with item 4.1, our study session on the budget reduction. Finance Director Alton.
All right, while staff is making their way to the podium, just want to say good evening to Mayor and the council members. So today's budget study session marks the next step in our journey to address the challenges of necessary budget reductions. The process before us began with directives to departments to meet targeted reductions while balancing essential services. During the first round, which we made adjustments to, I believe, early January, some departments proposed significant budget reductions, such as TPW. Afterwards, the departments were asked again to initially focus on make additional reductions who did not meet their targeted reductions in round one. So how this process went is departments that initially focused on cutting staff from the lowest level of the city and cutting basic services had their budget proposals adjusted by the city manager. Those who did not achieve targeted reductions at the 8% were asked to revisit and identify additional cost savings measures that we will discuss today. It's important to acknowledge as we look at these budget reductions that like many municipalities, our budget is heavily dedicated on public safety. The projections are not intended to entice fear with the community, but to encourage our public safety professionals to evaluate and prioritize strategies and continue to deliver the high caliber of services that our community deserves. So oftentimes our public safety departments are heavily penalized because it is what it is. Public safety professionals tend to be heavily weighed out in our budget scenarios, just like any other municipality. So what we don't want to do and what I don't want to do in this budget discussion is make certain we're not playing one against the other. So just like all of our departments, our public safety professionals are just as important in this discussion as the other departments. But as we continue to navigate these challenges, this actually gives us an opportunity to reimagine how we do our budget practices. We want to move away from what we continue to say is our baseline budgeting exercises to a more strategic approach. So our baseline program should be the norm, and that should focus on high level of customer service and how we're improving efficiency throughout the city. We want to adjust our revenue approaches for uncertain revenues because, as we've seen, a 2 to 3% in the shift in sales taxes make a great, give us an undue burden on the organization. It could be as little as 1% sales tax shift that we receive that can cause an undue burden on the organization. So we want to make certain that we shift away from assuming predictability to making certain that we're managing for the uncertain. And also we want to shift away from the immediacy of the budget cycle. We are on a one-year budget cycle, and I know we're making changes to improve that, but start focusing on long-term thinking and how we're thinking 5 to 10 years out. So as we continue today's discussion, myself and the team, we're committed to offering full transparency. If there's information in this presentation, if the community doesn't understand it, please let us know. There will be ongoing updates. We want to ensure that the council and the community members remain fully informed and engaged as we continue to work through this process. So thank you today, and I'll turn it over to CFO Alton.
Thank you very much. Mayor, staff, and members of the council, my name is Alan Alton. I'm the city's Chief Financial Officer. With me are Veronica Connor, our budget manager, and Scott Wagner, the Deputy Director in Finance. Our presentation this afternoon, we've broken it into 4 parts. Veronica and Scott will take you through most of it. I'll hit on the first part, which is our forecast validation. You've heard some of this at council goal setting, but I wanted to reiterate it as in context of what we're about to go through in the next hour or so. As we discussed back in October, and what the city manager just laid out is that we are looking at changing our budget process from our current line item budgeting structure to a new zero-based budgeting type of a model. To do so, that's a rather heavy lift. We hired a firm, Alvarez & Marsal, to come out and assist us with that. As part of their initial review, they looked at our budget structure, but they also looked at our forecast. They wanted to make sure that the basis of the numbers that we present to you are sound from a method. Our methodology is sound. So they looked at our forecasts, how we develop our expenditures and revenue estimates, and came back with some key notes that I think are worth mentioning. We do have an advanced model, and the work that we do with it is seen as a best practice. And their notes, probably the largest note that they had was something that we were aware of, which was that our sales tax estimate was too high. The revenues that were actually coming in were underperforming that estimate. We had known that. We had discussed this with you and in the finance subcommittee, that we were hoping that our actuals would catch up to our estimates. But it was becoming clear that it wouldn't, and they also saw that, and their probably biggest note was that we needed to reduce that sales tax estimate. Veronica will go into that in more detail into her slides, but you know, that kind of sets the context that as we get into looking at our forecast, it's important to note that we, you know, we may not like the numbers that it shows. I, for one, don't like a lot of red negative numbers on a forecast. but they are based off of sound methodology of estimating and based in a reality that we can at least have confidence in. The other part that they looked at was obviously our budget structure. They did confirm a lot of the things that the city manager just mentioned, and are going to help us in the next coming months start to move away from a more object code based budget that really defaults to a status quo and allows us to look at our budget from a program basis. This is going to be a challenging, heavy lift. I'm still wrapping my head around exactly how we're going to do that, but that is the challenge ahead of us, and our goal is to implement that for the 26-27 fiscal year. And a lot of those things we are going to lengthen our budget process, moving away from having things really condensed to the latter half of the year. It's going to allow us to do a lot more in-depth analysis on the budget, allow departments to do more in-depth presentations and submittals of budget to us and to the city manager as we move forward. So with that, I'll wrap up my comments and just move into the general fund condition with Veronica.
Thank you, Alan. So on our general fund long-range financial forecast, the big red box outlines our proposed budget for fiscal year 25-26, which is coming out with a $19.9 million deficit. And this deficit only grows over the course of the next 5 years. We've reached this point due to a combination of slowed revenue growth and steep increases in expenditures. Another item to point out contributing to this deficit is our transfer out line. Transfers out can be a point of confusion. So as a reminder, these are transfers of general fund resources to other funds. We do not classify this as salaries or benefits or other types of expenditures. We simply move the money to another location where then they later become salaries or benefits or something else. But between fiscal year 24-25 and 25-26, we see a jump of over $2 million in that transfer outline. And that is a result of our ARPA funds expiring and being all spent. ARPA had been funding our homeless services program, and using all those funds up meant that the general fund in fiscal year 25-26 now has to transfer an additional $2 million out to our homeless services program. This model does not account for a recession. We have not had any indication that a recession is something that with certainty we know we need to build in, and did not want to be overly conservative. So while we see a lot of red numbers on this forecast, this does assume a normal and healthy economy. So in the following slides, we're going to present some measures to council of what we can do to reduce that deficit, that $19.9 million, and bring it down. And while that is for sure our immediate need, we don't want to lose sight of those next 5 years. This is going to be a multi-year, multi-phased approach in order to righten the structural deficit in our general fund. So our CFO Alton mentioned our slowing sales tax in his opening. This chart shows our budget versus actual revenue that we've received for our sales tax over the last 7 years. So that in the last 3 years, we'll look at fiscal years 22, 23, 23, 24, 24, 25. That top line, the green line, is our budget. We've been holding that flat for 3 years. You can see it's just a straight flat line. We've been doing so hoping that the bottom line, the more bluish one, will catch up. How did our budget line end up being so high up there? Well, we saw a lot of unprecedented growth through the pandemic and sales tax. We see a steep line, a steep growth curve in that blue line through fiscal years 1920, 2021, 2022. But then it started to drop off and overcorrect itself. And as we have been waiting for these actuals to catch up, what we've found and what we've been hearing from our economic advisors and consultants is that we're kind of in a new normal with sales tax. We aren't going to go back to where it was before the pandemic. Consumers have shifted a lot of their spending to online sales. They're spending more on travel, more on non-taxable goods. And so it's time for us to drop that budget line back down to where the actual revenue is coming in. So in fiscal year 25-26, we are reducing our sales tax budget by over $5 million. That is taking $5 million of resources out of the general fund, which has a pretty significant effect on that $20 million deficit that we're seeing. So I will turn it over to our Deputy Director, Wagner, to talk about how all of this affects our reserves.
Thank you, Veronica. So Council's heard the Finance Department come in the past and discuss reserves as being 3 separate buckets of reserves. Today, we're presenting reserves as one composite number given the scale of our deficits going forward. As we do that, it's important, though, to remain mindful of Council's mandated reserve. That number at the end of fiscal year 2024 was $35 million. Council's mandated reserve is really the purpose is to fund operation during unforeseen circumstances within our community. 2 good examples of that would be the Great Recession and the 2017 Tubbs Fire. In both circumstances, the city needed that reserve holistically to cover the needed operations of the city at that time. As Veronica mentioned in our discussion with reserves, no accounting for any potential recession is built into our numbers. We've seen stagnation with our sales tax growth revenue as discussed. We've also seen historic volatility within securities markets over the past 10 days. Neither of those indicate currently a local recession, and none of that is built into our projections. The Finance Department's goal is to present numbers that are accurate as opposed to conservative or aggressive, and we've done so. Next slide. So this is an illustration of the city's use of reserves given the $19.9 million deficit as Veronica described. An important starting point for understanding our balances is that our reserves are really directly impacted by the level of deficit adopted by Council. Therefore, the way that I explain it is that we sort of live 1 year in advance. These levels of deficit that are currently projected, frankly, no level of reserve at the city can sustain it. We are unsustainable at this level of reserve in the immediate future. As shown here, the coming adopted 2026 budget, we would essentially fall below the Council's mandated reserve in that year without adjustment, and then the very following year the city would become insolvent. We would be negative $8 million in reserves. The current path is unsustainable. Council has requested a breakdown of the city's investment funds as part of this conversation. There's really a few important things to understand about the city's investment portfolio. If we were to open up the city's annual comprehensive financial report, we could turn to the audited section and see that there is a lot of money there, frankly. It's $591 million. An important first understanding towards that very large number is that the vast majority of it is legally restricted from the general fund. It is tied up in Santa Rosa water, gas tax, all the other special revenue funds that help CIP. CIP projects, along with our water enterprise, are cash dependent. We fund projects with cash. That is where that cash lives. That still leaves a substantial amount that is attributable to the general fund. That's $137 million. Well, what makes up that $137 million? As you'll see in the prior slide, $68 million of it is the city's reserves. Additionally, just like CIP funds, the general fund funds CIP as well. The remainder of those funds are tied up in general fund CIP projects. Those are projects that Council is well aware of. Some good examples would be rebuilding of Fire Station 5, Hearn Community Hub, Roseland Library, Roseland pavement maintenance, and so on down the list. An important thing to understand is that every dollar within the city's investment fund is accounted for and audited. One common feedback we get when discussing the city's investment portfolio is that our funds are tied up there. That is not the case. We treat a 20-year note within our investment fund the same as cash when it comes to calculating reserves, because in reality, our treasury function can and does turn those investment vehicles into cash when the city needs cash. In short, there is no available funding within the city's investment portfolio past reserves, which we were discussing at length. Next slide.
Before you move on page 8, I just want the public to understand the one-time PG&E funds. If you could highlight that for the community, just explain the work that the council did prior.
Absolutely, City Manager. I have that in the next slide broken down. Can it, if it pleases you, let me discuss it there.
So as our city manager mentioned in her opening comments, during our budget development at the beginning of 2025, departments were asked to come up with a list of reductions within their general fund department equaling 7% of their operating budget. This target was eventually moved to 8% as our deficit turned out to be a bit more than initially projected. So we received lists from departments of potential reductions. These were evaluated by finance and by the city manager to determine what ones could move forward based on minimizing the impact to core services in the community. And in the following slides, we're going to present to you the final list of budget reductions. So this slide is a summary of everything that we're bringing forward today in our administrative and operational departments only. We will talk about public safety in the next section. So in the green column on the far right, these are the proposed reductions that we are proposing that will help close that $19.9 million deficit. For context, the column next to it, fiscal year 24-25, this is what council acted on back in January. And the middle column is our 8% target. So as we are trying to fairly spread these reductions across all areas of the city, you'll notice a department like TPW is bringing forward $687,000 in this presentation, which isn't very much compared to their budget, but back in January, they already brought $1.2 million to the table. So we are trying to consider what's already been reduced, what's already been acted on, as well as the department's targets. So I'm going to take you through the next few slides of department proposed reductions. Just to note, after the end of this presentation, directors and department heads are here to answer any questions of council on the specifics of any of these. And any position indicated with an asterisk is a filled position, so we have intentionally left off any sensitive information about this or any identifying information. So what we are asking council to do today is to look through these proposals and advise us on how to move forward. We will be coming back in May with an in-depth study session on the citywide budget, and we will be incorporating any reductions in there that we will be moving forward with. Today we are just looking at the options. So within the city manager's office, $60,000 of professional services and one filled position have been identified for reduction. In the city attorney's office, a vacant legal secretary has been identified that will have minimal impact on services, as well as some professional services budget. In finance, 2 filled positions were identified that could be outsourced via contract, so this will have a minimal impact on core services. Our planning and economic development department got creative, and they first started to examine their outside funding sources. In their administrative hearing fund and their SRT-BIA fund, that's the Santa Rosa Tourism Fund, they were able to determine that they have enough revenue to support some of their existing staff. So they are proposing to charge more of their time and seek staffing reimbursements for costs of existing staff that we already have. They're also proposing to add 1.0 FTE arts and events specialist that will be fully funded by a special revenue fund. And in doing so, this means that our Metro Chamber contract that is funded by the general fund can be eliminated. We will no longer need it because that body of work will be addressed. HED also identified professional services, 2 vacant positions and 2 filled positions that could be eliminated. And they also are seeking to find reimbursements for some of their planning staff for their work on CIP projects, and also underfilling some existing positions at lower level cost positions in order to save the general fund some money. In Rec and Parks, 2 filled positions have been identified in an effort to build an improved delivery model for parks projects. In TPW, 2 filled positions were identified, as well as we are proposing to restructure the zero waste program. And finally, in our Communications and Intergovernmental Relations Office, a filled position and some services and supplies can be eliminated with minimal impact to communications. We will have to become more efficient in our services there, but we don't think it will have a severe impact on core services. So altogether within these administrative and operational departments, this totals just a little over $5 million in reductions to start chipping away at that $19.9 million deficit. We would also like council's input on our Housing and Community Services Department. These 2 contracts have been council priorities in the past. They are funded by the general fund, and we would like a recommendation on if you would like to continue funding these. The Legal Aid Sonoma County funds legal services for marginalized groups, and the Secure Family Collaborative provides immigration legal services. So this is direct general fund dollars. It's not part of our homeless services program. It's simply general fund funding that if council wishes to continue or discontinue these, it could be a savings to our general fund. We also wanted to bring forward a full picture of our homeless services programs. In fiscal year 25-26, the direct costs for homeless services totaled just under $6 million. So on the left-hand side, this outlines all of the contracts and services that this $6 million goes towards. And on the right-hand side, we identify the funding sources. So under the funding sources table, the encampment resolution funding grant, this is one-time funds. That $500,000 is funding part of our safe parking for the next year. And the other revenue from the county and private contributions, that funds our Keep People Housed Sonoma program for $400,000. But any of these other programs, if council wishes to reduce them or discontinue these will also be a direct savings to the general fund. So we are bringing these forward for consideration. And I mentioned safe parking on the previous slide. Safe parking has a cost of $1 million a year, and we have identified funding for it through fiscal year 25-26. But after that, there is no funding source identified. In response, costs a little over $3 million a year, and we have no funding source identified for that program. ARPA had previously been funding these programs, which has now been fully expended, and both of these programs have not been built into our long-range forecast. So as we've been evaluating any kind of cost-saving measure that we can look at, mandatory furloughs have come up. And furloughs can take many different structures or take many different costs or amounts, but as a starting point and for reference, we decided to base an example off of the recession-era furloughs. And bringing this up to today's dollars, we determined that if staff were to have an 80-hour mandatory furlough in the general fund, this would save us about $1.4 million a year. This equates to a 3.85 reduction in pay. Furloughs are temporary. They're not permanent savings, but they're anticipated to last 2 to 5 years. And so if this is something that council is interested in, we could certainly look into this further and see what structure would best benefit the general fund. So in summary, some of the proposals that we've brought forward in the previous slides include all of those administrative and operational department reductions. That totals just over $5 million, and that includes eliminating 14 full-time equivalent positions. We also brought forward 2 contracts in housing and community services for consideration, as well as mandatory furloughs. All told, this totals $6.7 million of items that could potentially be eliminated from the general fund. If we were to move forward with eliminating that $6.7 million, this would bring us down to a deficit of $13.3 million. Worth noting is that in this updated forecast, we're assuming those furloughs are being extended through all 5 years. We're assuming council proposes we move forward with everything we just presented in the previous slides. This forecast does not assume any changes to homeless services. So if that's something council wishes to revisit, that's something that could also have an effect on this bottom line.
Thank you, Veronica.
Deputy Director.
Ms. Fleming.
Thank you, Mayor. Can we just go back? You said that homeless services is not calculated in this red line deficit, surplus deficit line on slide 22.
So to clarify, we are assuming homeless services is fully funded at just under $6 million. We're assuming there's no reduction to homeless services.
Okay, so you put in the furloughs, administrative operational reductions, and housing community services, but not homeless services.
Correct. We are showing an example here of if council were to move forward with the reductions on this slide, this is the result that we would see, and we have not assumed any change to the homeless services program at this time.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Thank you, Veronica. So this slide is, again, the same concept of the previous reserve slide I took you through with, again, to Veronica's point, with all the reductions included that she just listed. I want to point out now a couple of things to highlight. One is really the current year that we're in. And what was adopted for the current year was $13.3 million deficit. When we're looking at our actuals as what's been reported at the long-range financial subcommittee, we're feeling that we're going to go over. We think that we will finish the year worse than how we expected, to around another $1.7 million. So our total reduction of reserves from an operating standpoint of the general fund is going to be around $15 million as of now. We still have a long way to go to close the books, but we feel fairly confident that we will meet our deficit. I also want to highlight, I'm sorry, Veronica. I also want to highlight the action taken by council to mitigate that impact of that loss on our reserves in the prior year, which was the reallocation of $9.2 million worth of PG&E funded one-time programs. So if you look, and again, I don't like going through too many numbers up here, but that 15 million, we really only went down around 5 million after including for those numbers. Just to state the obvious, we don't have another $9.2 million worth of PG&E money sitting anywhere that we can reallocate at this point. This reserve slide shows, again, keeping in mind our council mandated minimum reserve, we would finish the coming adopted year above our mandated reserve at 40 million versus the 35 million I said earlier. But what's going to be important for council is not just to look at the current year, but look at the next year. And the problem is that next year, with a $22 million deficit on hand, we are going to be well below council mandated reserves by the end of fiscal year 2027. To summarize, if this were the level of cuts adopted by council, we would need to return to council immediately to continue the cuts conversation. This would be challenging for staff because, as discussed prior, what gives us an ability to make effective ongoing reserves is we need timing to do so. At this level of reserve, frankly, we would not have enough timing to come up with something materially different than what you're seeing today, potentially. Next slide. So I'm going to kick off.
Before we go on to public safety, I want to make certain that it's clear on homeless services. So we would still continue to use general fund money according to this slide and do the transfer of real estate property transfer tax. So it is included in here. So I want to make certain that that is clear before we move forward. Now, there probably will be a shortfall just because of the other contributions, encampment resolution funding, the private contributions that we are receiving, but this does take in consideration we are still moving forward with homeless services.
Thank you, City Manager. So I'm going to begin a conversation around public safety. It's really starting with the concept of baseline or a maintenance of effort. And this is a really helpful thing for us to do and required by us to do for a couple of different reasons, and let me take you through those. So first, as a point of history, the city has had now a public safety special sales tax on the books for a long time now, a couple decades. And in 2016, when the voters went ahead and reauthorized that measure, they included a very specific provision in that measure that stated the minimum level of funding required by the general fund for both our police and fire department. What that really means is that the voters said, out of every 100% of the general fund, you need to maintain funding our police department at 34.3% of that. You need to maintain funding our fire department at 23.7% of that. It sets what we call a baseline of funding. I'm going to show in the next couple of slides how essentially our public safety groups have grown in their share of the general fund. Currently, police is at, we'll call it 37% of our general fund, which it's easy to get lost in these percentages, but understand that that's about $6 million over the baseline amount. For fire, it's the same, meaning around $7 million over baseline amount. Thank you. You can go ahead, Veronica, thank you. So the next slide shows that in a line chart. The first thing I want to point out is that this is for police, and the dotted line shows a trend line, and that trend line shows a increase over time. And if we were to take this chart back even farther, you would still see that increase over time. There are some really big blips on this chart, so let me address them. Those really call out certain periods of economic uncertainty that have hit the city, specifically the Great Recession. What happened in the Great Recession is that we moved officers from the general fund and into the Measure O fund, the public safety tax fund at that time. As you can see, the chart goes right back up the prior year because in reality that movement that they did was unsustainable. So it's a little bit of an anomaly that really trues up over time on that chart. I want to also point out 2016, 2017, where it goes way down. That was not a reduction of staffing in police department or anything along those lines. That was really a period in the city where other departments gained back a lot of the losses from the Great Recession. So although police didn't gain back at that time, it was really the other functions of the city gaining back, which caused that ratio to be impacted. The orange line on this chart is baseline. And we all know that costs go up over time. But that's why baseline is valuable, because we can think about it as a flat line, meaning that overall it's the percentage of the general fund associated with the department. Next slide. Same exact concept with fire here in this slide. The same kind of turns within this line, within economic uncertainty periods, within growth and reductions within our fire department. One note that I've been asked that I'll call out is this is purely general fund. So things like SAFER when they've come along, or grants or FEMA funding for fire stations are not included here. So that would throw off the line if we did. That's why we have not included it. I want to bring up, though, some bigger context to these lines. And the context is that this line here in Santa Rosa, while it is going in a direction away from baseline, we would see this at other agencies within the state. This is not uncommon in California. And the overarching reason for it is two different things. There are controllable costs, which the city needs to be mindful, and we are, to do a full analysis to control. But there's also uncontrollable costs. The primary uncontrollable cost of the city right now is CalPERS pension. As I've stated before in many different contexts, the city's financial story is CalPERS unfunded liability. Our increase in that payment from 2017-18 to now is $20 million. Our deficit is $20 million. That is not an accident. It is very challenging for us to meet these increased payments to CalPERS. Those increased payments impact public safety more than any other group, because their public pensions are higher than the rest of the city. So while this is good for us to know and have an understanding of how our fundings have shifted, it's also important to note that if the city is to maintain functionality across the organization in its current standard, we will need to adjust.
So much like we talked about with the administrative and operational departments, public safety was also asked to come forward with proposed reductions for fiscal year 25-26. And again, in the green column, we have the reductions that we're going to go over in the coming slides, as compared to the action that council has already taken in fiscal year 24-25. That was back in January, the reductions to both police and fire. So our police department is the largest general fund department. An 8% target for them is $6.2 million, which is a pretty staggering number to meet. And just for context, the cost of eliminating 21 officers wouldn't even hit that target. That's at about $5.5 million. So our police department came back with an estimate of 12 FTEs, 9 sworn and 3 non-sworn, as well as support costs. Eliminating these FTEs would total just about $2.5 million. We did ask police to go back again and see what it would take to reach that whole $6.2 million 8% target. And they estimated it would take an additional 17 FTEs, 7 non-sworn and 10 sworn. So in total, for police to reduce their department by 8% and meet that target, that would be a reduction of 29 full-time equivalents, 10 non-sworn, 19 sworn, and the support costs, including things like vehicles, computers, et cetera. In our fire department, we have these 2 items singled out because they are standalone items: 2 non-sworn positions and professional services. The reduction of professional services would have no impact to the fire department at this time. And in addition to those items, the fire department came forward with options for council to consider. These 4 items couldn't all move forward. They're an either-or scenario. And the top 2 are options to brown out a station, and the bottom 2 are options to black out a station. Brownouts and blackouts have the same impact in terms of service delivery, the exact same impact. The difference is that when you brown out a station, we do not lay off employees. We retain the employees, and they are used to help mitigate overtime costs in other areas. Blacking out a station requires eliminating the station, closing it, and laying people off permanently. So back on our summary slide, for the fire department in that green column, we are showing a number that assumes the highest price tag of cuts, which is blacking out a truck company, as well as moving forward with those 2 non-sworn positions and professional services. We show this to you to show what it would take to get them close to their 8% target. But again, these are the options that they are bringing forward for consideration. So in summary, if we take everything that we just looked at for public safety, that's blacking out a truck company for fire and their 2 non-sworn positions and their professional services, moving forward with the police's proposed reductions of $2.5 million, and everything else we covered in the previous section, all those administrative and operational departments, the furloughs, as well as the 2 small contracts in HCS, not homeless services, as the city manager clarified. This totals $13.1 million in reductions. If we were to move forward with this all, it would bring our deficit down to $6.7 million. So what we would like to ask from council at this point is, where do we go from here? Would council like us to go back and continue to find additional areas to trim and try to close that deficit entirely? Again, we are assuming no change to homeless services. And we are assuming police's reduction at this point is only $2.5 million. It's not a full 8%. So we are looking for feedback from council on how to proceed from here. And again, this has been mentioned that despite the pretty staggering cuts that are being discussed at this time, our deficit in 29-30 is still at $31.6 million. A lot of this, as our deputy director mentioned, can be attributed to that unfunded liability, that no matter how many positions we continue to cut, that unfunded liability payment stays the same. So it's been a very stubborn deficit to try to chip away at. But again, as I mentioned earlier, we will be coming back in May with a study session. We will be incorporating reductions into that study session and taking an in-depth look at each department. So we are looking for guidance from council on what reductions we should proceed with at this time.
Thank you, Veronica. So the final reserve slide, I want to note that this is a significant improvement versus the prior slide. As you can see here, we still finish not just 2026, but 2027 very close to council mandated reserve, a little bit under in that second year. But once we look at the third year, we are down well below $5.5 million. And then again, the city is facing insolvency really in early, mid-year 2028, 2029, okay? An important thing that this slide shows is that this level of cuts does not solve our budget issue. What this level of cuts does do is give us more time to produce additional review of city expenses, reorganizations, flattening the city's structure. We have more time. Additionally, the important thing to understand through looking at these numbers is that this level of proposed cuts, meaning 13.1 million, there is not a scenario that we can see here where that was too much. We took too much too quick. The numbers show no way that we get to that understanding. The reality is that with that level of cuts, we have more work to do.
So in wrapping up the presentation, there are some other items that we are still studying. One being the CalPERS early retirement program. An update on that is we currently have information to CalPERS, and they are conducting their actuarial study on that information, and we should hear back from them hopefully soon. That will tell us a couple of things. One, would we actually qualify for it? And if we did, then we would be able to look internally at what operational impacts that would have to the organization. We are looking at the general fund fleet and studying what reductions can do to help our budget on a short-term and long-term basis. As Veronica and Scott mentioned, we have the issue of our unfunded liability and pensions. So we are doing the due diligence of what it would look like to issue a pension obligation bond. Right now, that is not the right environment to do it, but we need to do our due diligence beforehand. So should the opportunity present itself, we are able to act quickly. So we're getting our ducks in a row on that part. And then the final thing that we're looking at is, well, not looking at, we're going to form a budget deficit advisory committee. This would be an ad hoc committee that would include members of the city council, staff, community members, to be able to work through this deficit in a open and transparent manner. It would be for a short period, which we would do this, and move forward there. So with that, the city manager may have some closing comments before we're ready for questions.
Yeah, thank you, Alan. I do want to point out as we get to the end of the slides where we see the $6.7 million deficit. And one of the things when we talk about homeless services is we often talk about the direct cost. There's a lot of indirect cost, and pretty much we have formed our own human services department. I think we've all done a good job of trying to work with the county. I've worked closely with the police chief and the fire chief because I want the fire to focus on their core services, and I want police to focus on their core services as well. But in reality, they spend a lot of time dealing with these issues. So while you see the bottom line of $5.9 million to manage homeless services, I could probably tell you it's probably $8, $9, $10 million by the time you have all the people in the room, by the time we go out and clean up encampments, the tipping fees that we have to pay. At some point in this region, we have to get to a regional approach on how we deal with homeless services. These are not parochial issues. They do not stop or start at our front door. You know, I'm not the county executive, so I can't say how they actually spend their funding, but you know, from the analysis that Pam from our police department was so gracious to produce, they collect about $55 million in taxpayer dollars for their measure. We've received about $3.3 million over a total of 5 years. You know, I'm not here to say whether that's acceptable, whether that's unacceptable, but I will tell you the employees here at the City of Santa Rosa have done a fine job of moving people into housing, cleaning up the street, and making certain that this is a safe and vibrant city for all off of our general fund money. I want to continue to be partners with the county, but I will tell you I need additional help to do that. I think we would be in a better position if, yeah, let's say we got the $5.9 million in homeless services. That's less people that have to go out the door. Every person in this organization is important, and we don't take that lightly, whether it's a vacant position or a filled position. But I think it's a conversation that we need to have as a region, not only for the City of Santa Rosa. I think it needs to be the 9 counties, and how can we work together? Are we duplicating services? You know, are we managing our contracts? I will say to Megan and her team, you know, I'll charge them with looking at our government looking at our contracts. Are we going back and managing efficiencies in all of our contracts to making certain that we're not duplicating services with any of those contracts? I will tell you that Megan and the chief went back and they're starting to drill down in our contracts to see how can we have greater efficiencies. But when I look at that number and I know what we're being charged with, and when we do a community survey and the community says, hey, you know, please address the homelessness, that is what we have done, and that is what we will continue to do. But I would just say to this body and to the staff that work here, we can't do it by ourselves. So, you know, what are the next steps to those conversations? So with that, Mayor, I'll turn it over to you.
City Manager Smith, Director Alton, and really the entire finance team, thank you for the work that you did on this very thoughtful and creative study. There were hundreds of hours behind the scenes. There were a lot of different scenarios that were examined, and you've given us quite a bit to talk through today. And City Manager Smith, again, thank you for your focus on emphasizing basic services. How, with whatever decisions that we make here over the next 2 months, because this is really the first conversation in a lot of conversations over the next couple of months, that we're going to be focusing on making sure that the city continues to do basic jobs well. That's going to be our mission going forward. With that, let's bring it back to the dais for questions. Mr. Krepke.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a few questions, so I'll just direct them at the city manager and the finance team. If you need to bring somebody else down, we'll go there. Is that cool? All right. Going back to the beginning, you said there's been a fundamental change. Well, you said there's been a change in our sales tax, and it's not just in how we're what the amount that we're collecting. Can you kind of go over the fundamental change in sales tax over the last few years and how it's affecting the city?
Sure. I mean, thank you for the question. I think there's a couple of things that we're seeing. Is one, that there is a shift. This is something that is talked about often, a shift away from goods and more towards services that are non-taxable, or at least non-sales tax generating products, that's one thing. Another thing is there is a shift toward online buying, and while we do get sales tax from that, that's a very good thing. We are finding ourselves getting less of that, with more of it staying with where the distribution centers are. So if you have an Amazon distribution center, they are actually, there's been a change in the sales tax code that allows them to, that particular city where that distribution center lies, to collect more of that tax. So we are seeing kind of a siphoning away of stuff that would have come to us if somebody went and actually bought from a brick and mortar. We're seeing less in that, less people buying from brick and mortar, more people buying online, and more of the money that would come to us through the county pool and through other mechanisms that would allow us to collect that is staying with the cities where the distribution centers are. So that is where we really need a fundamental change in just the sales tax system overall in California. And that's something that all cities, except for those select few that have those distribution centers, are dealing with.
All right, thank you. And then a quick question on these forecast models that you put together. Do those include COLAs, and starting in fiscal year 2027, any increases to the contracts for our unions?
Yes, in fiscal year 26-27, we include a 4% COLA per labor agreements, and then in the out years, we have built in a 3% COLA.
Okay, thank you very much. So it's not to jump all over the place. The CalPERS study, you said hopefully soon. How much of that is soon and how much of that is hope?
I'll be mindful. I will know when they tell me. So yeah, I'll say this. Technically, the actuary office has a deadline to give us at least the initial information back by next Friday. That's just one part of this, to be fair. There's also the contract part of it. There is a council action that would, it's going to be a large process, and our hope is to have a substantive conversation around this by June.
Okay, thank you very much. For the city attorney's office, can you give me a little more in-depth answer than this slide on what professional services are and what those cuts would mean?
Yes, thank you very much, Council Member. The reduction in the professional services budget is a reduction to our operating budget. The vast majority of our operating budget is the professional services budget. We have other things like trainings and MCLEs that attorneys are required, and IT costs like all the other departments, et cetera. So it is really the bulk of our operating budget. Most of the professional services, with really very little exceptions, but a few here and there, is for outside counsel cost. And again, as part of our operating cost, it truly is for the predictably unpredictable needs for very limited basis, reaches out for specialized legal services that we don't have in-house, sort of very short-term kinds of overflow where we have a peak and need a little extra assistance. It may be an area where we have a particularly high-risk situation where we want to just make sure that we get a peer review. But again, it's short-term reaches out. These are not for big, huge special projects. Those we come to you for separately. But truly allows me to be nimble, and when we have a need for that specialized or short-term extra need, I'm able to get it on a timely basis. This reduction would result in what is our current year professional services budget and our operating budget of $271,000, it would be reduced down to about $85,000. So that would be a 68% reduction, and the impact is not one that I can recommend. And I really want to be clear that my opinion is really based on what I see the needs of my client. My client is the city. Our team provides advice to all of the departments citywide. There would be a substantial impact on every department, and that would be public safety, police and fire. We do a lot of work for police and fire. It would be PED, it would be TPW, it would be every department. And please don't understand my failure to name the department as meaning either that it's not important or that we don't do work. We do work for every department. It would not only slow down every project that you see, all of your goals and priorities, it would also, by giving us very limited access to subject matter experts, could create potential liability risk because we wouldn't have access to the experts that we need. I think it would be a very large impact citywide, and I don't say that lightly in the context of the presentation that you have just been given by council.
Okay, thank you very much. Homeless services. Sorry, I feel like this is going to be a kind of a rotating chair thing when we go. So, not to get into too deep into the numbers, I think it's been touched on fairly well, but traditionally, what is the structure when it comes to local government and homeless services throughout California? Like, who handles that?
That's a great question. We need to go back and examine some comparable cities. But what Santa Rosa has is we have a city-owned homeless shelter that we opened in 2004 that provides 213 beds throughout Sonoma County. We have 3 staff positions. And then, as was shown in the slide, we have a variety of contracts with service providers to provide supplemental services for organizations that serve the larger community.
Okay, I guess to rephrase the question, is it common for cities to take on homeless services, or is it further up the chain to county, state, federal?
I would need to give you a firm answer. I would need to do some research, but I'd say it's not uncommon for a city to own and operate a homeless shelter and associated services.
So I think I can add some more context to that question. I think it varies. A lot of it depends on how the allocation flows down from the state. So in the 2 previous cities that I worked in, because of their population, they were able to apply for specific homeless money from the state. They didn't necessarily have a human services department, but they took on the burden of work because they were allowed to apply for that level of funding. The way that it works here is because of our population, the county is the only entity that can apply for that funding. What happens is the county should distribute that funding to the local jurisdictions. So that's where your COC comes in as well. So the COC handles a portion of that money as well, which is regulated through HUD. So it varies depending on how the organization is structured, the population. The big 13 in California actually probably receive a direct allocation. So while they may not have a human services department because they qualify for that direct allocation, they do tend to support those services.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that context. And then, how long have we been providing these services?
So we've been supporting homeless services for in excess of 20 years. As I noted, the city purchased Sam Jones Hall and opened it for operation in 2004. So we have been in the shelter business for 20 years now. And then our services have ramped up. Most noteworthy, our budget increased in about 2018 when we started to expand services with an uptick in homelessness and provided funding for the host program. And then that has increased over the last few years where we see the introduction of safe parking that has caused the budget increases.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that. And then my last question, or I have two more questions, but they're both for public safety. Police and fire. So I know in conversations with you and other people in both of your departments, police and fire, you'll hear things like, oh, we have 5 people retiring this year, and not to get it too far into HR weeds or anything like that, but is it common to have that kind of forecast of knowing who's retiring on a year-to-year basis or who is likely to retire?
Absolutely. So we average for the police department, we average about 8 police officers that retire a year through injuries or this through longevity. And we have very candid conversations in the organization that kind of preliminary predict who's going to be retiring for that each fiscal year.
Okay. And is Chief Westrup, would that be similar in the fire department? He's shaking his head yes. My next question is for you, so you might as well come down. So my last question is in regards to the proposed cuts for the fire department. Is there any way for usage or offset with Measure H money to either use that towards some of this or to, if we make cuts, to bring some of that back? I know there's specific verbiage within the agreement of it can't be used for anything that's going on now. But if we were to reduce by 3 or 4 firefighters or staff in a year or 2 years, is that eligible to be used by Measure H?
So the short answer to your question is no, simply from the standpoint of that Measure H was developed and is intended to enhance, not supplant. We had a lengthy conversation with the city attorney yesterday and finance yesterday regarding this very matter. The original intent of Measure H was to grow the fire department and grow the fire service in Sonoma County. So conceivably to take the positions that are potentially going to be eliminated and backfill them with Measure H positions on the same resource would be supplanting and not allowable. What we have determined is that if we're pushed to the point of having to eliminate these positions, there is a way for us to rehire those employees in a Measure H capacity, but they can't go on the same resource. So whatever council chooses, whether it's a brownout or a blackout of a fire station, that fire station will remain closed, and we have to add a new additional resources to get it through the ordinance and the Citizen Oversight Committee of Measure H.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that. Those are all my questions.
Thank you. And Chief Cregan and Chief Westrup, just to save you some steps, I'm going to look at my colleagues to see if any of them have questions for either of you. Ms. McDonald?
Thank you, Mayor. Just so I'm clear on that, Scott, and sorry, Chief, if we were to do a brownout or a combination of a blackout brownout based on the proposed cuts today, we would be able to backfill through Measure H. It's just done through a different ordinance. I just want to make sure I heard you.
We would not be able to backfill.
You'd not be able to backfill. I'm glad I asked for that clarification. Thank you. During the massive fires that we had in 2017 as well as in 2020, could you give me a figure on public safety in general at about how much we spent on overtime and firefighters as well as public safety coming in? Do you have any idea?
So for the fire department, during the catastrophic fires that we had in 17, 19, and both of them in 2020, I don't have an exact figure on how much we spent. The difference in overtime between the two types of incidences, that overtime is all recuperated through either the state or through the federal government, depending on what type of disaster is declared, with administrative cost on top of that. So really it's a net zero for the city in those if it's declared a state or federal disaster. So we have two overtime lines. We have non-contract overtime, which means that's overtime that's accumulated via sick leave, vacation leave, industrial leave. It's the day-to-day. And as I've explained to council before, a fire engine or a ladder truck isn't like a office. If somebody calls in sick, we can't just leave that office vacant. We have to put somebody in that position. So we have to use that overtime, but that's the non-contract overtime versus the contract overtime, which is a different line item in our budget, which is related to strike team and disaster deployment.
So in 2017, when the Tubbs fire hit, did we increase firefighters from 2017 to 2020? Have we had an increase to our staffing?
Between 17 and 2020, we did not increase firefighters at that point. We have increased firefighters since then with a FEMA Safer grant. So we have the 12 firefighters that we put in service on our squads in June of 2024. So that's been the only increase in firefighters that we've seen since the Tubbs fire is where we went out and received a federal grant, and they're funded for 3 years at $2.93 million a year.
And we still anticipate receiving that federal grant.
So let me go to that page here in my big book. So with SAFER, as I just explained of the why, it was the first resource that we've added to the city assets for the fire department since 2007. They've been very, very effective in these two-person squads in helping us achieve our NFPA 1710 goals. They go to a variety of calls throughout the day, but they've proven to be very, very effective. And since their inception to July 7th of this year, they've responded to over 3,900 calls for service. So that's taking pressure off the engine companies, off the truck companies, and it's giving us compliance with NFPA 1710. Out of the notice of funding opportunity for SAFER, what it says is recipients under the hiring activity who lay off any additional operational personnel during the period of performance will be considered in default of their grant, and the award will be terminated. In those situations, recipients may be required to return the federal funds dispersed under the grant award. So there is a threat to losing SAFER if we were to eliminate any positions. We did some due diligence, and I have to thank our finance analyst, Sarah Roberts, for this. She's been in contact with FEMA, and through that, we've determined that there is a process by which we may apply for a waiver of staffing maintenance level. The SML waiver allows the recipient to waive staffing maintenance requirements and reestablish a lower SML due to inability to backfill non-SAFER funded operational positions. A key part of this waiver is that they cannot be used to waive or reduce the number of SAFER funded positions. To be granted a waiver, a recipient must demonstrate that they are unable to backfill the non-SAFER positions due to a documentable economic hardship. So, in other words, there is a path for us to maintain SAFER even with budget reductions, but that would be muddling through the FEMA process and working with the federal government to get approval on that.
So we'd have to work with the federal government to make sure that we get the grant money that they've already given us.
Correct.
Okay, and that's if we threat to close or eliminate any positions or certain positions, how many?
It would be certain positions because it's based off of your position control list at the time of grant award. So if we drop below that number, we're going to be outside of our SML. Keep in mind that we already eliminated 4 of those positions mid-year in January. The $900,000 was 4 positions that we've already eliminated out of our staffing maintenance level. So I don't have the exact figure of where we're at as far as that goes, but it's going to be very, very close.
Just so that I'm clear, on slide 32, you have some vacant positions, and so I'm trying to get at those vacant positions that you have listed. There's 8 total. If we were to do a blackout on engine 3 or engine 4, if we were to do those, you'd have to go back to the FEMA process to potentially lose the grant money. There's
Correct.
4 and 4.
I don't remember seeing vacancies.
I could be saying it poorly, or asking you.
I'm sorry, say it again?
I could be saying it poorly, but on slide 32, it's specific to the potential of a blackout engine, which would be, you have 4 vacant and 5 full-time. And then on the next one, 4 vacant, 8 full-time filled. So my question is, if we don't fill those 4 and 4, that's where the grant process could change for the safety.
So In a blackout scenario, all the positions would be eliminated off position control regardless of if they're vacant or not, so it would fall off of our roster. At that point, we'd have to go back to SAFER and try to change our staffing maintenance level. If it's a brownout, the positions do not fall off of our roster, and we would not have to go back. But there's obviously a disparity in the number between a blackout and a brownout.
Great, thank you for that. I think that, let me make sure I don't have anything else for public safety. Excuse me just a second.
While Ms. McDonald is examining her notes, are there any other questions for Chief Westrope or Chief Cregan? One more from Ms. McDonald, please.
When we look at the in-response model, Chief, how much does that pressure does that take off you by having our current model in place for the police department for responses?
It takes off substantial for both police and fire. So I have the stats here from 2024. So we're at 15 hours a day, 2 teams overlapping from 7 a.m. till 10 p.m. The in-response team responded to 4,977 calls for service. Out of those, our team categorizes each one. They determined that 4,301 of those were divert from the police department. So in other words, we would have sent an armed police officer to 4,300 one of those calls, and that 1,772 were diverts from the fire department and EMS system combined, of both fire resources and Sonoma Fire going out with an ambulance with it. So both of us are substantially impacted with the team. So if we see reductions, and we're aggressively pursuing with the County of Sonoma to give us our fair share of the Measure O funds to be able to fund the in-response team. If we receive reductions in those hours, then you're going to see more police and firefighter and EMS resources responding in lieu.
And how much do we get from the county currently to help fund for in-response?
This last fiscal year, they gave $1,450,000 to fund in response with it. I've met with them repeatedly over the last couple of months. Our ask for them is to fund the full 24/7. So now just this year, at the beginning of the year, we went to 24/7. That would be 3 teams responding 24/7 at just over $3.1 million. So the ask is a 3-year commitment at $3.1 million to cover the entire cost of the in-response team. Preliminary information, I haven't got the final information from them, is that we're not going to get the full amount, but we're still having conversations about that with it. And if we see a reduction in that, then we'll just continue to reduce the team. So it goes from the 3.1 to just over 2.1 million for the 15-hour model, and then closer to the 1.9 in there too for the next model. So it just keeps going down and down.
So for the in-response model, I guess my question is, do we know that every person that we serve through in-response is only living in the city of Santa Rosa, or do they come from other jurisdictions as well? And do we track that?
We do track, we can break down some of that information. I can meet with our program manager. We do know anecdotally that we see people from all over the community, that Santa Rosa is obviously a central hub. We have people from all over the community that are getting serviced by the in-response team. We only respond within the city limits with our in-response team, but we're commonly common people at downtown, at the transit mall, throughout the community that are using our amazing resources in our city.
Great, thank you so much. That concludes, I think, my public safety, and then I have a couple other ones. Okay. I actually have a question. Where's Megan? Where'd she go? Sorry, Megan. Sorry about that. We should have saved you some steps as well. Thank you. When it comes to homeless services, Megan, do you know how much money the county gets through the continuum of care, what their overall budget is that they receive?
The continuum of care gets about $4.5 million from HUD on an annual basis that they distribute through a competitive process, but they also use other resources obtained through the state and local sources to have additional rounds of funding. But directly from HUD, it's about $4.5 million.
Okay, for the housing. And then as far as their overall budget to help support homeless services, what they receive from the state, pretty much like on our behalf, right? If I'm looking at it of who's the actual service provider in the largest municipality within this county of Sonoma would be Santa Rosa. Do you know how much they receive?
I do not have the county's budget offhand, but could certainly provide that later.
I think that that's a critical number for us to have as far as how much does the county receive for homeless services within this county, and how much is distributed specifically to the city of Santa Rosa, when I find that we are serving the vast majority of homeless in this county. So I would like in this whole presentation for us to go back and work with the county on in response as well as homeless services. Truly, because I do not believe we are getting our fair share because of perhaps how they distribute the money. Although I haven't been in one of those meetings, I'd love to be, just so I could ask those questions. As far as safe parking goes, how many folks, can we just go through that one more time? Do we serve in safe parking? If I recall, it's about 80?
We have about 50 parking spots.
About 50.
And that's open 24/7, and we opened that in 2022 as a pilot program. It has been very successful in helping us address vehicle encampments throughout the city.
So you find that $1 million investment that we make in the safe parking helps actually folks get rehoused? What's the timeline on that for them to get rehoused?
Generally, the timeline is 6 months with case management, but there are exceptions if they're making active progress. We do have individuals or households that stay longer. And we do have high exit rates. We've had 32% of participants exit into housing, which is quite notable. That's permanent housing, and then 12% have gone to temporary housing situations. And just to circle back to the slides that were shared earlier, we do have $500,000 of the $1 million needed to operate the program in 25-26. So half the money is available
So you
in
have
our
about
budget.
6 months to be able to operate the program?
Correct.
Which is about how long it takes to rehouse somebody.
Yes.
Okay. Let me go ahead. Did you have something?
So I want to provide some context to the COC funding. So I believe, and we will go back and verify these figures, for fiscal year 21-22, there was a total of $15 million. And this is overall, this is total, and I'll break down Santa Rosa here in a second. 22-23 is 14.6 million. 23-24 was 18.3. And 24 and 25, there was a total of 12.4 million. The allocation, and this is not necessarily the city of Santa Rosa, but they're considerate. When they give out the funding, they're considering it Santa Rosa, just in general, right? So that could be Catholic Charities, the YWCA, PEP Housing. So it goes to several other entities. The total that the total that Santa Rosa has received in 21-22 is 6.2 million, 5.3 million, 4.3 million, and 3.2 million. Of that total, 255,000 was allocated to the city of Santa Rosa, and that was for Sam Jones Hall. And that is a combination of COC funding, Department of Health and Human Services funding. So as you see, it doesn't go directly to the city, but it looks like it goes to several nonprofits. I think this is probably an opportunity for, and the chief and I have talked about this as well as Megan, for us to educate the COC about our programs, because oftentimes maybe they're voting on NOFAs or voting on projects where they don't totally understand because they're not the subject matter experts. So I think this probably gives us an opportunity to get in front of the COC and give an expanded version of actually what we're doing.
I appreciate that. My concerns around how we do our budgeting, I have none. I have concerns that the county is not giving us the money that I believe the city of Santa Rosa deserves to have to actually offset the cost of doing the program. So I don't want this to come across that I don't think our staff's doing an amazing job on this. I have more of an issue with how the county is distributing their funds around this issue. Let's see. I think that was it for you, Megan. I have a couple more questions on this.
Before we move on to those questions, again, just to save our staff some steps, any other questions for Ms. Bassinger? I think Ms. Fleming?
Thank you. I do have one question for you. which is how much of the safe parking is security costs?
So security costs is about $300,000, and we are working with Catholic Charities, who is our service provider, to adjust that down and augment Catholic Charities staff, which is a much lower cost option. And I think over the last 3 years of operation, we've demonstrated that there are a few issues that arise that Catholic Charities staff cannot address.
Because that's one of the things that I've heard is that, you know, when we permit one of these things, you know, the community rightfully is really concerned about the safety in the perimeter, but that the reality is that once they get up and running, it's very rare to have a real reason for security, and it's quite expensive. Do you think it would be reasonable to significantly lower that figure to just maybe the highest risk hours, in addition to lowering it through using a lower cost provider like Catholic Charities?
Yes, and that is one of the options that we are exploring. Prior years, our safe parking cost was about $1.3 million. Because again, when we've initially opened, there were concerns about the impact to office space and the park across the street. But I think it's proven itself to be relatively successful.
And about how low do you think you can get?
I guess we could probably get it down a couple 100,000, but we'll continue to evaluate the numbers.
Thank you.
And one final question for me, Megan. I'm looking at the last point in time count from 2024, just because we've had a pretty robust conversation here on homelessness in the county. Are my figures correct that the county, the estimated homeless population in the county in 2024 was roughly 2,500, and then roughly 1,400 within the city of Santa Rosa?
That is correct. It's about 54% of the homeless population in 2024 resides in Santa Rosa or identifies with Santa Rosa.
That was the statistic I'm looking for. Thanks for verifying. Any other questions for Ms. Passenger? Okay. Ms. McDonald, more questions from you?
Thank you, Mayor. On slide 13, I believe it was, Alan, you talked about contract services out for finance. There was 2 positions that you proposed eliminating. In that, is it offset? That's how much you'd save because of the cost of the contract services, or would that just be the overall what you think we'd save, and then the contract services are still going to cost us $100,000?
That's net savings.
That'd be net savings. Okay, thank you for that clarification on that. Under the pension obligation bond, if we were to go out for that, and I know that's still under study, how much would that reduce our deficit by? Do we have any projections on that?
Yeah, thank you for your question, Councilmember McDonald. We don't. We're doing kind of a proof of concept right now, working with our consultant, and again, coming back to Chief Financial Officer Alton's comments, I would really conceptualize it as until rates get down in the low fives, it's just not, we're not going to get there, and what we're kind of dedicated to do is be prepared for that. We see volatility potential within the Fed or within monetary policy, so we want to be ready. But how much it could save us is really going to be dependent on 2 things: what the interest rate is, and then also how we can really take to advantage re-amortizing our schedule with them. So yeah, more work to be done.
Okay, thank you. And I do have a couple more questions as far as the furlough days. How many days are you proposing for furloughs based on that?
In the scenario in the presentation, that was 80 hours, and that could be done in various ways. It could represent closing the city down over holiday weeks and all staff being gone during that time, or it could be used as a vacation bank of sorts that staff can use at the discretion of their supervisor.
So 1 day.
80 hours, so that's 2
80.
weeks
I'm
in
sorry,
1
I thought you
year.
said 8.
I'm sorry, 80 hours within 1 year. So
I'm
2
like
weeks
8
a year.
hours, that makes sense,
Yeah.
but 80 is something
80,
different.
yes.
Okay, thank you. I have a couple more questions just based on how my brain works. One has to do with fleet and how we build apartments. Can you tell me how that works? I know we're looking at fleet right now, but if, say, a department wants to go and get an oil change, how does that work? How does that billing work?
So Scott, I'm going to let you go last on this. since we've
Thank
had
you.
a couple of discussions.
Thank you, City Manager.
So before we get into the conversation of fleet, it's pretty complicated. So when we talk about fleet, we're talking about preventative maintenance, predictive maintenance, comprehensive record keeping, workforce development, parts inventory, safety compliance, and continuous improvement. What we hear from our users is generally continuous improvement. And what I mean by that is the way a fleet should run is pretty much 70 to 80% of all maintenance should be preventative. 20 to 30% should be all other activities. Now, a lot of things should be taken into context of that. You've got the age of the vehicles, you've got the driver compliance, you've got the weather, which we don't really have to worry so much about. Then you have new mechanics. What we've seen is we have had a large number of mechanics leave, and we had to bring a large number of mechanics in. A lot of the mechanics that we hire generally come from local dealers, and they come into our organization, and then they work on everything from a lawnmower to a Cummins diesel engine. So they have to learn about torque, they have to learn about speed, they have to learn how to fix a fire truck, so it becomes very complicated. So what we always hear from our user agencies in that particular scenario is it takes too long to fix my vehicle, and it is cheaper for me to go to your local Jiffy Lube, which is somewhat true. And our rates are based off employee pension. So if my Mitchell book tells me it's 0.5 hours to do an oil change in 2024, it's going to cost me more to do that 0.5 oil change in 2025 because of the raises, right? So a lot of times our users don't see all that is involved in fleet maintenance, and this is probably too much in the weeds, but a lot of people always ask these questions. So we are looking at how we're doing fleet services. I will tell you the new director of TPW is looking at fleet services from underutilized vehicles. Can we bring vehicles back? Is everybody using the vehicles? Not purchasing new vehicles if we don't need to. Are we, what is the life to date cost on the vehicle? We want to make certain that we're only purchasing and procuring vehicles if the X and Y axis, are crossed accurately, right? And we don't want to move journal entries. We don't want to put more cost into maintenance either. So we don't want to increase the life to date cost if it's actually costing us more money to maintain the vehicle. So we are looking at it from a citywide perspective. It is not easy. All organizations complain about fleet services. And one of the things that you will find from a safety and compliance issue is you want to make certain that your records are held in your main fleet services system. If something were to happen, if a vehicle, an employee was to have a wreck, OSHA is going to come in at that point if there happens to be a fatality. And if all your records are not in your fleet system, that could be a huge liability on the city. So there is a lot that goes into fleet. Yes, it is more expensive, but it is also based off employee pension costs. We are looking into that. I see it from a different perspective, and that's because I have been involved in a 3,600 vehicle fleet. So I do believe our departments, police, if you look at their fleet looks like it's escalated because they have not replaced vehicles for an extended period of time. So as they get new vehicles in, you'll see some of their maintenance costs go down. Scott, have I left anything out?
Nothing else to add. Thank you, City Manager.
Thank you for the overview of fleet. I still think it's ridiculous what we have to pay for an oil change. So I'll ask that you continue to look through that process to see. And the reason being why I have this question is when we're doing cuts to departments and we're basically eating ourselves away at things like this where we're charging more for these kind of services within the city. I understand some of it now better of how we keep records, but in my opinion, I would like to go back to the departments and see, do you have a better way of maybe keeping this information or doing this that doesn't cost the city quite so much in this arena? I think when you ask a a person in the community, they'd say, I don't care about your records in fleet, I care about public safety. So it comes back to what is the decision we're going to make.
And there are portions that we can outsource. It's probably easier because our police department is a rolling fleet. It probably does make sense for us to contract out, with a local, dealership or Ford, someone. But then that also reduces staffing internally. So you have to be able to figure out what that balance is.
And then my second question, and this is my last one, sorry, Mayor. It had to do with water, and it's just the way my brain works again. And sorry, Jennifer, this is kind of a question for you, but I have an issue with what we charge ourselves for water. That makes no sense to me. Why are we paying for our own water at a ratepayer's rate versus just give the water to ourselves for free? Because it's our water, our money. And so we could just, I know you guys are laughing up there. You can't do that, can't we?
So
is there a law against it?
We're going to take this from two perspectives. I want to first turn it over to the city attorney, and then we'll punt it over to director.
I'm happy to go the other way if you like. Under Proposition 218, we would not be able to charge ratepayers for the water that we ourselves are using. Okay. And so there would be a different way to structure it, but in the end, you would end up either paying your bill or you would have to do a general fund subsidy at the end in order to make sure that none of the ratepayers are paying for the costs that are associated with something other than their particular use.
It can't just be the pass-through that we pay for the money or pay for the county water that we charge our departments.
So I'm going to let Jennifer pick up with more nuance, but we have to be careful to be compliant with Prop 218.
Okay.
And
I knew you were going to bring up Prop 218.
Thank you. Councilmember McDonald, Jennifer Burke, Director of the Water Department, and City Attorney is absolutely correct. So with Prop 218, it's a property-based assessment, so we have to charge every property for what it takes us to provide that service to the property. And so we can't not charge any of our own city accounts. As a matter of fact, we have to charge Water Department for our water and sewer services because we have to pay back for everything that we provide. Part of it is because we purchase 95% of our water supply from Sonoma Water, so we have to pay those costs. Part of it is we're partners in a regional treatment plant, so we have to pay the costs provided for sewer. So there's really no opportunity for the water department to provide any opportunity other than to charge per our cost of service study, which is very detailed and ensures that every property is charged appropriately.
Okay, I'll stick with fleet then, leave water alone.
But Director Burke, can you talk about how you are working with the user agencies within the city to mitigate some of their water costs?
Sure. So for the water department, as I think the council is probably well aware, we have a very proactive and robust water use efficiency team. And so we have actually worked with quite a bit of city facilities, whether it's providing free services for audits, working with, in particular, Parks Department to really help with rebates for upgrades for their irrigation systems. Again, this is provided to all customers so that they can also participate in those. Working with them on scheduling for irrigation systems to help really take advantage of weather fluctuations to make sure they're really irrigating to budget, or focusing and really trying to target facilities to participate in our water use efficiency programs for things like free toilets, et cetera. So every program that we have available is available to all customers, and we do try to work with city facilities to also make sure that they're taking advantage of those programs too, so we can be as efficient as possible and really reduce water use.
Thank you so much. That concludes my questions.
For those of you who are fascinated by the most minute details of city operations, this is the study session for you. Ms. Fleming.
Thank you. Fortunately, I don't have a lot of questions left. My colleagues have done the heavy lifting. That's the good news, I suppose. The bad news is that I think I have a bit of a challenging question, so I'll start directed at the city manager, and it goes back to our discussion around the homelessness cuts and how I imagine that we have to spend money to save money. And so I'm wondering, in your estimation, if we make deep cuts to our homeless services, which seems to be the obvious recommendation on the table, what other sorts of unintended expenses might we incur in dealing with unserviced homeless populations?
And I'll punt this to the police and fire chief as well, but you're going to pay for it in public safety. The amount of time and the amount of calls that they have had to respond to, when, we had encampments on Stony Point, before we had the RV, the parking ban. So we're going to pay for it some way or another. Not being able to respond to an emergency from fire and police, it's unacceptable. So to make deep cuts, all I can tell you is that we're gonna trade off somewhere. I don't know if both fire and the police chief are both here. They can tell you that we have seen a reduction in calls in homeless services since we have put a laser focus on it. You're going to pay for it just in staff time alone. You're going to get complaints from your constituents. And let's just talk about the economic development arm of this. The calls that I receive about RVs, people camping, property value decreasing, not being able to play in parks. Kids are now are able to play in parks. Because we don't have people in parks. That's, less tipping fees now that we have to pay towards recology. So we're going to pay for it some way or another. Chief, I don't know if you have the data in front of you.
Yeah, that's one thing the police department is good at, is we have lots of data. So we do have, specifically for the homeless thing, I have the stats for 2024. So for the calendar year of 2024, we actually responded. Our police officers are trained if we go to a homeless related incident, we call it. It gets tracked. So if you arrest someone for vandalism or drunk in public or theft, whatever it is, if it's homeless related, we responded to 10,556 homeless related incidents last year. But that was actually a 14% reduction, backing up what the city manager says. And where we really give that is like the collaborative approach that we had, and working closely with Megan and Kelly and their team have been so incredible about each week we come together and we address all homeless campus in the city of Santa Rosa, significant ones, bring in our transportation and public work team, our host team in response, and all these teams coming together, and that really collaborative approach has happened. Also, the expansion of our downtown enforcement teams had a remarkable impact on the downtown core in that area, and working not only with safe parking, but we have a dedicated civilian team member who does abandoned vehicles, so she's towed over 150 RVs over the last 2 years off our streets. So that kind of overall approach has made a big difference with it. So to your question, it is going to have some impact if you see the reduction in homeless services, the reduction in response, the reduction in police and fire services. You're going to see obviously an impact across all of public safety.
Right, and I've just,
I was going to just say, I didn't see Kelly in the room back there if she wanted to come down and add anything as well. Go ahead, Councilwoman Fleming.
So I'm curious to know where those expenses will be borne. Will that be an additional overtime for police and other departments that are involved in addressing concerns around homelessness?
Yeah, I think, not having, Sam Jones Hall is something that plays a role, and so we're obviously very supportive of the county picking up their fair share of it, but it is a resource for our officers to be able to get people off the street. And our focus, especially on the city manager's leadership, is we're not going to solve this just through police. We're going to solve it by a combined effort of all of our city departments, working with some of our local nonprofits, working with the county. And so that more collaborative approach is what we're really seeing some of the differences here. But if we start losing some of those resources, you're going to see more officers going to these calls for service. It's going to affect priority one response times, and then you're just going to see it taking longer. And then it also then has a trickle effect to the county, who is not looking forward to us booking more people on low-level misdemeanors and other offenses with some of the capacity issues they're having at the Sonoma County Jail there. So you start, quite frankly, seeing more people going to jail instead of more people going to services.
I will note, just a side note here, that every now and then I get these these notes from my constituents asking for us to pick up debris or whatever in the street, and almost all the time now, they come with a compliment of how much better it's gotten, just for your information.
Yeah, and that's the team approach, and especially of getting, with our housing community services, our downtown enforcement team, transportation, public works, the host team, in response, all coming together and saying, let's go visit each one of these locations each week, and it's making a difference.
Okay, thanks.
I'll turn it over to Kelly.
Thanks, Chief. I just wanted to add on to what the Chief was saying about the proactive interdisciplinary approach of our city encampment team and share some additional data points with you. So the team started in July of 2022, and we have reduced blight citywide by removing 2,033 cubic yards of debris, and that's by Public Works Debris Response Team. Over 200 RVs and trailers have been towed. We've prevented the formation of large encampments, which is 10 or more than 10 dwellings. We've reduced the number of encampments citywide by 51%, and we've reduced the number of occupied RVs and vehicles by 91%. And I want to emphasize that it's not just about enforcement, it's about outreach as well. So we're working very closely with our contracted outreach provider, which is Catholic Charities Homeless Outreach Services team, and then coupling those efforts with the availability of safe parking, which has really helped us reduce vehicle encampments throughout the city.
Thank you. I don't have any additional questions.
Thank you. Ms. Benuelos?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. So before you all leave, I thought I didn't have any questions along this, but I do actually. So going back to slide 19, when we talk about in response and safe parking, it just, and this is probably for the finance folks too, it just spells out the annual costs. Is this are we saying here that we're looking to cut this if we don't get additional, especially the Measure O funding that we were talking about earlier, or we make cuts in public safety, specifically law enforcement?
So I'll start. So with in response, we have been told, I can't confirm this, that we'll receive $1.4 million, which I don't know what that model looks like, Chief. It's definitely a scaled down model, correct?
Yeah, so if we get the 1.4 million from the county, that's going to cover, we're going to go back to where we started 3 years ago. We're going to go back to one team for 10 hours a day. That year, for the first team that was in 2023, we went to approximately 2,800 calls. At the 24/7 model, we're estimating that we're going to be at 6,500 calls. So you have a delta of over, 4,300 community members that are going to be contacted by an armed police officer instead of the in-response team, and that's why it's imperative that we come together and get our fair share of the county's Measure O money to be able to fund this critical need for our community.
So for the safe parking, you'll see we're short $500,000. So I believe we have funding through the half of the year. So we'll have to determine how we fund the remaining portion of it. And I know we're going to go back and look at economies of scale, which the team has already done, so thank you for that, working with Catholic Charities. So they're working on economies of scale now to see how they can continue to reduce the costs, and we'll continue to do that as necessary.
Thank you.
Well, and if I may add, the purpose of slide 19 is to show that right now we don't have an identified funding source beyond 25-26 or a portion of 25-26. So that's why we've made the changes that we have in our forecast modeling, and why we bring that up in here is that without that identified source of funding, especially for programs that are dependent on contracts to help move it forward, plus there are positions that are tied to them as well, we need to know well in advance that we have the funding set up for those programs.
All right, thank you. It just seems unacceptable to me not to be fully funded, and I don't think it makes any sense to go back to where we were when we started. So this really concerns me, and I know we've talked in the long-term finance about the county and Measure O, and I agree with all my colleagues here that we have to find a way to approach this from a regional perspective, as city manager mentioned, because we really need to have this program fully funded. And so to me, should not even, I'm glad that it's noted here, but that it should not even be on the table as far as when we're looking at the budget itself. So thank you. I do have a couple other questions. Going back to the, I think it was the forecasting. So maybe that's for the budget, the finance team. Just really quick question. On slide 22, the long-range financial forecasts, I was just wondering, so the numbers that we have, the deficit surpluses for each fiscal year in the future, those numbers are based on if our sales tax continues to be where it is, or making those assumptions that not a whole lot is going to change in 26, 27, 27, 28. What are those projections based on, I guess, is what I'm trying to decipher.
So in fiscal year 25-26, after we drop our sales tax budget down by over $5 million to where we think we are right-sizing it, we do have it growing at modest amounts per our sales tax consultants' projections, and every year it's within the range of, I want to say, 0.5% to 1.5%. It's they have different amounts each year, but it's pretty conservative of what they are projecting.
Okay, and then the other question I had was around the furloughs and furloughs versus layoffs. So we have furloughs named here, but we're also talking about layoffs. So if we do the furloughs, which I think is probably the better way to go, and I have to say I'm very sensitive to any kind of layoffs. Looking at other institutions, the one I work at myself, I'm really aware of the impact that it has on folks and their daily lives. So I don't take it lightly at all, and I don't want to even go there. But if we have to go there, I prefer furloughs somewhat. So I'm just wondering, if we do these furloughs, are we also doing the layoffs as well? And is that all coupled in this proposal?
Right, so yes, it's more of a package deal. Again, the cost is factored into the forecast, the 1.4 million-ish that we identified on the one slide, even though we are still studying exactly how that would work, but based off of past precedent in doing that. But again, furloughs are a more temporary measure. What we need to focus on is our long-term deficit reduction solutions. So we can't do, for what we can't do with layoffs, we also have to supplement that with furloughs as well. Just unfortunately, the numbers are so bad that we have to go into that level of deficit reduction.
Thank you. That was sort of the reason why I asked about the long-term forecasts, because I'm wondering, I recognize that they have to be on the conservative side, and I understand that. I'm just wondering if we're able to find more revenue, and I'm thinking about Measure O, but also should our sales tax start to pick up a little bit more than 1%. The reason I'm going to Veronica's question earlier about what direction should we go in, I understand that it would be prudent of us if we try to find more ways, more cuts, and more ways to close the deficit. But at the same time, looking at these projections that perhaps if we do give ourselves time and not being irresponsible in any way, but just giving ourselves time to find more revenues as well, I do think it's a good idea to look at and see if we have more places that we can cut. But I also think we need to find ways to bring in more revenue as well, so that I just really don't want to, I guess what I'm saying is I understand the impact that these cuts have on everybody's life, that's their personal lives. And so that's what I think about when I look at some of these cuts. One thing I would like to know as far as more information is, I understand that some of these positions that we're looking at, they're not identified because it's a personal thing. But I would like more information about the impacts to the departments themselves, and maybe this is for the department heads, about how that is going to affect workload and things of that nature. Because I think sometimes, you know, we're sitting here and it's not to micromanage, but we're sitting here and we just are looking at this as a position and we don't know who it is and what it is, but we don't know what kind of impact that's going to have on the rest of the people that are left behind. And so I would like some more information around that. So I think that's it for right now.
Thank you. I have 3 questions, I guess. And with apologies, Ms. Bassinger, can I trouble you one more time? I should have asked it earlier. I want to go back to a question that Mr. Okrepke asked a while ago, and this gets back into the history of our funding ramp up, particularly around homelessness services. You helpfully noted that around 2018, that's when the ramp up really began. Are you able to provide a sense of the steepness of that curve in terms of what we were spending in 2019 versus what we're spending now?
Yes, thank you for that question. So in fiscal year 2018-19, we budgeted about $3.2 million for services, and as reflected in the earlier slides, we are looking at 5.9 for the upcoming fiscal year.
Okay, and that's an apples to apples comparison. In terms of even with the numbers that we're providing this year, we're not rolling in response. We're not talking about the indirect costs.
Correct. So this is straight homeless services. So, for example, we expanded from 1 staff person to our homeless services team has 3 positions currently. As I noted, we created the host program and started funding that. We added safe parking. We have one-time programs like Keep People Housed Sonoma, which is funded in part by the city last year, and then we have ongoing contributions from the county and Petaluma. So it's been a compilation of new programs, additional staff, and services.
Absolutely. What kinds of amounts were we spending in the 2015 range, a few years before 2018? Do you happen to have that data handy?
I do. In fiscal year 15-16, we were spending about $1 million a year.
All right.
And that was primarily for Sam Jones Hall, and we had some staff that would charge into the program. I should also note during COVID, we did expand the capacity of Sam Jones Hall. So we have the original structure, but we also incorporated a sprung structure to provide more physical space for residents, which did increase the cost of the shelter.
So for context, about a decade ago, we were spending less than 1% of our general fund on homelessness services, whereas now, all in, if we're also including indirect costs, if we're including the direct homelessness services, we're spending probably closer to 5 or 6%. Is that accurate?
Without knowing the general fund budget, I can't provide you that percentage, but we have seen the cost go up 5 times. So
all right, Madam City Manager, am I close with my back of the envelope math on that one?
It may be a little less.
All right.
Yeah.
We'll
Arithmetic, I would have to look to finance. My arithmetic may not be that good, but I don't think it's 5%.
I'm doing math in my head. Veronica.
Yeah, back in 15-16, our general fund budget, I can't tell you the exact figure, but I believe it was well below 180, 175, so a $1 million figure on that. I can't do math in my head, but
well less. It was 0.5%, something like that. All right, the point remains, and actually a related but somewhat smaller point. With respect to the legal aid of Sonoma County program, that's housing related as well, if I remember correctly. Is that true?
Correct. So this particular program and contract was created by council following the voter referendum on rent control, and I believe that was around 2018, and it's been hovering about $111,000 per year, and it's primarily to provide tenant landlord services for lower income individuals. And so we directly fund legal aid, and I believe they serve about 300 individuals per year with that funding.
Thank you for that. We've been discussing these programs in such a clinical way in this financial context. I think it's important to note that these programs that we've been discussing have helped hundreds, if not thousands, of people. The city should be proud of the efforts that we put forward. As the city manager laid out, Santa Rosa, like a number of other cities in the county, essentially spun up our own health and human services programs on a very short time frame and funded them out of our own general fund budgets, and again helped lots of people and made our community better. So as we're discussing these programs in this context today, where we're making potentially difficult trade-offs, I think it's important to remember that we should be proud of the work that we've done here, and that these programs at this time are still helping lots of members of our community. One final question, and Director Alton, I think this one's for you. I was so pleased to see the mention of the Budget Deficit Advisory Committee on the slides for today. It is going to be so important to get community feedback, especially in the next couple of months, but really we're talking the next couple of years. I hope one thing that's clear from the slides that you saw today is how today's discussion is simply the first conversation in a conversation that's going to go on through 2027, if not beyond. And it is wonderful to see so many members of the community here today. People have already been weighing in. We want that to continue because we're going to need a lot of perspectives to make sure that the city does this right, both now and into the future. Director Alton, do you have a general time frame in mind for when we can get that budget committee started so we can get community input?
As soon as you direct us to move forward, we can begin implementing that committee.
Understood. Thank you. And that's it for my questions. Anything else from my colleagues before we go to public comment?
Actually, Mayor, if you don't mind, just to follow up on something that I think it's important to bring up, and it kind of circles back to Councilmember Banuelos' comments. To put things into perspective, when we're talking about the deep level of cuts that we're looking at, we are dangerously drawing down our reserves, and I think that we finally have been able to try to illustrate that. It's a very complicated thing, but credit to Scott to be able to come up with something visually that shows just how that happens. But what I think that we need to keep in mind as we hear the comments that are going to come and as we have further discussions on that is that our reserves are there for emergencies. They're there for recessions. They're there for disasters such as the fire. Having gone through the fire, I know how much we drew those reserves down. You literally wouldn't be able to do that. That's what we're getting into here. So it's even doing the largest amount of cuts that we show in that last forecast only buys us about a year to help look for additional gap funding or look for additional cuts. There will be additional cuts. I mean, I'll just put that right out there. There's no way that we can get around that. It's the matter of how quickly we're going to be back to you saying, hey, we now need additional cuts because we are going to run out of money. We won't be able to keep the lights on after a couple of years. So I needed that point to be there. I apologize for taking that time, but anyway, thank you.
No, that was a very helpful clarification. And thank you, again, thanks to the finance team. The charts that you put together made that point very clear in terms of one of the strategic decisions that we're trying to make here is exactly how long a glide path do we want to make so that we can right size the budget. and that was very clearly expressed in the slides. With respect to one point, Director Alton, we will be keeping the lights on. That is not in question here today, just for everyone's reassurance in the audience. And with that, let's go to public comment. Are there any members of the public who wish to comment? I know we have a few, starting with Stephen, Matt, and Sam, if they're still in the room. And we can use both lecterns. So just to keep ourselves going, if you wouldn't mind alternating left and right. Stephen, welcome. The floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you. Stephen Del Porto, Director of Santa Rosa Firefighters. There they are. Yeah, the city's definitely in a tough spot. We all understand that. I certainly don't envy the position you all are in. Some real tough decisions are going to have to take place here in the future to keep us right. But one question that hasn't come up is the impact on the community. And browning out or blacking out a station has drastic impacts on the community, right? I could go through all of the large disasters we've been through. We all remember 2017, 2019, 2020. These fires keep coming up. They've come up in presentations, this presentation consistently. But for the men and women that I represent that are down here in front of us, it's that one call, right? It's that one person. You brown out that engine, it's that one child that we can't get to quick enough because there's not an engine there to perform the duties. It's that one softball coach that goes down with a heart attack that doesn't have the medical response there quick enough because an engine's browned out. Those you can't put a number on. You can't quantify the impact that has on the community. And same thing with our truck. You brown out a truck, that person's trapped in that car longer, waiting to get cut out, because that leaves us with one piece of equipment to do that type of equipment. I hope that's taken into account. I know it is with the city council, but like I said, you can't quantify what that means to the community that counts on us. Every single person in this city, whether they live here, they work here, or they're coming here to visit, when they call 911, they're expecting us to get there as quick as possible. We're already stretched thin. I've talked about this ad nauseum with everybody. We're still at 0.75 firefighters per 1,000 residents, which puts us about half the national average. So we're already running thin. The thought of losing another engine or losing a truck to a brownout or a blackout is only going to amplify that, and it's truly going to put the community at risk at a time when we don't need to do that. So I understand there's going to have to be cuts, and I'm more than happy to have those conversations with all of you about where we see there could be some cuts on the fire side, but like I said, losing that engine or that truck is going to be unacceptable to us, and it's going to be unacceptable to the community as well. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Matt, Cal, and then Cadence.
Nazia, I'm president of the Professional Firefighters of Sonoma County. I want to start off by addressing how difficult of a position you all are in. Seeing all of the cuts that are proposed by every department ultimately ends in employees being affected, losing jobs, and it is absolutely heartbreaking. I'm here today to talk to you about public safety. Cutting fire's budget will have a profound impact on the safety of our community and must be a last resort. As it stands, the fire department is understaffed by 3 to 4 fire stations for an agency that runs as many calls as we do and serves a city of our size. Fortunately, we're on the cusp of impactful change. With the support of the city manager, the department, and the labor group, beginning July 1st, the Santa Rosa Fire Department will be adding an additional engine company and a staffed heavy rescue thanks to Measure H. All resources that will have a huge impact on the services that are provided to our community, as well as the safety my members receive at significant incidents and structure fires. Making the choice to cut the fire department's budget or close a fire station will wipe out any positive impact that Measure H will bring to this department. That is why I'm here today begging you to not close any fire stations as we move through this process. Thank you for your time.
Whoops, thank you. Is Cal in the house? And Cadence, you're up, followed by Danielle and Ananda.
Should I wait for the timer? Thank you, Mayor Stapp, and members of council. My name is Cadence Hinkle Allenson. I'm the Executive Director of the Downtown District. We know what a challenging decision you all have in front of you and what a difficult time this is for the city and the community at large as you make these big decisions. Understanding that, the Downtown Action Organization would like to ask you to consider maintaining as much funding for SRPD as possible. Post-pandemic was a very challenging time for many of our businesses, and over the last 2 years, we've seen a marked difference in the downtown since the DET has been expanded in size and able to cover the district 7 days a week. We've seen decreases in property crime, employees generally feel safer, and issues that do arise are handled extremely quickly. There is significant concern for many of the business owners around both Courthouse Square and Railroad Square that this crucial momentum will be lost if there's a reduction to the SRPD team. We are about to have 168 residential units come online in just a few months, and another 299 units are expected to break ground this summer. This represents a huge population shift for downtown Santa Rosa. And as we look to welcome these residents to our community, we want to make sure that we can maintain the same level of safety and security we have now, which will help attract tenants and fill those units. Maintaining the funding will be critical for downtown's continued growth, vibrancy, and ability to reach its potential as the heart of our community. So thank you all for your time and attention. I know the next few weeks and months will be challenging, and we appreciate your willingness to take on these big issues as our city leaders.
Thank you. Danielle, Ananda, and Diana.
Good afternoon. My name is Danielle Nelson, and I am the General Manager for Santa Rosa Plaza. I want to thank you, Mayor Stapp and Council and staff, for your time today. As I sat here today, I was reminded about the tough decisions that face our city and the challenges that we have. It's hard to follow cadence off that line. Really, I want to talk about maintaining safety in the downtown area, and not just SRPD, but fire as well. One of the topics that was brought up regularly was our unhoused population, which, as you know, we have the largest service center in the county that resides on the corner of our shopping center. We have seen a direct impact from the increase in the unhoused population. And one stat that was actually staggering that I want to bring up that was shared between, we have approximately 1,400 people, 54%, in the downtown Santa Rosa area that have registered as unhoused, and 10,000 of those calls go to the Santa Rosa Police Department. And that's a pretty staggering number. That doesn't even include the amount of interactions that we have. Since we have increased our presence downtown, Santa Rosa Plaza has seen a positive impact on our retail. We have encountered business owners that are more willing to engage with the Santa Rosa Police Department, and in response, we've seen an improvement in sales. And I know Alan had, when pressed for sales tax, I do want to say that online is going to brick and mortar, and we see that every day. Wayfair just opened a location in Atlanta. We want those opportunities here. We want the opportunities in Santa Rosa. And so as we're exploring expense reduction, the one thing that I think we're missing is our revenue opportunities. Yes, we need to cut, but where are we going to generate new revenue? 1% seems extremely conservative to me, and seems like that number is generated just on the existing environment that is here in Santa Rosa. And I know that our economic development team and their strategies are really forging a path to generate more revenue than that potential ROI. So I would like to implore council to do a few things: revisit the revenue strategy, and so that we can see that in parallel to the expenses. And I would also like to encourage, we put more pressure on the county to address Measure O, and that at this time, we do not do any reduction to our first responders programs, both fire and police. Thank you.
Thank you. Ananda, Diana, Sunny.
Good afternoon, Mayor Stapp, council members, city staff. My name is Ananda Sweet. I'm the CEO of the Santa Rosa Metro Chamber of Commerce. First, I just want to acknowledge this is a heavy lift, right? No one wants to be making significant cuts, and they're not optional. So I want to thank staff for your time in this work, and council for your leadership at this challenging time. Securing Santa Rosa's long-term sustainability and stability will require careful trade-offs and really tough decisions. In light of these challenges, we support a focus on priorities that preserve core services, particularly public safety, infrastructure, and economic development, while exercising strong fiscal discipline. This approach is essential to securing a stable and dependable local government, not only today, but into the future. Reliable core services are a foundation of a strong business environment and a vibrant community where residents and families can thrive. Investments in public safety are particularly important to business recruitment and retention, as well as to tourism and overall community confidence, particularly at a time where a community has been through crisis after crisis. Business retention and attraction are critical to Santa Rosa's economic development plan, and businesses seek locations where employees and customers feel safe. Visitors are drawn to destinations where they can enjoy local amenities without concern, and negative incidents and gaps in emergency response, even perceptions of safety that are negative, can have immediate and significant impact on hotel occupancy rates, which in turn reduce the city's transient occupancy tax, sales tax income, and local multiplier effect on tourism-related spending. A well-resourced public safety system signals the city's commitment to stability, quality of life, and long-term growth. While no department should be exempt from a thorough analysis and strong fiscal discipline, we urge you to recognize that not all cuts carry the same weight. Some reductions may create short-term savings but lead to long-term costs, whether through deferred maintenance, lost economic opportunity, or scaling back of efforts that foster a healthy business climate and attract private investment. Strategic budgeting should account not only for what can be cut, but for what should not be cut. As you make these difficult decisions, the Santa Rosa Metro Chamber is committed to working collaboratively with you on strategic opportunities and advocacy efforts to support a thriving Santa Rosa. Thank you.
Thank you. Diana, Sunny, and then Matt.
Good afternoon, council members and city staff. My name is Diana Mariscal. I am a Santa Rosa resident at District 4. I am also program manager at Legal Aid of Sonoma County, supervising our housing intake and triage every day, and I've been with the agency since 2017. Legal Aid's office is located in central Santa Rosa, just about 4 blocks, less than a mile from here, and we help everyone, Santa Rosa tenants included, with crisis every day. In fact, Santa Rosa residents made up 52% of the total cases that we had in 2024. We're proud to assist all low-income folks from marginalized communities who are limited knowledge of the legal process. Our staff, myself included, are bilingual in English and Spanish. We're committed to serving folks regardless of immigration status, which is especially important right now. Since 2017, we have helped 2,771 Santa Rosan low-income tenants, mobile home owners, and homeowners. This equates to almost 4,000 total adults and seniors all over. Also about 1,500 total children in this city. Folks like a client who, in this situation, we're gonna call Jane Doe, a young single mother living in affordable housing in Santa Rosa. After losing her job, she fell behind in rent, which often happens, and got served with an eviction notice. She had recently received a new job with a higher pay and could give her time for her landlord to get up to date, but her landlord unfortunately refused. She came to Legal Aid. We were able to help her identify some legal issues that were wrong in her documentation and get more time for her. Additionally, she was able to stay housed due to our advocacy. Her story is too common in Santa Rosa. Without our services, like the ones that Legal Aid provides, many more would be homeless with an eviction on their record, making it even more challenging to find home later. We ask that you allow us to keep doing this important work and keep families like this client safe and housed. Thank you.
Thank you. Sunny, Matt, and then Patrick.
Oh, it's working. Okay. Good afternoon, council members and city staff. My name is Sunny No, and I'm the executive director of Legal Aid of Sonoma County. I'm sorry if you can't really see me. I'm very short. Since 2017, the city has contracted with Legal Aid of Sonoma County to provide critical homelessness prevention and tenant protection services. With $111,000, Legal Aid serves 400 tenants and aims to serve 30 landlords annually in this city. This is a huge return on investment for this city, as we have heard much discussion by the city manager and agency staff today about the true costs of homelessness. According to the city's, to Santa Rosa's 2023 housing element, 46% of your constituents are renters. That is nearly half of your population. This is your workforce, your teachers, your childcare providers, your public servants, your healthcare providers, yours and my staff. About 73% of low-income tenants, 73%, that's a staggering number, are cost burdened in this city. Over 30% of the city's seniors are tenants. Our renters and our low-income homeowners are inherently vulnerable, disproportionately reflected in communities of color, and are one unexpected cost away from potential homelessness. And the costs to the city, which again have been discussed at length here today, of actual homelessness over the cost of preventing one family from homelessness, it is a stark contrast. In just this fiscal year, Legal Aid has leveraged over $1 million for Santa Rosa tenants. We empathize with the position that the city is in, but we want to remind the city that the investment that has been made in legal services has produced enormous dividends. And the cost of cutting these services will far exceed the savings of this line item of Legal Aid's allocation. Without this funding, we want to be really clear, with other funding losses that we have already experienced, we will have to cut our services and our staff. The impact will be immediate. We implore you to reconsider and recognize the actual costs and harm of disinvesting in legal services and in these constituents. And I just want to highlight that I see that today later there is going to be a recognition that this is also Fair Housing Month. And Legal Aid Services work in concert with Fair Housing Advocates of Northern California to provide fair housing services and eviction prevention services. Our services are imperative for the success of fair housing advocacy, for the success of preventing homelessness. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Matt, and then Patrick.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Matt Glockner. I'm here representing the City of Santa Rosa Fire Management Labor Group. Thanks for taking the time to listen to us today. Again, we're not envious of the position you're in. I know you have difficult choices ahead and many more tough meetings to come, so thank you. The Santa Rosa Fire Department has not seen operational growth at its organization from the general fund since 2001. Since that time, the fire department management team, front office staff, and operation employees have worked to secure annual ongoing funding for the fire department totaling over $18 million a year in the form of PSAP, which is formerly Measure O, the SAFER Grant, a FROWS agreement, and Measure H. In the first round of budget reductions, the fire department was asked to cut $1 million. The fire department gave back over $3.4 million, including $900,000 of ongoing savings and $2.5 million in one-time funding. This was significantly more than many other departments, and again, we did not need to be asked more than once to follow your directives. Since 2017, the Santa Rosa Fire Department has faced the Tubbs Fire, Kincaid Fire, Walbridge Fire, Glass Fire, and many other major fires throughout the state without making any major requests from the council. While our personnel and community still deal with the effects of these major events, the city is debating cutting fire department staffing. This doesn't even speak to the point that during COVID, while many other people were working safely from home, public safety never balked. We never wavered, and we never walked away from our commitment to the community. The city's reaction to this, the use of one-time or limited state and federal COVID and/or ARPA dollars were used to add or expand other programs in the city that are now diminishing the health of the city's general fund. Make no mistake, the proposed cuts to the fire department budget will have drastic effects on real employees and real members of the community. Shuttering fire companies will lead to lives lost, damaged homes, and businesses' livelihoods destroyed. Cuts presented today to the fire department will have generational lasting effects on the department and send us back to a time when we are running double the number of emergency responses with less staffing. How in good conscience can the council ask voters to increase their own taxes to increase fire department staffing in the form of Measure H to then cut fire department staffing from the general fund? This is not what the community has tasked you with. The fire department cannot meet its mission and ensure this community is safe without each and every one of our operations personnel, our exceptional and much needed front office staff, and our prevention staff. The fire department has put the community's safety first over our health and well-being. Unit 9 Fire Management strongly asks the council to prioritize, look for additional funding sources such as county mental health tax dollars, the cell phone users tax, or asking the county to pay for more homeless services to ensure that public safety and infrastructure continues to be the priority of the council. Thank you.
Thank you. Patrick.
And thank you, and much empathy for the position that the city of Santa Rosa is in right now, and thank you for your courageous action in trying to take on a really challenging issue. Patrick McDonald, I'm the housing team supervisor at Legal Aid of Sonoma County. My colleagues Diana and Sunny took a lot of my thunder, so I'll try not to be too repetitive. The work that we do on the housing team at Legal Aid of Sonoma County, with which the city has a contract, it's really an upstream investment, right? What we are about is keeping low-income Santa Rosans housed to keep them from ending up on the streets of Santa Rosa and otherwise falling through the cracks where the services that are provided to them at that point are far more expensive than the contract that Santa Rosa has with Legal Aid. It also is reflective of commitment H32 in Santa Rosa's housing element, which is about providing legal defense for low-income tenants. Your contract with Legal Aid of Sonoma County is that commitment. And as to the delivery on that commitment, as staff indicated, in calendar year 2024, we assisted approximately 300 Santa Rosa households, the vast majority of whom were at imminent risk of eviction. We obtained over $900,000 in cash settlements, waivers, and forgiving court costs. That is $900,000 plus that goes directly back into low-income communities, including here in Santa Rosa, where, like Diana said, we get the majority of our clients. The alternative to funding legal services is a lot more expensive. And I will tell you, as a personal note, right, the work of being a housing attorney is not glamorous. I don't have anyone that works on my team that isn't taking at minimum a 40% pay cut over what they would get at a private firm or in the public sector. But if any of the council members are interested in the work that your contract funds, Housing Court is Thursday at 8:30 a.m. You're all invited. We will be representing as a team at least 5 low-income households here in Santa Rosa, trying to keep them from ending up on the streets. The work that we do has also filled in the gap when there has been a closure at the court for their self-help services center. So Legal Aid has been not only taking on the work that we would normally be doing through the contract with Santa Rosa, but we've also been filling in a gap in the court system over the past few months. Ultimately, we are committed to keeping our most vulnerable Santa Rosans stably housed, and as a result, we provide savings for this city that's far above and beyond our level of funding, so we ask that you keep the contract with Legal Aid of Sonoma County. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. Are there any other members of the public who'd like to speak? The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Brian Fix, and I represent the Police Officers Association. In 1990, in comparison with 2025, we have seen a reduction in 12.5% of our staff in comparison with population growth. That is amongst our sworn personnel, and amongst our civilian staff, we've seen a staggering 21% decrease. Anyone who's driven around the city in the last few months has seen the staggering amount of housing being built, specifically high-density housing. The city is growing and our police department is shrinking. If this population growth wasn't enough to grapple with, another reality is how complex 21st century policing has become. Our calls for service have increased and require more time to handle and resolve. Our detectives have a staggering amount of caseloads, and things are getting more and more complex. The criminals are smarter and more advanced due to technology, and keeping up with them requires more time and resources. The lack of growth amongst our patrol and detective units equates to an overworked workforce and a struggle to keep up on a daily basis. On patrol, we often are only able to handle our priority 1 versus our priority 2 and priority 3 calls, which will pen for hours. When caseloads amongst our detectives and lack of being able to go to calls for service equates to more crime and equates to less prosecution, which makes our city more dangerous. When crimes go up, our residents' quality of life diminishes and our businesses inevitably will move on to another place. We saw what happened in 2019 and 2020 when we slashed our gang unit and the SROs. We saw the record number of homicides per year go to 12, and we hit a personal record in Santa Rosa. That's not something we want to see happen again. Right now, if you catch our social media posts, you will see the staggering amount of gun possessions that we currently still, to this day, see at record levels. We additionally have seen the consequences of losing an SRO program. Now more than ever, we see more firearms on campuses, more fights, and more possession of knives. Even last year, we saw the loss of an innocent life, which took place on one of our campuses. Luckily, things did turn around after these years of hardship, and we reached full capacity last year with staffing. We finally saw the positive impacts of hitting the streets with full patrol teams, and our detective units almost reached their staffing capacities. Unfortunately, while we took a step forward, 21st century policing and our population leapt past us. Our agency has hit a ceiling, and we cannot break past unless we see an increase in our members in both sworn and civilian personnel. We stand committed in working together and to uphold our oath we swore to the community, and in order to do this, we cannot go backwards.
Thank you, Brian. Any other members of the public? Please.
Council, my name is Christopher O'Neill. I'm a secretary for the Santa Rosa Police Officers Association. I'll be speaking on their behalf. I came unprepared to speak. I don't have anything written, but after hearing today's presentations, felt I must. I'd like to thank everybody who spoke on behalf of public safety thus far. We're looking at some large cuts across the city, and I do not envy your position. However, what's obvious is that with such a large recommended cut to the police department is that we will ignore what our voters have asked of us for the last couple of years, which is the return of an SRO program. Our schools have become more complicated as the middle school and high school campuses are combining, and there's a large vocal population who's worried what's going to happen with the middle schoolers on the campus. And we want to be able to guarantee their safety and have a quick response time to any issues that arise. With the cuts, I can guarantee we're not going to have an SRO program. That is double what it would take to staff them. So I feel like a promise was made to our voters. They've voiced it with the recent school board elections that this is their priority. And I hate to see that they will go through their entire term without the return of an SRO program. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Christopher. Are there any other members of the public who'd like to speak? Jenny Lynn.
Can't tell. Okay. Good afternoon. I wasn't prepared to speak either, but did just want to address, obviously, with homeless services and particularly with Catholic Charities, I want to acknowledge a couple of different things. First, I want to say deep sympathies and empathy for the situation, and I want to reiterate that we are very committed to working with the Housing and Community Services staff to do everything we can to create economies of scale and to look at how we can be most fiscally responsible while still maintaining the level of service. The services we provide in the city of Santa Rosa are significant. We're talking about thousands of lives of people who are living on our streets. And we as an organization have also tried to match the city's investment and other public investments by raising private dollars and going after other contracts to be able to complement and supplement the opportunities that we can provide to those who are unhoused. I will also say we're ready to stand alongside of the city to work with the county and other funding partners to see what we can do to work with being able to provide additional funds to backfill the general fund support. So we're willing to continue to do our part, work with the city, and also grateful for the city and the investment that has been made over the years and the thousands of lives that I know have been impacted by those investments. So thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the council for final comments and direction. Mr. Kreppe?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The first thing I want to say is that we keep referring to core services, and as this discussion goes on, I think the definition of core services is different for each one of us. So I think as we go into our budget session next month and budget adoption the month after that, we really need to have a unified idea of what we as a council think are core services. Because if we're going to put a focus on keeping core services and making cuts elsewhere, I mean, the definition of core services is crucial to that effort. Earlier I asked a question about retirements, and that's one thing I'd like to see going forward, is with some of these cuts, specifically public safety, I don't know how it works in other departments, but if there's known retirements, if we're able to use those as a reduction method versus cutting bodies. So for example, there's a sergeant in the police, on the police slide, if we know a sergeant's going to retire, don't cut the position, or don't cut a person, let them retire, then cut the position. or if it's a detective and a patrol officer retires, reduce the number of detectives, but put that officer back on patrol so that we're not actually cutting bodies. That's one of the first things I'd like to see come forward. I'd also like to see if there's an ability to do that in the other departments. I don't know if it's as upfront with those retirement discussions as police and fire are, but within HR guidelines and the law have the ability to do that. I'll also say that there's been a large discussion about our homeless services, and the more questions that were asked, the more it's becoming evident that the brunt of the unhoused population and issues around the unhoused population is being felt and dealt with here in the city of Santa Rosa, and we're paying for it out of our general fund. So when we have a county that passes a tax to take care of mental health services and homeless services with the expectation that that'll be taken care of, and then as a result, we're not getting funding help to provide those services, so we're faced with layoffs, furloughs, blackouts, brownouts. I mean, the only thing that comes to mind is that's just not fair. It's not fair to those of us that live in the city of Santa Rosa. It's not fair to those of us that work in the city of Santa Rosa, that work for the city of Santa Rosa, and that needs to be addressed. I look at all the services that are being provided. I look to the public commenters that have shared their work and how and the effect it has on the people that we provide services to, that they provide services to with our funding. I don't want to have to choose between that and laying off somebody in another department. That is insane to me, that we have to help somebody. We have to either choose to help somebody who's in a position of dire need, or lay off somebody that's doing great work, protecting our city, making sure our houses are burning down, providing medical emergency services, providing economic development, whatever it might be. That is just not something that we should have on our plates as a city to make a decision on. I understand that we may have to, but I encourage our city manager, I encourage our mayor and members of the community to voice those concerns going forward, just for the good of all of the city of Santa Rosa. Lastly, I'll say I am not in favor of making life and death decisions, and with that, I am not in favor of blackouts for the fire department. We went out and got a SAFER grant to provide faster, quicker, more concise medical treatment to those in medical emergencies. We passed Measure H on the idea that we are keeping our community safe. And yes, they are called fire, but we also know that a majority of their calls are medical. So I can't look at my neighbors and I can't look at myself in the mirror knowing that I'm willing to say, we'll figure it out at a later time, and if it takes, 7 minutes longer for somebody to get there to provide CPR, then so be it. That's not something I'm willing to take on as a human being, let alone a council member. So I'm not in favor of blackouts. I want to do whatever we can to limit active live bodies being cut. The other question that I asked about the city attorney's office, it's difficult to describe this to the general public, but having sat in a number of closed sessions and discussed the issues that we go through as a city and that we face, slashing 68% of the budget to outside services, consulting services, things that may come up, I'm uneasy with that. Some cuts, yes, but to 68%, a majority of the budget, a vast majority of the budget, over two-thirds, I'm not comfortable with. But it's not lost on me the situation that we're in. It's not lost on me that we're in dire straits if we don't do anything. I know that, I see that, I've had these conversations with a number of people. But I'd like to, I think as my colleague Ms. Manuelo said, be as careful as possible when it comes to the human beings. And if we can delay that as long as possible through other methods, that would be my preference. And that's not to say that there's not possible solutions out there. I don't want to put, you know, anything out there of ideas or whatever, but there's methods and, that we could pursue, whether that be just getting more stores to come into our vacant buildings to sell things and get more sales tax, or any other method. But I understand the cuts we have to make, but we know there's offsets out there that we've already discussed, and I'm not going to go back into that, but there's other avenues that we could pursue. So as we go into next month's budget study sessions, that's where I stand.
Ms. Fleming?
Thank you. I'd like to just sort of start by acknowledging how much work has gone into this from our finance department and also from each of your departments across the city, and how much work went into the last round of these, and that it's a big lift. One of the things that's helpful for me in conceptualizing how to do this is to kind of look at why we're in this place to begin with. And one of the things that I think doesn't get properly contextualized is that this is the cost of the Great Recession. And it really couldn't come at a worse time when we're headed into likely another recession, if not significant turmoil and instability in our markets. It'd be great to not have these two things happening at once. But I also think that because it's happening now, we have to imagine that in a certain amount of time into the future, we're going to be in this similar situation if we're not prudent in managing our finances, because there will be a wave that comes in from pensions for folks who are working now, who in 16 years, you know, there will be another recession that we're going to need to pay for, if that makes sense to folks who kind of understand CalPERS and the unfunded liabilities. Perhaps CalPERS will have better projections and be more accurate, but in any event, one thing we've learned here today is that you can't rob Peter to pay Paul and not end up having to come up with the money somewhere or another. And so it pains me so greatly to have to recommend any form of cuts, but you know, that the reason we're not, and none of us are up here for the ribbon cuttings. We're really here to do the difficult and painful work of trying to guide this organization forward in a way that best cares for our employees, our residents, and the infrastructure that we're tasked to care for. And so, you know, with that, I think that we have a few things that we need to focus on. And one is to cut things before people. There are things that we have that are force multipliers, but there's a lot of things that we have which are nice to have, but are not as nice to have as our coworkers. And so I want to make sure that we prioritize people over stuff. We need to have a concerted effort to ask the county in a way that's really compelling and clear to help us fund these services, which today I don't think there's a person up here who would say that they're not essential. These services are making it lighter work for our public safety folks and for all the departments that support public safety, and helping us to address the horrible tragedy that is homelessness across our nation, but here in Santa Rosa. And then I'd like to continue to try to find found money, but I think that getting in the logic of we're going to find creative money it's important, but I think it's incredibly incumbent upon us here to recognize that we are not going to find change in the couch cushions enough to get ourselves out of this situation. There are things that are recommended today in these recommendations from the city manager's office that I consider core services, that I consider really central to who I am and what I do as a council member, that I'm going to recommend we cut. Because what's recommended today is not really the full picture, and you're going to be asked, I imagine, to come back with more cuts, because that's how serious this is and what a bad spot we are in. And so I just want to say to any of you who care about this, I am so deeply sorry to be doing this today. This is an awful thing to do, but I think that we do need to direct staff to go forward and see what we can do to try to implement as many of these recommendations as possible while prioritizing people, while prioritizing getting funding from the county, and reducing the human cost of these things. So the last thing I'll say is that, I look at everything through the lens of that it's likely we're going to close the snack bars for children. That's $50,000 to give every child in Santa Rosa the Santa Rosa summer that we all had in our childhoods and that we all look forward to doing with our kids and grandkids and neighbors. And so when I look at these cuts, I imagine, what really stuck with me was Stephen Del Porto talking about the coach who passes out at the field, whether or not he gets revived in time to save his life, or the child who can't go to Howarth Park and have their summer there. So just know that this is a really serious thing. I don't take this lightly. We got to go forward with these things in a way that makes sure to honor your work and how much care I know you put into the city. And so with that, I'll conclude my remarks.
Thank you. Ms. Rogers?
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to say in my absence, I wanted to thank my colleagues for asking some pretty hard and good questions. I was definitely listening. There were a few questions that I did have, Mayor, if you don't mind. They're quick. One, when we looked at the furloughs, we said 2 to 5 years. In working for the county, I noticed that they put us on furloughs, but then we had to renegotiate that. Is it something that's going to drop off automatically, or would the unions have to renegotiate to get that time back?
Dominique, do you?
Sorry, because sometimes we say things are temporary, and then we really look at them as being permanent.
So in terms of the furloughs, they would be temporary. They're not meant to be ongoing. So we're looking at, in the forecast, we did a 2 to 5 years for forecasting. Depending on when we have discussions, it could change the amount of what we're looking at, like it's 80 hours if it's over holidays. It could be a reduced work schedule. We're kind of floating all those ideas and kind of seeing where it lands.
But it's not something that the union will have to negotiate, give up something else to get those 80 hours back?
No. So it would be, if the direction is received, then it does go to the unions in terms of impacts, but it's something that we can move forward with.
Okay. Only reason why I asked is because, like I said, when I worked for the county, we had to fight really hard to get our 40 hours back. And then one of the comments that came up were speaking about priority calls and not being able to address priority calls during public comment. And so are we not addressing priority 3 calls? What are the time frame? Because that was something that came up during public comment.
I can pull up the stats. I mean, undeniably, it's going to impact our response time throughout the city. So this is the 2024 data. On average for our priority 1, which is like an emergency, I need immediate response, it was an average response time of 6 minutes and 31 seconds for a police officer to arrive on the scene. For priority 2, which is, this is an important call, a crime in progress, but not perhaps a violent crime, or not perhaps someone who's down bleeding on the ground, or whatever it may be, we had an estimated response time of 11 minutes and 20 seconds. For those priority 3, which are more low-level calls, perhaps like a cold crime of like a vandalism occurred, or some type of other theft where the suspect is long gone from the scene, we had a response time of 23 minutes and 51 seconds on average. So I will agree that all 3 will be impacted by this, but those are the numbers that we have for the year of 2024.
But we are addressing them.
Absolutely.
Okay. It just kind of felt like we're so busy going to priority 1 calls that we're not even addressing the other ones. And so I just wanted to clarify that we are addressing all the calls.
Yes, and anecdotally, like across the board, you do see at times where priority 2 and 3 calls can pin for 3 or 4 hours. So that is true with it, but the average response is within the 24 minutes. But without a doubt, it does occur, like when there's a large emergency that takes multiple officers on. We investigated a stabbing today, and then so most of the patrol officers were there. So priority 2 and 3 calls were left pending for hours today.
Okay. So I want to thank staff. I want to thank the city manager, the public for weighing in. I know that we are in difficult times, and we have to make some pretty difficult decisions. I understand that this may include eliminating positions and taking away some services, and to Councilmember Krepke's point, defining what core services are and how we're going to provide those to the community, I think is essential for the council right now. And I also think that the county does need to provide some of the services that they're receiving money for. And I've been saying this for a really long time, and I've been speaking to county supervisors, but it feels as if it is on deaf ears and that we are not getting a response. But we cannot continue to hold those services because we can't sustain to hold those services. So whether we look at cutting some services now or we look at cutting them in the future when we don't have a choice, right now we have a choice, and unfortunately we're gonna have to make some hard choices, or we look at doing it in the future where we really don't have a choice. I would prefer to do things when I have a choice and I can be strategic about how I do it and phase it. I think that as the council, we had these conversations months back, and we knew we were gonna have to look at these, but we just keep kicking the can down the road, and we need to stop kicking the can and make some choices. So I am in favor of definitely keeping as many people in positions as we can and cutting other supporting services. But I also know that we went to the departments and we asked the departments where they can cut, what they can move, and what they can't move. And so to me, that was the department's time to tell us what they feel like they could live without or not do. And so we don't really have to speculate because we don't know the ins and outs of what goes on in the departments. So thank you to everyone that was able to provide the 8% to give us options so we can see what we're looking at. But I'm in favor of continuing to move forward with cuts. I'd rather have a reserve and have options, and in case of an emergency, be able to act. I will say that not in favor of the blackouts, if I look at it correctly, and would be more in favor of the brown. In public safety, it's just it's a really hard one to look at, but we have to look at it and we have to do something, because pretty soon we may not have the money to do anything, and there will be a lot more positions that will be cut. So in a roundabout way, is that, you guys okay with that? All right, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Banuelos?
Thank you, Mayor. Well, first I want to thank the finance team and thank you for all your work. And I know this is a lot of information to provide to us. I know you do this for our long-term finance committee as well, and I appreciate all of it. I also appreciate all the work that the departments did in looking at their budgets closely and coming up with the suggestions and recommendations that they had. I just want you to know I do understand how dire this is. I do. And I appreciate the fact that you all have really delivered that message, I think, to everyone. I think the folks here today understand that as well as we do. As I said before, you know, for me, of course, I would like to save as many jobs as we can, but I do understand that we do have to make some hard choices, and I am prepared to do that, and I've been preparing myself for that for the last few months. So what I would say is that I also, along with Councilmember Fleming, am prepared to implement most of these cuts. I think as we go further in this process, you know, we may do some tweaking along the way, but I think most of them look pretty reasonable to me. It's not that they're not reasonable, but I also want to keep in mind, it's not just, I think someone in the one of the commenters said something about the impact to the community. So that's something that I know that's the fine line that we're trying to balance here. We need to make these cuts because we have to, but at the same time, we don't want our community to be impacted in a huge way because of this. Because what I keep trying to balance in my own mind is that I know some things are going to suffer, and that's the hard part. I think more than anything is not just folks losing their job, but different services not being able to be delivered the way we've been able to do and done such an excellent job at. So, so that's, I think, what I am trying to balance. But I am prepared to make the hard decisions that we have to make. And I, too, would not be in favor of blackouts. I would be in favor of brownouts as well. Well, to the extent that we have to make cuts. But I think as we go forward, maybe looking, like I said, at some of these things, definitely looking at negotiating with the county to bring some more money in for homeless services. I think that I recognized a long time ago, and I've been, you know, a council watcher for years, so I know when we weren't doing homeless services. I remember those days. And I was one of the first people that came and said, we need to address homeless services. But I also recognized that that is not something that we were doing before. In my district, the issue of homeless services and people who are unhoused is huge. And those folks are impacted every day. So this is something that I knew that we had to do eventually. So, but the problem is we're not really set up for it. We've kind of created a department that serves it and serves it well, but we're not really set up to do this work. And so I think the more that we can persuade the county, and I'm more than willing to assist the council members and the city manager in getting our fair share so that we can serve the community, because I think when the community looks at us, they look at what are we doing to serve unhoused folks, and how are we helping them go forward within the community. So I think that's something that we really have to concentrate on. I know we have to make cuts, and if there are other places that we can look for revenue, I think we need to do that. And I think I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Ms. McDonald?
Thank you, Mayor. I do want to say thank you to staff. I know this has not been easy serving on long-term finance. We've been talking about the dire cuts that are going to have to be made in our budgets based on those numbers that we saw a few years ago. But I want to go back to the 8% and I want to make a comment about it, because to me, equity should not always mean equal when it comes to budget cuts. And that really goes back to my concerns around public safety. Because if you ask our everyday neighbor, they will say to you, I don't care about this as much as I care about when I call 911 and make sure somebody comes to assist me when I'm in need. Or if my mother has a heart attack, which she did, and fire was there to prevent her from passing away before I got to say goodbye to her. These are really everyday stories that happen in our community. So when I look at the potential cuts, and we're looking at fire, and we're looking at police, to me, it cannot be an equal 8% across the board. Because when I look at core services, I look at what our community's expectation is of those things. I'm absolutely not as interested, definitely not doing a blackout. I don't even know if I'm interested in doing a brownout because of the concern of getting to people when it's a life or death situation, as Councilmember Okrepke said. So I have real concerns around that. Through natural attrition, through public safety, I'm fine with that model. Having our staff go back, particularly in public safety, and saying what positions they feel comfortable cutting that may not impact that everyday connection to our community is something that I would be interested in. And I understand when it comes to the budget, specifically on slide 25, there's a floor. But in education, we always say what you fund in education, that's a floor, not a ceiling of what we should be providing for the need of the community, whether it's in education or it's in public safety. So I have true concerns around those two specific areas being cut at the level that you're proposing in that. And I'd like to be able to buy us some more time. So while I understand in the out years, no one understands that deficit better than I do, ending in $30 million, I would like to see if we could buy ourselves a little more time at looking at our models within the city and restructuring the city a little differently without the impact specifically to public safety. For in response, as well as for what we're getting in our homeless services, I, like my colleagues, say absolutely go to the county and show me the money. This is absolutely ridiculous. The amount of people that we serve in the city of Santa Rosa versus what we're getting from the county, we've said it over and over and over, but sometimes what you actually have to do is make those cuts to the programs and then show the county how that's going to impact their everyday lives until they're willing to ante up. And if that's what we're gonna have to do, in my opinion, then do it and then go back, because they're still wanting to negotiate but not even showing us exactly what they get from the state as far as homeless services. So they just show us what they give us, which is not enough. As far as the in response and some of these other programs, like I said, I would like to go back and see what the county is willing to do when it comes to us not being able to provide the 24/7 model. In my understanding, by going 24/7, the county has an opportunity to build back Medicare in some way. They recover that money, not the city of Santa Rosa. So in my opinion, that alone should make them want to fund the in-response team 100%. As far as the legal aid services contract, that's $111,000. You asked for direction on that. It's hard for me to say that that's a good cut to make when we look at the cost of homelessness. That's concerning to me, as far as that feels like low-hanging fruit. But if I have to pick somebody in public service that's going to get laid off versus a contract, that's unfortunately where we're at right now. But I need to go back to staff on that one. As far as the furloughs, I think that it's important that we get the impact of what that's going to do to our own city employees, but I can see the need for moving towards furloughs, and talk to city manager about that at great length yesterday around the concerns around that. We gave raises to bring people up to what other jurisdictions are receiving, and then now we're going to go in and cut them almost that same amount. So I have concerns of the impact that that has on our own city employees. So I'm not sure if that gives you direction enough of where I stand on some of these issues. Not at all? Sorry, best I got for today. Thanks.
Well, I want to thank my colleagues for their questions and feedback. I want to take a step back and just remind everyone that the goal of this process right now is to, yes, make sure that the city is leaner, because that's a fiscal reality that's at our doorstep, but it's also to make sure that the city maintains the quality of services, so that 3 years from now we might be smaller, but we're still doing really well in all those core areas. Perhaps even better, given that we'll have examined our operations more closely and found efficiencies. I want to commend staff again and the city manager for doing a very thoughtful and creative look at the way that we're managing our city. It's hard to tell from these slides, but these are not simply cuts. In many cases, they are true restructurings of our departments, which over the course of the next couple of years will hopefully lead to us doing better, even as we put the city on a firmer fiscal footing. With respect to the homelessness discussions, I want to hold out an olive branch to our county colleagues because I can feel them. I can feel some of them about to call me up with irritated phone calls after this meeting. From the county's perspective, they're dealing with their own budget issues, and they certainly want to provide good quality homeless support services across the county. To their credit, they've come to the table. This past week at the mayor's and council members board meeting, there was an open discussion with the county present, where all the cities in Sonoma, all of them are in our situation as well, laid out the impact of our homelessness programs on our budgets and how we are hoping that the county comes and partners with us. And we know there's receptivity at the county level. So I applaud the passion that my colleagues have brought to this conversation tonight, and I assure you that I share that passion and am actively engaged in conversations at the county level, like many of you. But I want to also thank the county for being willing to come to the table and point out that Santa Rosa is not alone in this conversation. The other 8 cities in the county share our views, and the county is sympathetic as well. To the city manager's point at the very beginning, the question that we're trying to answer is, how do we continue to provide these services for the unhoused residents of our community? Right now, we've got cities that have their own versions of health and human services programs, plus the county with their very large health program in the background. Is that the most efficient way? It doesn't seem like it, because the cities and to some extent the county are running into issues. So the goal is to bring everyone to the table to look at how, as a county, if not as a region, we're providing these services in a way that provides some relief to city budgets. So we do not want to end these programs. We want to make sure we're providing them in the most efficient way. Now, back to our finance team and their ask for us today. I really liked the way you laid out these options. You made very clear the ongoing fiscal effect of different levels of budget cuts. To that end, I am in agreement with your strong suggestion that we look closely at the roughly $13 million cut at the end as the best way to buy us time going forward. One thing well, perhaps the only thing that's clear is that we've got, over the next couple of years, many things are going to change economically in our area and at the national level. We can be hopeful that we will have some positive news, whether it's in the form of additional monies from the county to support our homelessness programs, whether it's in the form of a change in property tax and sales tax receipts, whether it's in the form of new economic development. And there it's important to underline that there are some green shoots in the city as far as new companies moving into the area or making inquiries. We can hope that there is economic growth locally that will support our budget. So to that end, making the cuts that you suggest on slide 33, where we bring our deficit down to a manageable level, buy ourselves an extra year, and then pay very close attention to this as we're going forward, because we know we're going to be evaluating our budget on a quarterly basis, if not more frequently. That seems like a fiscally prudent path. Now, as to some of the specifics, brownouts, blackouts, furloughs, what I would like to do is give staff the freedom to continue to evaluate those options behind the scenes. Because as we've discussed, this is the first iteration of a conversation that's going to go on for a couple of months, with I suspect some additional creativity in various areas. So my hope is that staff can keep that 13.1 million number in mind, or something very close to it, and know that all the options laid out in this slide deck are available to them. To that end, I have a summary that I hope aggregates the views of all of us on the dais, and you can let me know that if it does not. I'm going to read this just to make sure that staff has clear direction. It is City Council's recommendation for the city leadership and supporting personnel to move forward with all the proposed budget reduction strategies, including starting the necessary conversations with the unions regarding potential impacts. Does that provide a formal direction enough to move forward with some of the conversations in the coming weeks with this initial proposal in the background.
Yeah, that does provide us with direction and allows us to sit down with all of labor to begin having some discussions and some negotiations.
Excellent. And looking around for just a head nod from colleagues for support.
I need to make certain that we have 4.
Do we want to do an official vote here? Should we do it? Let's make it a little bit more obvious. Thumbs up. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. What's the final number? All right. So 5-1 in terms of our straw poll. Ms. Rogers?
I just wanted to say, earlier I said people versus services, and I do realize that when we get rid of people that it impacts the services, but I think one of my colleagues said it best, that we're learning how to be lean and mighty, because we have to learn how to do that. And so snack bar, yes, I realize that may be a service that we have to cut, and it's great to have it for the children, but I would much rather have public safety come when I call because I need something. So I think we're learning how to do that. And I've been saying that I think giving our departments tools and trying to find ways to give them tools to still get what they need to get done, because we know that we're not going to be able to keep up with staffing levels. So it's really important to me that we continue to go, maybe not with this administration, but continue to go look for grants and things to continue to provide the departments with tools in order to move forward despite maybe not having as much staff.
Absolutely. Madam City Manager, do you or staff need additional direction from this group?
No, I don't believe we need additional direction. We may have to schedule some closed session items as we begin having discussions with labor on additional direction.
We would expect as much. And in closing, with again, thanks to staff, but for the members of the public who are here, keep in mind that we've been in this process for 2 years already, and I want to thank staff for that as well. Thank you for City Manager for recognizing the need as long as 2 years ago. And yes, we clearly have a journey in front of us, but we've got a clear plan and a path of action. And this is, again, the first conversation among many. To those of you who showed up today to participate, we discussed earlier that we're going to be having a public advisory board. There are going to be many opportunities for you to weigh in, not just with this particular budget iteration, but next year and the following years. So please stay engaged. And with that, thank you very much. And we're going to take, let's make it a 5-minute break. We'll reconvene here at 4:15. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. That was slightly longer than 5 minutes. So I think the time is 4:22. We'll call this meeting back to order. Madam City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Rogers?
Present.
Councilmember Okrepke?
Here.
Councilmember McDonald?
Here.
Councilmember Fleming?
Here.
Councilmember Benuelos?
Here.
Vice Mayor Alvarez is absent. Mayor Stapp?
Here.
Let the record show all council members are present with the exception of Vice Mayor Alvarez.
Thank you. We're going to move on to item 5.1, our interviews for Design Review and Preservation Board. And I know we have several of you here today. Thank you for coming out so that you can be interviewed in person. Do we have Ingrid Anderson with us? Ingrid, why don't you come down to the front, if you wouldn't mind, and have a seat by one of the microphones. You just unclip that. Oh, there we go. Thank you, Jeff. Have a seat. And again, thank you for your interest in this newly formed board. We have your application materials, rather. Would you please explain your experience, if any, with a similar board? And more specifically, talk about your involvement related to design decisions for new construction, renovation of existing buildings, other areas that are applicable to the purview of this board. Oops, we might have to, one moment, I think we have to turn on your microphone.
Yes, of course. I believe that with, I'd say over 30 years since I graduated from graduate school of experience in architectural practice, with the whole range of firms, in my experience, I think I have the ability to do this sort of quick assessment of design review submittal package, the type that is typically seen with, and to the ability to assess the attributes of a master plan and the site planning, which I think is one of the top, the key aspects that you want to be able to assess, and then also the compatibility, how the elevations show compatibility with the neighborhood context. And I think I have a very in-depth understanding and knowledge of the Santa Rosa zoning code, the general plan, and the design review standards, as well as the historic district standards, just from the years of practice I've had here in Santa Rosa with at Hedgepeth Architects. But prior to that, I worked for over 20 years in the city of Santa Barbara and Montecito, and my experience there was very rigorous in terms of review board presentation and historic district presentations.
Thank you. Would you provide an example of your experience with historic preservation and what you would bring to the board to maintain the city's culture, including not limited to our preservation districts and local landmarks?
I haven't actually presented any historic renovation or rehab projects in Santa Rosa, so I can't speak directly to that. But indirectly speaking, I do have an architectural history major from Bryn Mawr College, and also with the city of Santa Rosa, there were very strict guidelines for both downtown redevelopment and any renovations in Montecito, close to the Mission, or really within a very large perimeter of Santa Barbara. And so I was consistently having to, tasked with being able to show compatibility, contextuality, as well as innovation, and just dealing with the reality of construction costs and what was feasible to do for the needs of modern buildings. would you like me to go into more detail? I have to.
No, that's fine. In the city of Santa Rosa, achieving compatibility and meeting aggressive housing goals can be in conflict. Can you provide an example of how you've dealt with this conflict and how you resolved the situation?
I'd say that the largest source of conflict is often how one addresses the parking needs. Parking is a modern part of architectural programs, and the success of projects, in my opinion, is a really good master plan that addresses compatibility with the neighborhood, how sensitively you deal with negative spaces. Those are the open spaces, including parking lots, and how they interface with the neighborhood to make the project seem a place, to create a sense of place in the project, not just this sea of asphalt or parking that you have to go through to get to the front door, but to create a path, an entry, a path, and a place. And so I think creating sense of place is really critical, and although they seem antithetical, my background in architectural history has taught me, especially European urban history, that the beautiful cities of Europe all emerged from the need to create housing, not institutional buildings, to create that fabric, the urban fabric. And the importance of the emphasis in my studies was the Noli plan and the making sense of how the negative in urban spaces, those are the plazas and the streets, create that sense of place. And so I bring that, I think, to my assessment of other people's work, other architects' work, as well as into my own design work.
Thank you. That was a nice description. Looking to my colleagues, further questions? Ms. McDonald?
Just a quick clarification question. I apologize. I might not hear everything as well as some of my colleagues here. But you've mentioned a couple times you have a degree in architectural, as an architectural historian.
And it's called the Growth and Structure of Cities. It was a multidisciplinary major at Bryn Mawr, and my chosen fields to specialize in were architectural history and the history of urban planning.
The reason I ask is we have several positions that this new board creates, and I just want to ask clarification, maybe from City Clerk. Would qualifications from Ms. Anderson allow us to put her under the architectural historian position?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember McDonald. The Planning and Economic Development staff screened all of the applications and categorized them into the qualified categories. So they've already had the pre-screening from Planning and Economic Development, and she does meet the criteria for the architect position.
Okay, so I guess my question is, perhaps we weren't as clear about all of the pre-qualifications of this candidate, if she actually is a architectural historian, or did that go through the application process? I just want to get some clarification around this as we move to appointments for the committee today.
Based on the screening from the Planning and Economic Development Department, she would need to provide additional experience to be considered for the historian component.
Would it have to go through that department, or could the council make that decision today?
I believe the additional screening would have to come from the Planning and Economic Development Department.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions from council? Would you, any final comments you'd like to make?
I have one concern. I own my own firm, and I am the principal presenter of all our projects, so I was wondering whether it's even feasible for me to step into a position like this, since as it's part of my livelihood as well.
So the obligations would be typically 2 Thursdays every month for several hours each Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
So you'd have to determine whether it was possible to commit to that level of involvement.
I mean more that most of my work is in the city of Santa Rosa, and so
Potential conflicts?
Yes, right. Mm-hmm.
So it is a good question to consider. It would be something we'd have to evaluate.
Right, and that would be really critical to my own ability to fill this role.
All right, well, thank you for raising that concern.
Yeah.
Please, Ms. Fleming.
How frequently do you find yourself presenting before the design review board or having items that they sign off on?
Well, more and more, some of my projects take me out of the city, but when I do have projects in the city, and right now there are at least 3 on the boards, when it's time to present them to the design review board, it would be me who would typically do that.
That's helpful information for us.
But I do own a small firm, so it's not as if I was here every week.
Right, yeah, okay.
Agreed. Ms. Anderson, thank you again for applying. Thank you for taking the time to interview today.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Our longtime former Design Review Board Chair, Drew Weigel, is unable to interview. Is Mike Schwartz in the room today? Mike, why don't you step down? Mike, thanks for coming out today. Thanks for your interest in this position. It'll be the same set of questions. So if you wouldn't mind, could you explain your experience with a similar board, include your involvement related to design decisions for new construction and or renovations of existing buildings, and also sort of how this ties into, or how your work ties into compatibility with existing cultural resources in a particular city?
I'll do my best. I'm here largely because I ran into Susie Murray last Thursday, and she asked me to apply for this, so I'm not as prepared as I could have been. So I'm kind of off the cuff.
A strong qualification nonetheless.
So my background, I've been in this field for about 30 years. Educated Clemson University, Rhode Island School of Design, have an MBA from Sonoma State University. I have not been on specific boards in the city. I was working for a previous head of the DR board when the form-based code was written, which would have been early 2000s. That was Ralph Konitzko. So I've been around this. Some of my projects, I would say occasionally, projects come up before city boards. It's not the norm. So my exposure to this is kind of intermittent. But I do a lot of kind of convoluted code-related projects, more interior-based. My practice is commercial, industrial, residential, do hospital work. I do a lot of different kinds of architecture. So that's potentially one of my strengths, is just the exposure to a lot of different types of projects, both throughout my career and in my current practice. I am also a single practitioner, small business. Most of my projects are in Santa Rosa. Again, normally don't come before design review. Does that get close?
That's excellent. Thank you. Question number 2, could you provide an example of your experience with historic preservation and what you would bring to the board to maintain the city's culture, including but not limited to preservation districts and local landmarks?
So living and studying on the East Coast, growing up on the East Coast, was in historic cities and definitely studied historic architecture in school. That was a long time ago. I have lived in 2 older houses in Santa Rosa that were remodeled, a 1920 bungalow and the Burbank Gardens. We had renovations that went through the Cultural Heritage Board. It was an awful process. The house was hit by a car. The board at that point was very obstructive to any of the things we wanted to do to repair and improve the house and maintain its character in the district. I think it's now one of the nicer known homes in that neighborhood. And then I now live in a 1950 house that we've renovated and restyled a little bit, but still compatible with the neighborhood. So I think there's a few things to consider. As one with historic work, there's maintaining the original character. There's additions that either respect that by being compatible to it or by being substantially different so that can be distinguished. And I think it's kind of contextual.
Mike, with all due respect, can you please scooch closer to the microphone so
Yes.
we can
Oh,
hear you
sorry.
on the recording
Sorry.
as well as all of council can hear you?
Okay.
My apologies for interruption.
Is there do you want, looking for more on that, or?
No, that's sufficient. And the how was hit by the car story is memorable.
Yeah,
Glad everything turned out all right.
I was probably in the last 3 feet of painting the eaves, and I think the first thing that went through my head was, now I have to paint the whole house. So it's just interesting in that moment.
Good anecdote. The final question. In the city of Santa Rosa, achieving compatibility with our codes, ordinances, and meeting aggressive housing goals can be in conflict. Can you provide an example of when or how you dealt with a conflict and how you resolved the situation?
Well, I think it depends on how you define conflicts. There's conflicts in every single project that we do, and you can either approach them as that or you can approach them as opportunities. And they're different. Sometimes it's the type of business that wants to go into a certain place and there's zoning issues that have to be resolved. Sometimes there's aesthetic things, which can be driven by different factors. It's either the project owner or the historic context of the neighborhood. I'm not sure, but it's tricky. You know, I think in the McDonald neighborhood, there's a new house that's gone up where there had been a community garden. That house looks like it was designed to stand out a little bit, but not too much. I would say that regardless of that, the house maybe could have had more character, more architectural definition, but I don't know that an architectural review board or a cultural heritage board could force that on an applicant. So I'm not sure how you resolve what's considered an appropriate quality of design versus what the designer or project owner brings to the table. That would be the tricky thing to manage.
Therein lies the mystery of the design review board.
Right.
You've correctly isolated it.
Right.
Turning to council, any additional questions? Any final statements on your part?
I think I covered most of it. I don't know.
You provided excellent information. Thank you again for your application on short notice, and thanks for being here in person for the interview today.
All right. Thank you.
I think that Adam Sharon is not here today as well, unless I'm mistaken. Adam is another long-serving member of the Design Review Board. So we'll turn to Vic Liptak. Victoria, welcome. Come on down.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your application for this new board. You've heard the questions. Would you please explain your involvement, if any, with a similar board? More specifically, include your involvement related to design decisions for new construction and or renovation of an existing building in areas where new development is encouraged, but compatibility with existing cultural resources must be achieved.
Oh, you just blended those together. That's all right. I'll see if I can field it. I've been on the Design Review Board for 2 years and also serve on the Waterways Advisory Committee representing the Design Review Board. So I have been working on looking at what comes through the Design Review Board. And certainly that's mostly new projects. I'm not sure. Now, if you want me to just focus on what we've done, you don't want me to focus on what we've done on the Design Review Board.
That experience is relevant to this.
It is. It's absolutely relevant to it. And it's one of the reasons I'm applying to remain, well, it's not, to join the new board, which then, of course, includes preservation and cultural heritage. I think that that the conflict question that comes up, like the conflict between codes and say the general plan, and then the imperative to build more housing, that is often one of the topics that we deal with on the Design Review Board. And I think it's incredibly important because in fact they weren't written together. They weren't designed to be together. And I know that the city continues to grapple with how do we densify housing and where? And it's a great question. It's a difficult question, and the board, the Design Review Board, has certainly in the past 2 years grappled with that, and I think come to reasonable and relatively consistent positions, which I also think is important. I'm not sure what.
Thank you.
Yeah.
No, thank you for that. Question 2, would you please provide an example of your experience with historic preservation and what you would bring to the board to maintain the city's culture, including but not limited to preservation districts and local landmarks?
So my personal experience with historic preservation, I too have lived in owned older homes that were, well, certainly the first one was historic in 1941, early mid-century modern, published in California Arts and Architecture, photographed by Julia Schulman, and I remodeled it and renovated it, and knowing how important that house was, it sadly was lost in the Eaton fire in January. Really, really sad. But we no longer owned it, so it wasn't quite as sad as it could have been, I suppose. And we are in a mid-century modern home in Santa Rosa that we have remodeled in a area of the city that has a good set of mid-century modern homes. So being part of a context is really important, and we're doing that very thoughtfully, and I don't know if we'll ever finish, frankly. It's an ongoing project. I have published a chapter on the historic perspective. This is in a scholarly book. I'm in academia, architectural education. That is what I did before I got into academic administration. I taught design studio. In any event, I did published a chapter on the historic perspective, this is going to sound very nerdy, of rapid urbanization on vernacular dwelling patterns in Anatolian Turkey. So, so like I have a perspective, a historic perspective, and recognize the changes that are made, in particularly the dwelling pattern changes. We have we actually have quite a few historic structures that are not dwelling structures in Santa Rosa, and they have been, many of them have been carefully preserved. But I think the story, the anecdotal story about how hard it is to make changes to and to improve homes that have the cultural heritage of history here in Santa Rosa. I think those are important issues, and I think we have to let people modernize their homes so that they can live in them in modern ways, and at the same time recognize and respect the cultural heritage of the built environment here in Santa Rosa.
Agreed. Final question that you've already partially answered. In the city of Santa Rosa, achieving compatibility and meeting aggressive housing goals can mean conflict. Could you provide an example of when or how you dealt with the conflict like this and how you resolved the situation? You addressed this briefly when you were talking about your experience on design review.
Right, and I think that is my most direct experience. Having been in architectural education for 30 years, that is a incredibly, I mean, you folks wouldn't necessarily know this, but in order to be a licensed architect, I'm not a licensed architect, but I am a professional architectural educator. In order to be a licensed architect, you need a professional degree. And so those professional degrees have to meet very, very specific student learning outcomes, among which are things like urban planning and urban design. And so that the issue of how an architect, an architectural firm, and a city set standards for design and for building safety, and at the same time meets whatever that city or area is facing with respect to housing needs, usually housing needs. Sometimes there are other economic needs. That's part of the education. And so my experience comes a lot through the work that I've done with my colleagues on the faculty and the students that I've hundreds. I actually tried to count how many students I've had over the years. It's more than 1,000 who've graduated with their degrees. But it's one of the really important questions that's not exactly a design question. It's really a question of how do you do the right thing? How do you grapple with policy and grapple with economic needs, and at the same time produce something that celebrates the built environment and the natural environment.
It's complicated, to say the least. Thank you. Looking to council. No other questions? Vic, any final comments on your end?
Yeah, I've had the honor and the pleasure of serving on the DRB and the Waterways Advisory Committee, and I am really interested in serving our city toward Santa Rosa's future, at the same time stewarding the natural resources and the resources of the built environment. So on the new board, I think I could serve well.
Thank you for your service on both boards, and thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
I think we have Melanie Jones-Carter with us. Melanie, come on down.
Hello.
Melanie, thank you for your service as well, and thank you for putting in your application. All right, so you know the questions. Here's the first one is, explain your experience, if any, with a similar board. More specifically, include your involvement related to design decisions for new construction and or renovation of an existing building in areas where new development is encouraged, but compatibility with existing cultural resources must be achieved.
Sure. I've been the chair of, I have a cold, sorry. I've been the chair of the Design Review Board for the past 3 years. And when I first came onto the Design Review Board, I was new to the design industry. So my expertise is in the lay person, which is what I'm applying for. We've had many challenges that have come to us for the Design Review Board, for the Design Review Board projects, and it's always fun to shepherd a project through the process. I think, did that answer your question?
It did, and I had that cold last week, so you have my sympathy.
I'm sorry, it's 2 days in, so.
Question 2, please provide an example of your experience with historic preservation and what you would bring to the board to maintain the city's culture, including but not limited to preservation districts and local landmarks.
I live in the junior college area. We've been here for 10 years, and this is the second home that we've renovated. We bought a 1912 Craftsman home and totally turned it around. So that's my personal experience. Prior to that, we lived in Palo Alto, and we had a historic Eichler home, which had never been touched. And it's a fine balance between trying to keep the integrity of the home and keep it modern and updated and livable for current residents. And I am also married to a landscape architect who was a planner who, for all of my life, we have looked at what was happening in neighborhoods, we spend our free time walking around neighborhoods looking at historic homes. If we go on vacation, that's our project. Who can find the most beautiful historic home and then do the research on who built it, when they built it, what kind of modifications were done on it. So it's part of my life.
Well, that is a lot of information, but very interesting. All right, final question. In the city of Santa Rosa, achieving compatibility and meeting aggressive housing goals can be in conflict. Provide an example of when or how you dealt with a conflict like this and how you resolved the situation.
Yeah, I think the projects that have come to the design review board, the parking is probably the biggest issue that we run against. You know, nobody wants to have a big new apartment building with limited parking, but we have to find a way to make sure that our community gets to voice their opinion in a constructive way, manage those meetings so that their voices are heard, they feel like they're a part of the process, and that we are upholding the guidelines and rules for the city. So the second issue for me is affordable housing. When we get projects that come to us that have small amounts of affordable housing, I'm always a proponent to what can we do to get more affordable housing in the city of Santa Rosa. So I'm always asking that questions of developers and applicants.
Excellent, thank you. Turning to council, other questions? Any final comments?
No, thank you. I've enjoyed my time working on the design review board, and one of my strengths is managing people. So I think I've been able to turn our group into a fine working machine. So I hope to be able to have the opportunity to continue to work on this project. Thank you.
Melanie, thank you for your service, and thanks for being here today. Do we have Cher Ennis with us? Welcome, Cher.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you again for submitting your application. All right, you know the routine at this point.
I do.
Here's the first question. Explain your experience, if any, with a similar board. More specifically, include your involvement related to design decisions for new construction and or renovation of an existing building in areas where new development is encouraged, but compatibility with existing cultural resources must be achieved.
So my experience has been, I've built 3 homes, well, built and rebuilt, depending on which one you're talking about, in the West End neighborhood area. The first house had nothing to do with the historic district. The next 2 houses did. So my involvement was I actually did all of the design work. I drew all of the plans. I shepherded both projects through the entire process. The first time was really quite difficult because of a really different attitude in that particular board toward being helpful versus being not helpful. I won't go any further with that. The third structure I did during the pandemic, and it was a from the ground up structure that was originally supposed to be just a rehab, but during the Tubbs fire, the whole building racked and tilted because of the 85-mile-an-hour winds. So it had to be taken down completely to the ground. Again, I did all the design work, I did all the drafting, shepherded it through, and I want to say that the board at that time was extremely helpful and much more interested in making sure that things went well. So I really appreciated that change.
Excellent. Thank you. Question number 2, would you please provide an example of your experience with historic preservation and what you would bring to the board to maintain the city's culture, including but not limited to preservation districts and local landmarks?
So I go back to the same last 2 houses. One of the things that I did that was heck of fun was to research the properties, both of the properties, and run the the property ownership back as far as it could possibly be done, and then research the actual owners. The last one being quite an interesting character who my research brought to light, that he was an arsonist who brought down quite a few big buildings here in Santa Rosa and has now been highlighted with the rural cemetery. They've done a skit on him that was so extensive that they split it over 2 years. So I like the history, I like the research, and I really appreciate the parts of the city that are historic.
Thank you. Final question. In the city of Santa Rosa, achieving compatibility and meeting aggressive housing goals can be in conflict. Provide an example of when or how you dealt with a conflict and how you resolved the situation.
I'll point to the first go-round with the Cultural Heritage Board. There was significant pushback to a couple of things that I thought were pretty straightforward, which were moving the original structure away from the property line and back away from the street. 2 feet away from the property line, 5 feet back from the street. 2 feet from the property line just to be able to maintain the side of the building. And I came back after the concept design review with a lot of statistics about why that was important, what was the methodology that I was going to use, and eventually it did come out that they allowed me to do that.
Excellent, thank you. Any questions from council? Any final comments on your end?
I do want to say that I really appreciate the work that you were doing today with the budget. When I came to the city well, it's 51 years ago now, there was actually a redevelopment area in the area that I lived in, and I was able to take advantage of that. And so the city of Santa Rosa is really highly responsible for my ability to move ahead and to build that initial structure, and very different times. So I feel a lot of empathy for the decisions you're going to have to make, and I really thank you for your work on that.
Sheriff, thank you very much. Thank you for being here in person again today. And with that, is Brian Moiser in the house? I'm hoping I'm saying your last name correctly.
Yeah, it's Muser.
Muser, apologies. Yeah. Well, welcome, and thank you for your application and your interest.
To the council.
We'll get right into the questions. Explain your experience, if any, with a similar board. More specifically, include your involvement related to design decisions for new construction and/or renovation of an existing building in areas where new development is encouraged, but compatibility with existing cultural resources must be achieved.
Okay. Well, I was on the Cultural Heritage Board back in probably 1999, I think it was, for a time. And then more recently, I served on the Cultural Heritage Board from 2019 to 2024. And of that time, I was chair for 4 years of that time. And kind of my background and my interest has always been in historic preservation in Santa Rosa. I restored an 1800s Queen Anne Victorian on the corner of 7th and Humboldt, and since then have done another bungalow in the Cherry Street Historic District and a bungalow in the Burbank Gardens. I have a lot of knowledge on the resources that are necessary to come up with to make a restoration original, as well as the process. I've gone through landmark alteration permits myself a couple of different times, and And I've also dealt with the neighbors of historic districts and understanding their needs and their concerns. So, yeah,
That's perfect, thank you. Question number 2, would you please provide an example of your experience with historic preservation and what you would bring to the board to maintain the city's culture, including but not limited to preservation districts and local landmarks?
Okay. Yeah, like I say, being on the Cultural Heritage Board has been a great experience. I have good knowledge of the general plan. I have good knowledge of the zoning codes. I have good knowledge of the Secretary of the Interior's recommendations for historic preservation. I've had several meetings in both concept review as well as final decision-making with the previous design review board representing the Cultural Heritage Board. I understand the challenges that come from the downtown station area plan versus the H districts or the historic overlay districts, and the issues that come sometimes, you know, in your next question, I'll probably bring that up, come into conflict. I understand the importance of a quorum. I understand how important it is to show up and be there at the meetings. In my 5 years of serving on the Cultural Heritage Board, I missed only one meeting. And there were times previous to the Cultural Heritage Board that members of the public were not able to get a decision because a quorum wasn't available. And to me, that's embarrassing for the city. It's embarrassing for the board. So that's an important thing for me. I also believe in the professionalism of the board. And what you're doing today is extremely important. The fact that this is going to be a full council-appointed board with professional positions. And I'll be the first one to say I would happily give up my potential seat if there was somebody with greater professional qualifications to what I have. And I am just applying as an at-large position. So anyway, and I also am rooting for the success of this new board. I think it's got some great potential.
Thank you for that. We're all rooting for the success of this board. Final question: in the city of Santa Rosa, achieving compatibility and meeting aggressive housing goals can mean conflict. You've already alluded to this. Could you provide an example of when or how you dealt with a conflict and how you resolved the situation?
Yeah. So, in my experience, early on when I was on the Cultural Heritage Board, the Design Review Board and the Cultural Heritage Board would both meet jointly for both concept review as well as final resolution. And the resolution would only pass if both boards agreed to it and supported it. And we've had situations in the past where the Cultural Heritage Board, because of what really their role is versus the role of the Design Review Board, would come into conflict, and then the resolution wouldn't pass. And so what happened after that was the boards were separated for final resolution decision-making. They still met together for concept review, but they were separated in making their own decisions for the final resolutions. What's going to happen now is, with members of this board representing both sides, there's going to need to be board members with understanding of the role of each side. The preservation people need to recognize the role of the architects who are wanting to see new construction or meeting housing needs. And the same thing, the architects are going to need to understand that some of our bordering areas, such as in the St. Rose neighborhood or in Railroad Square, when the preservationists are making decisions on preserving the structure, that there has to be compromise. I understand both sides, and I feel like that I could be someone who could move projects forward and not create conflict or obstacles.
Thank you for that. Looking to colleagues, any questions? Seeing none. Brian, any final comments?
Yeah, I just want to say that I'm really excited about the creation of this board. I think it's going to solve more problems than create problems. And I think that the selection needs to be a professional balance that can work together to achieve the goals of the city and preserve the city's cultural heritage.
Agreed. Thank you for your many years of service and for being here today.
Thank you.
Is Drew Fagent here? Drew, come on down. Thank you for your interest in your application and for being here today.
Thank you.
All right, we'll hop right into the questions. Would you please explain your experience, if any, with a similar board? More specifically, include your involvement related to design decisions for new construction and or renovation of an existing building in areas where the new development is encouraged, but compatibility with existing cultural resources must be achieved.
So I wouldn't say that I have direct experience being on something like the Design Review Board. I am currently on the AIA, the Architects International Association Redwood Empire chapter, on the board for that currently. I've been a practicing structural engineer for 20 years. I'm a licensed structural engineer, born and raised in Santa Rosa, and back in Santa Rosa working for the last 12, 13 years. Been the structural engineer on a number of local projects, including in the Historic District, the Hyatt Hotel, the AC Marriott Hotel. I'm currently the engineer of record on the newest project that just got titled Project at 425 Humboldt, which is going to bring 300 new apartment units downtown. So as a structural engineer, obviously I bring a specific perspective, I think, to this board, in addition to being sensitive to the design guidelines and the community interests. My take is usually around, first, life safety, whether that be the extremely high seismic zone we live in, especially in downtown Santa Rosa, the second highest in the code, and always fun and fun opportunities in the soil and liquefiable soil and different issues you find across our city. And the other just perspective I bring in the construction engineer is being sensitive to the creativity of design, balancing the design with the efficiency, which equals cost. And it happens to be that usually the more I'm specifying as a structural engineer, the more the dollar signs are on a project. And that's my biggest experience for the last 13 years in Santa Rosa, is an increasing just pressure of financial pressure, inflational pressure of project budgets. There's a lot of reasons why projects struggle to happen, but more and more I see it's budgetary issues being the number one. So if there's opportunity to provide input that might maintain the design, but provide ways to see a successful project happen, that's, I think, a role I could serve.
Excellent, thank you. Question number 2, would you please provide an example of your experience with historic preservation and what you would bring to the board to maintain the city's culture, including but not limited to preservation districts and local landmarks?
So I would say, personally, I've had a little bit of experience with historical projects in Santa Rosa. I did look with the developer at converting the Tocino building in Redwood Square to a multifamily apartment project, but Once that went through the board process and the developer discovered what was going to be required to make that happen, they sold the property. My personal experience is probably more related to Napa for whatever reason. I've done a number of projects there, myself and our company, including Borrego Building, which was converted to Stone Brewery, one of the oldest buildings in Napa, commercial buildings in Napa. And then a cool one was Trefethen Winery, which was heavily damaged in the 2014 Napa earthquake. Just about fell over 3 to 4 feet off its axis, and we worked closely with the owners and everybody to get that building restored and safe and retrofitted. And both those projects won California Preservation Awards, and I'm really proud of that.
Excellent examples. Final question. In the city of Santa Rosa, achieving compatibility and meeting aggressive housing goals can be in conflict. Provide an example of when or how you dealt with a conflict and how you resolved the situation. So
one project story that comes to mind isn't specifically a housing project, but it's the Epicenter over on Piner Road. I don't know if anybody plays indoor soccer around here, but if so, you've been through there. That project used to be an old wine storage building, 100,000 square foot building, and when the owners of Sports City came to us and the design team to convert that building to what it is today, everyone was excited. We got into the design, and then it was discovered in the design that by increasing the occupancy to above 300, changed its risk category, which the critical piece of that meant that per code, you had to upgrade to that building to current code. And that's the biggest thing I see with existing buildings is, we can't just pretend that they're going to be snap your fingers and meet all the current code requirements. But if that were the case, and this project, it never would have happened. So what we did, and I worked closely with the chief building official at the time, Mark Sutherland, on one of the first, I think, uses of the city of the newer building code called ASC 41, which is Seismic Rehabilitation Code, which essentially gives a lot of tools to structural engineers and designers to utilize the existing elements, upgrade where it makes sense, but maintain the existing structure as much as possible. So yeah, really proud of that project, and I love to see the community still enjoying it today. Yeah.
Excellent example. Looking to council for any additional questions? Any final comments on your end?
Yeah, just to that end, since I've been back in Santa Rosa working, it's really revitalized my career, because Santa Rosa, maybe as we all appreciate, is a great both big and small town that, we can be working on big, exciting projects and developing this city, but also I find myself here maybe contributing to that. Our company, ZFA, the company I work for, part owner of ZFA Structural Engineers, has been in Santa Rosa for 50 years. And we used to be just down the street on 4th Street near Foster Freeze for 30 years. And we just moved downtown above Barnes & Noble last December. And I have to say that, just being in downtown Santa Rosa the last 5 months has even reinvigorated my love for the city, and even more. Just the excitement. I mean, last week with the Russian River, planning release, and just being a part of the city has encouraged me to be more involved and see this place be successful, especially this urban core, and see great projects come to life that enhance our city.
You could not possibly have concluded with a better statement. We thank you for all of those words, and thank you for being here today. With that, we will move on to checking my notes, item 8.1, our proclamation for the Week of the Young Child. Ms. Fleming.
whereas the Child Care Planning Council of Sonoma County and other organizations, in conjunction with National Association for the Education of Young Children, are celebrating the Week of the Young Child, April 5th to 11th, 2025, and whereas these organizations are working to improve early care education opportunities that provide the foundation of learning for all children in Santa Rosa, and whereas the first year of a child's life is the period of most rapid, the first years of a child's life is the period of most rapid development and lay foundation for all future learning, and whereas participation in high-quality early childhood education saves taxpayer dollars, makes working families more economically secure, and prepares children to succeed in school, earn higher wages, and live healthier lives, and whereas many early childhood educators are on poverty-level wages and do not have basic workplace benefits such as health insurance, paid sick leave. 45% of family child care providers and 50% of child care center teachers and assistants in Sonoma County used at least one form of public support, most often Medi-Cal. And whereas young children need skilled, educated, competent, consistent, and compensated early childhood educators, and whereas working families need sufficient, accessible, and affordable high-quality childcare spaces beginning at birth to be available in the community, and whereas early childhood educators need the ability to earn a professional wage that is commensurate with the required education and skills they bring to the complex and valuable work they do. Now, therefore, be resolved that Mark Stapp, Mayor of the City of Santa Rosa, on behalf of the entire council, recognizes April 5th to 11th as the Week of the Young Child.
Thank you so much. We're going to do a photo opportunity here in a second, but do we have Liz DePrimo here? Wonderful. Liz, the microphone is yours.
Okay, is it on? All right. Yeah, my name is Liz DePrimo, and I'm the coordinator with the Child Care Planning Council. And on behalf of the Child Care Planning Council of Sonoma County, I want to thank you, Mayor Stapp and council members, for acknowledging the importance of early learning and child care in our community, and for uplifting the people who work in this field, caring for our youngest citizens at pay rates much lower than they deserve. And as a parent of 3 myself, and as a former preschool teacher, and as a Santa Rosa resident, I am incredibly proud to be here and accept this proclamation of the Week of the Young Child.
Thank you so much. We'll open it up for public comment, and then we'll do a photo. Are there any members of the public here who wish to speak on this item? Seeing none, Liz, come on down. Let's take a picture. We'll move on to item 8.2, our proclamation for Fair Housing Month. Mr. Okrepke.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Whereas the principle of fair housing is not only state and national law and policy, but a fundamental human concept and entitlement for all citizens, and whereas discrimination based on race, national origin, gender, disability, familial status, exclusion of minor children, religion, marital status, and sexual orientation is illegal in California, and whereas as a community we welcome all good neighbors, recognize the contributions of and richness tendered by a wide variety of young and old, male and female, people of all colors and ethnic ethnic backgrounds, religious traditions, etc. And whereas interested parties from both the private and public sectors will participate in a city, state, and national effort to promote fair housing. Now, therefore, may it be resolved that Mark Stapp, the mayor of the city of Santa Rosa, on behalf of the entire city council in recognition of our community, do hereby proclaim the month of April 2025 to be Fair Housing Month.
Rhea Callahan. You're here, wonderful. The microphone, well, either one, that's fine. You'll be down here for a photo anyway. Thanks for coming in today.
Hi everyone, thank you so much to the mayor and to City Council for the proclamation. My name's Maria. I'm a Santa Rosa resident and an attorney at Fair Housing Advocates of Northern California. It's so important to us that Santa Rosa recognizes the importance of Fair Housing Month, especially in light of the climate we find ourselves in today. We're facing an orchestrated attack on civil rights at the federal level, and fair housing organizations like ours are in the line of fire. Our federal contracts were recently canceled in the middle of a grant period, leaving a large funding gap, and federal funding has long been the lifeblood of organizations like ours. In the face of losing that funding, we're having to address these funding shortages in various ways. So we really, truly appreciate the support of Santa Rosa over the past years and look forward to continuing our partnership and this work that we do. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We'll do a photo in a second, but first, looking to public comment. Are there any members of the public who wish to comment on this item? Seeing none, let's take a photo. Thank you again to everyone for their patience. It's been a busy night, and we're going to jump around a little bit. For timing reasons, we're going to do the USL item next, item 9.3, and then we're going to go to public comment on non-agenda items, and then we're going to go actually do our public hearing, and then we're going to circle back just to keep everyone on their toes with respect to the agenda tonight. But first, let's go to item 9.3. Economic Development Strategic Plan Update and United Soccer League Interest in Santa Rosa. This item was continued from the March 18th, 2025 regular meeting. Scott and Gabe, welcome.
Okay, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the Council. Gabe Osborne, Director of Planning and Economic Development. And joining me here today is Scott Adair, our Chief Economic Development Officer. I'm really excited to present today's staff briefing. It's really broken down into two distinctly different parts. We will use the first part to just provide an overview of what our economic development team is working on, consistent with our economic development strat plan. That will be a reoccurring meeting. We'll come to the Council on a regular basis to provide an update on that. And the second part is very exciting for us. discuss. It's a specific project that we're working on that's associated with USL, or the United Soccer League, and potentially bringing professional soccer to Santa Rosa. It's the very beginning stages of this conversation, but very excited to at least have the opportunity, and what we'll talk about today is really what that timeline potentially looks like, some of the parts and pieces, and we'll discuss a specific negotiation agreement that we have executed along these lines. So with that, I'll hand the presentation over to Mr. Adair.
Yes, thank you, Director Osborne, for that introduction. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. My name is Scott Adair, and I'm the Chief Economic Development Officer for the City of Santa Rosa. As Director Osborne indicated, I am here tonight to provide an update on Economic Development Division activities and strategic plan implementation progress. Very excited to share that to date, we've accomplished a number of things as a small but mighty economic development team for the City of Santa Rosa. The implementation plan for the Economic Development Strategic Plan was completed, and that implementation plan was launched in January of 2025. The Business Concierge Program, which is a companion effort to that plan, which offers support and assistance to small businesses, was completed and launched in February of 2025. The Economic Development Division held its first Rise and Thrive business meeting, designed to support underserved and disadvantaged businesses. This occurred in February, and this meeting will continue to reoccur quarterly, with the next meeting in May. The Room 6 refresh project, as part of the One-Stop Shop program, is now complete. The Economic Development Division hosted its first community economic development-centric community meeting in that space in March. The One-Stop Shop program, that development is approaching 50% completion. A consultant has been identified to assist with the web portal content development, and contract negotiations with that contractor are underway. The Santa Rosa Old Courthouse Square Farmers Market program is now ready to launch. The first downtown fresh food farmers market, with an emphasis on fresh local produce and agricultural products, is scheduled for May 18th and will run through September. The Second Sundays program, a program which is designed to activate public spaces in our downtown with family-friendly events and activities, is also nearing completion, with our first Second Sunday planned for June. The Reimagining Downtown Survey Initiative is complete. Over 1,300 responses from the community were received. Over 70 of those were from local businesses. We will continue to meet with local businesses face-to-face. We will also meet with the Downtown Action Organization, the Railroad Square Association, and other partners as we discuss opportunities and impacts for activating downtown spaces. Development of the pop-up program, which was first presented to your council in November, is approximately 50% complete, with a target launch for this summer of July. Santa Rosa also just completed participation in its first Retail Academy, a 2-day event to analyze gap analyses and retail trends as part of our business recruitment strategy, and we are ramping up for the ICSC retail recruitment effort, which will occur in May. The Economic Development team has also been in conversations with the United Soccer League about their interest in Santa Rosa, and I will provide an update on USL in greater detail immediately following this briefing. Moving on to some arts and culture updates. The Art Intern program is nearing completion with anticipated launch for summer semester. Digital scanning of the Asawa panels is complete, and casting of those panels by the foundry is scheduled for July. The Big Belly Trash Can Initiative in Roseland, featuring 10 Sonoma County artists for all ages, is complete. Those cans have been installed and can be viewed. The city, through its public art fund and by and through the APPC, also sponsored 4 art pieces in celebration of Earth Day, and for Earthbound, the Art for Sustainable Future exhibit. Those pieces are currently on display now in the square, and they will be on display through the end of April. Currently, the temporary art walk plan also has been approved by the APPC, and a call for art is currently open. The team has also continued its marketing efforts to increase awareness and diversity for economic development programs and initiatives and art and culture initiatives. From January to March 31st, we had content views exceeding 200,000 and a reach of more than 200,000 individuals, and had nearly 10,000 social media post engagements on our online activities. We've also made a number of web design changes to create a more user-friendly user experience online for the community and for residents, including a new Get Involved tab, a public art proposal form, which is now available online, applications for service on the art selection panel, etc. And finally, the 6 bands for the 30th annual Live at Juilliard concert series have been selected, and the series will be announced, and we will begin marketing that in earnest next month. So as you see, we've been working on a few things, and very excited to share those details with you. That concludes the Economic Development Strategic Plan update. Thank you very much.
And we would be happy, Mayor, this is part 1 of our presentation. We'd be happy to take any questions and comments at this time before we move to part 2, if that is your preference.
Sure, let's do that. Any questions on this part of the presentation? Ms. Rogers.
Can we get that in writing?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right. And I'm just going to add that the news about the farmers market downtown and the Asawa fountain, both really good pieces of news. We've been waiting for years for that fountain. That's outstanding. And if there are no further questions, we can move on to part 2 of the presentation.
Absolutely. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council, I'm pleased to move on to the second portion of our update for the evening. I will take this time to provide an update on the interest that the United Soccer League, or USL, has in expanding into the Santa Rosa market, and I will highlight some of Santa Rosa's market potential for professional soccer in our community. For background, as we look at the potential of bringing a USL team to Santa Rosa, I would like to first ground the conversation in the city's broader strategic goals, as outlined in the strategic plan that your council adopted in April of last year. Our economic development strategic plan, as you're very well aware, touches on building a vibrant and sustainable economy. Professional sports can potentially play a powerful role in that effort. Sports and entertainment projects, if done correctly, and we're looking at other cities where this has been done correctly, can help to drive not only business growth, but can help to bring community together, especially where it increases regional viability and can help to be an engine for civic pride. By engaging with the United Soccer League, or USL, the City of Santa Rosa is actively advancing the key priorities that are outlined in your economic development strategic plan for the community, namely resiliency, business growth, and community investment. The potential development of a multi-purpose stadium and surrounding mixed-use amenities supports efforts to revitalize underutilized areas throughout our city, attract private investment, attract capital investors, and promote sports and entertainment as economic drivers for the community. This initiative also aligns with the city's goals to increase revenue, activate walkable neighborhoods, and strengthen Santa Rosa's overall identity in the region. Additionally, this project responds to community investment objectives by enhancing quality of life through providing new recreational and cultural opportunities for our residents and serving the city's diverse and growing population, particularly our younger residents who reflect the core demographics of current soccer fans. So who is USL? The United Soccer League began in 1986 as a men's soccer club. It was a minor indoor soccer league, but today it is considered to be the largest professional soccer organization in North America. Currently overseeing 3 men's leagues, a USL Championship League, a USL League One, and a USL League Two, 2 women's leagues, the USL Super League and the USL Women's Western League, 1 elite player development platform, also known as USL Academy, and a national youth platform, or USL Youth. The USL is built on a proven and recognized model in international football and counts more than 200 clubs in its membership. The United Soccer League sees Santa Rosa as a prime location for a professional soccer franchise. As the largest city in California's wine country, Santa Rosa boasts a strong population, a strong local economy, and a deep-rooted passion for the sport, which is evidenced by high soccer participation amongst youth in our community. With limited professional soccer competition in the area, a USL club would have the potential to quickly establish a dedicated fan base here in the region, while also benefiting from the city's strategic location along Highway 101. The key difference between USL and MLS, or the Major League Soccer, lies in ownership, finance, and organizational structure. MLS uses a single entity model where owners buy into the league and share profits and losses, while USL teams are independently owned and operated at their own financial risk. MLS has a strict salary cap system and centralized rules, whereas USL offers more flexibility within that organizational structure and different pay structures for its players. For Santa Rosa, USL envisions that a men's team would initially compete in either the USL Championship League or USL League One, while a women's team would also begin play in the USL Super League or the USL West Women's League. The competition level of each team will be determined based on several factors, including capitalization, ultimate ownership and corporate structure for the franchisee of the team, the strength and capabilities of that ownership entity, and the group acquiring the relevant USL franchisee rights, the size and scale of the stadium, and any other ancillary real estate development that might occur around it. In terms of leagues for the region, as you can see pictured here, Santa Rosa would fall in USL's Western Conference. The Western Conference is one of two conferences which exist in the USL Championship tier of soccer clubs. The existing USL Championship level leagues in Northern California, as pictured here on the slide, are Monterey Bay, the Oakland Roots, and Sacramento Republic. There are no California-based USL Championship leagues in the northern part of the state, nor are there any in the north of Sacramento and none in California north of the Bay Area along Highway 101. What does this mean? This means that there's plenty of opportunity for USL and for our region. Without a local league and without having a stadium nearby, soccer fans and USL fans in particular are already traveling out of the area, and this has been reported, we know this is true, to USL Championship markets elsewhere, or they're getting their experiences online. So why Santa Rosa? As you can see here in the demographics that are indicated on the screen, Santa Rosa has the ingredients to be a top soccer market for the league. Santa Rosa's soccer market appears to be presently underutilized. The overall population demographics of Santa Rosa plays a significant role in USL's decision to explore expansion into our great city. As the largest city in Sonoma County, Santa Rosa offers a substantial and growing fan base that aligns with the league's target demographics. The city's younger median age group, its diverse population, and favorable education and income levels very closely mirrors those of successful soccer markets in other regions, and we've been analyzing those markets. Combined with the finding that 87% of the regional population identifies as sports fans, these factors suggest a strong potential for sustained attendance, community engagement, and long-term viability for the sport in Santa Rosa. This slide indicates information of research that we obtained from Decoder. Decoder is a syndicated fan database which has been developed by Vision Insights, and it helps sports organizations and communities to understand and engage their fan bases by understanding insights into fan behavior, sponsorship preferences, fan loyalty, etc. It also indicates that most soccer fans are under the age of 34. Of Santa Rosa's total population, almost 75,000 individuals fall within this age group. Given this, USL has identified that Santa Rosa's younger age group not only creates a strong segment for USL championship level fan base, but also creates strong opportunities to engage in youth clubs and other opportunities for families and younger soccer fans. This slide here indicates and reflects information also captured by Decoder, which shows that by DMA, DMA is our designated market area, which is the geographic area that makes up our region's media market. that Santa Rosa has a high-density built-in soccer fan base already, resulting in a high concentration for soccer. This is important because a high concentration of soccer fans with Santa Rosa's DMA signals strong market potential and built-in demand. It shows that local audience is not only present, but is already engaged with the sport, greatly increasing the likelihood of sustained attendance and community support and sponsorship interest. For USL, what does this translate into? It translates into reduced market risk and to a better potential for long-term success. So to this end, understanding that the community is ripe for soccer and USL expansion, our city manager has executed a letter of intent with USL, which establishes a period to explore league expansion into Santa Rosa. The basic tenets of that letter of intent, or LOI, between the City of Santa Rosa and the United Soccer League are as follows. Santa Rosa agrees to negotiate with USL for a set period and prevents USL from negotiations with competing leagues in the nearby region under an exclusivity agreement. For ancillary development, there's potential for mixed-use development around the stadium. USL will hold a right of refusal for related opportunities, and this will be part of the exploration phase. Stadium planning. Parties will identify and evaluate sites for a multi-purpose stadium with a minimum of 5,000 seats, which meets USL's stadium standards. Ownership and operations. The LOI outlines plans to negotiate ownership, management, and operations of the stadium, including compliance with the Surplus Land Act if public land is used. Financing investment, both public and private financing options will be explored. Ownership structures and financial commitments will also be thoroughly vetted and defined. It is important to note that by working under this LOI, this is an exploratory measure only. There is no fiscal commitment to USL or by the city or immediate adverse fiscal impact as a result of performing the work under this agreement. So as far as next steps, some of the critical next steps as seen here on this slide include community outreach, identifying key partners and stakeholders who are needed to aid in the site selection process, completing various market studies and analyses, developing a holistic approach toward a sports entertainment master plan for the city. This work will ultimately lead to and be necessary for identifying an owner and operator for the club and for drafting a development agreement between the city and USL Stadium owner and the league franchisee. The timeline of the executed LOI is for 12 months with an option to renew for another 6 months. Some of the more specific action steps over the next 12 months will include a careful review of zoning and land opportunities, restrictions and allowances, as well as further market research to understand the demand for and financing options and hurdles for the development of a stadium in our market. Robust community engagement will also be part of this process, with the community outreach efforts already begun and being led by the city's planning, economic development, communications teams under the guidance and leadership of our city manager. With that, I can share that more information and ways for the public to engage is available online. The public will be given different ways to engage throughout this process to provide input. A series of community forums are being planned, with the first community forum occurring June 4th, 2025 from 4 to 6 p.m. Once we have the details on the location for that, we will broadcast that publicly and make it available to the public. The public can also find more information online, including a set of frequently asked questions, and will also have the ability online to sign up for updates and announcements at srcity.org/USL. I do also want to mention that USL is here today in support of this item, as is a representative of the Governor's Office of Economic Development, who has been lending assistance to the city throughout this process. This concludes my USL update. Thankful, very excited and grateful for the opportunity to share that with all of you.
An exciting update indeed. Bringing it back to council for questions. Ms. McDonald.
I just wanted to know if there's any kind of soccer field that's required for championship soccer, if it has to be like a all-weather field or what's allowed.
That's a wonderful question, Council Member. Yes, USL has defined certain requirements for fields and for stadiums in order to meet the criteria for that level of league operation. That will all be part of the discussion that we will be having as we look at potential locations for a stadium and for those fields.
Great, thank you.
Opening it up for public comment. Are there any members of the public that would like to speak on this item? Please, we have microphones on both sides of council chambers. Let's use them both and we'll go back and forth. Ms. Flores.
Thank you, Mayor Stapp. Good evening, Council. I did not realize that the United Soccer League presentation was on the agenda today, so I'm excited about this because I played competitive soccer for about half my life. That being said, as a child, or as an adult rather as well, I typically wouldn't attend a USL game. I'm an English Premier League supporter. I like to support the higher ranking leagues, and so with a home team, I think that we would actually pique a lot of interest. I used to help coach our youth at Atletico, which is a local club based in Santa Rosa. And when I think of, as you expressed in the presentation, marginalized communities and the teams that I would serve, that would be a really affordable family event to go take the entire teams to. So doing our youth outreach, I see that's going to be pending very soon. And I think that our local community will be really supportive of this project. I was a triple varsity athlete in school, and sports always kept me out of trouble and kept me focused. I can say that the girls that I was coaching, they had an average of about a 3.8 GPA, and so sports really helped them to develop necessary life skills. So that's a key component that I'd like to better understand if the USL runs youth clinics or how they expand upon the league itself with our youth. So thank you and God bless.
Thank you, and we'll go to the other lectern.
Hi, Mayor. Justin Papadakis, the Deputy CEO and Chief Real Estate Officer at the USL. I just want to thank the Mayor, the Vice Mayor, the City Manager, and the Council for the opportunity for USL to be potentially part of your community. As the speaker here just mentioned, I think the data has showed us for a long time that Santa Rosa could be one of the top soccer markets in the country. Recently, what made Santa Rosa go to the top of the list, though, was working with Scott and his team that, really showed us where this city was going, and USL wants to be part of that. Given we have 2 minutes, I'd just like to address, the comments that you made, and that's really what USL is all about. We are community-driven clubs. And so the youth side, we're the only league in the country to have a full pathway for boys and girls all the way up to professional. And I think it's critical that we spend some time speaking about the importance of having not only professional men playing, but to have little girls be able to see their role models with these amazing women athletes compete week in and week out right here in Santa Rosa. So that's a huge part of our mission, along with the massive economic development. We have over $3 billion of stadium anchored projects around the country and another $3 billion coming over the next 18 months. So that is why we couldn't be more excited about Santa Rosa. We had a great opening weekend in Oakland with 26,000 people. We were sold out in the Antelope Valley with a new club that just started there. And I have no doubt that Santa Rosa will not only be one of the top clubs in USL, but every match will be a 2-hour commercial for this amazing city. So on behalf of the USL, I just want to thank this community for entering into this LOI so we can explore this further. These projects are hard. They require a lot of stars to align, but we've moved this to the top of our list and have committed the time, energy, and resources to work with this council and with Scott and his team to make sure that we can do this right, because that's what Santa Rosa deserves. And again, on behalf of USL, just want to thank you for the opportunity to explore this potential partnership. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next speaker.
Mayor, here we go. And members of the council, thank you for having me here today. My name is Tony Gomez. I work for the California Business Development Office, the Economic Development Office for the state of California. So in my role, I get to work with excellent economic development partners like Scott in order to bring projects like this one from concept into reality. And I'm just here today to express my support for this project and to let you know that we are ready to roll up our sleeves and bring all of the resources that we have at GoBiz to bear on this project, including permit development, permit support, and economic resources, as well as workforce development dollars and other bonds and options that might be available to this project. On a personal note, I'm a resident of Oakland, and I am so grateful for the investment that USL has made in my community. I was there with the fans on opening day, and it was a great opportunity to celebrate and to gather and to come together, and I'm really excited to see what the USL can do for Santa Rosa. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any other members of the public who'd like to speak? Seeing none, let's bring it back to council for expressions of enthusiasm and support. Who would like to speak? Ms. Rogers.
I'm excited, and I don't even play or watch soccer or football, but I'm excited. I'm ready to go to a game. Make me a believer. You made me a believer, so I'm ready.
Mr. Krepke.
So I'm extremely enthusiastic about this. I'm very excited. I have a young son who plays competitive soccer, and I have a daughter who plays still rec soccer, and her mother coached her last year. And one of our rituals that my son and I have is every Saturday I wake up and I'll go downstairs, make a cup of coffee, and I'll turn on Peacock or USA, and we'll watch English Premier League. Hopefully West Ham's on, which is who we support. And we'll just sit there and watch professional soccer together. And that's mostly because San Jose is too far of a drive. And with traveling for soccer, so is Oakland and Sacramento. So this makes it really exciting for us. And for those of you that aren't familiar, with the USL, they've just gotten approved for the relegation and promotion concept, which is the European concept, which means if you win enough, you can go all the way up to the top tier. If you lose, you can go all the way down. And it allows for small, little cities like Ipswich and others in England to have these really small community-based teams go all the way up to the highest level and play the best players in the world. And that is really exciting and a great opportunity for us. And then, of course, there's all the economic development and opportunity and youth sports and everything that goes with this. But I'm so enthusiastic about this, and I'm very, very excited.
Ms. Fleming.
I come from a huge English Premier League family, but I'd like to be made a believer, and I'm over the moon excited for the economic development for our community, but also the opportunity for people to have a gathering place to come together on a regular basis and make our community stronger. Let's do this.
Ms. Benuelos.
I'm really excited. I think this is going to be a wonderful thing for the community. I grew up around soccer. My family's really into soccer. And there are actually a few of female teams I know of locally, which you probably are familiar with. So I have friends that play soccer who are 50 plus. So I know that this is really a really perfect demographic for this. So I really see this materializing into something really, really good for Santa Rosa in terms of economic development, but also something for the community and that families can really enjoy together. So I look forward to all these next steps and the details that'll come later, but I think this is going to be really great. Thank you.
Ms. McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor. This could not come at a better time, especially after our earlier presentation around the budget. So I really appreciate this uplifting presentation. And all I really know about soccer is Cristiano Ronaldo and David Beckham. So I appreciate learning more about what we've got going on here in Santa Rosa. I do want to thank everybody for working with us. This is so exciting. I find Santa Rosa one of the most beautiful places in the world, and it's so exciting to see things like this get brought to our community so we can have a spotlight on all the fun things we have to do here. So thank you, Scott, to the entire team and PED for all the work, and thank you to City Manager for your vision on this. No, well done. And it's nice to hear from our partners at the state level as well that they see this as a great project moving forward. I'm all in support.
And I'm just going to reiterate what my colleague said. Thank you to USL for bringing this opportunity forward. Scott and Gabe, thank you for bringing it to this stage. Thank you to the state for their support in the background. This is good all the way around in terms of community building, in terms of economic development. This is already bringing a lot of energy to the community. So thank you so much. I think you can sense the unanimous support that you're getting from the dais here, and the city wants to assist in any way that we can. And with that, we'll conclude this item. Thank you both. Oh, of course, we were not going to conclude this item without a photo. If all the parties could come down, let's snap a quick picture. All right, thank you again to everyone for their patience. As I mentioned earlier, we're hopping around a little bit because of the odd timing of the meeting. We're going to go now to our first public comment on non-agenda matters. So this is a chance for members of the public to comment on items that are not on the agenda. Do we have any members of the public here who wish to make comment on any items not listed? Ms. Flores, are you making your way to the podium? Perfect. All right, Ms. Flores, you're first, and then Mr. Hilber.
Good evening, Council. First off, I'd like to thank Mayor Stapp for running these meetings so efficiently. I really appreciate the way that you run our meetings, so thank you. Secondly, I'm only here this evening because I'd like to thank City Manager Smith for doing something very admirable that was recently published in our paper. She offered to take a pay freeze for the next 2 years due to the budget deficit that we are facing that is extremely severe and needs to be addressed. So I'm grateful for presentations like the one we just had to generate new revenue streams. But that being said, after I read that article in the Press Democrat, I was irate because the comments, the bulk of the subscribers happen to be white, and we do all of this virtue signaling. We passed a resolution here with the city saying racism is a public health crisis, and nothing should be about race. Like, I'm tired of it being about race since I'm biracial myself, but City Manager Smith is more than qualified to be doing her job. She has an impressive background and skill set, and my mother was the third highest paid employee within the city of Roanoke Park. She was the interim city manager in 2005, and she was the long-term finance director as a woman of color. And I know how much time that takes away from the family, because I didn't get to see my mother very much, and then she died a year and a half later after being forced out from her job. So to see anyone take away from what Ms. Smith accomplishes for this city had me extremely upset, because as I expressed to council, we have over at Boys and Girls Club Sonoma Marin, Jennifer Weiss, the CEO, and her spouse collectively are generating in annual revenue for themselves over $700,000 a year. So again, that's a white woman, and nobody questions that aside from myself. So none of this should be about race, but because everyone in this county has made it about race, and I'm actually a product of integration, I'd like to speak on it. And I give 100% kudos to the council for supporting your city manager. She does a tremendous job, so I just wish that the community could recognize that more. And she is not overpaid, as some people have stated, because my mom was making about $180,000, and that was back in 2011. So times have changed. The cost of living here is ridiculous, and it's going to continue to go up for the next 2 years. So I just ask the community to be mindful of that. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you. And Mr. Hilber, is that you behind the lectern? All right, perfect. You're up.
Okay, thank you. Oakland is having a special election today. Are you aware of that? It's interesting. They appear to be heading towards bankruptcy. They have a $140 million structural deficit and no plan whatsoever to really close it. They try to blame loss of COVID stimulus fund, but you know that's not correct. What's going on is businesses are leaving, crime is increasing, and the sales tax is down because the businesses are closing. The election includes two main things. One is replacing the corrupt mayor who was up on federal corruption indictment and was recalled. So they're picking a new mayor. And secondly, they have a Measure A on the ballot, which will jack up the sales tax from 10.25 to 10.75. That is horrendous. You know, that is exactly the wrong thing to be doing. Now, the reason I bring this up, I mean, it's not under your purview, but you should think about what's going on here. Because if they go bankrupt like Vallejo, that would be just massive. It would be a disaster. And what you see time and again is the same thing. You know, the city council or the board sees a problem and they fail to get out in front of it. They try to minimize the cuts to make everybody happy, and in the long run, it's the worst thing to do. You got to get out in front of it, make the deep cuts to balance the budget, so you don't get in this situation to begin with. Because you know, regardless if they jack up the sales tax at 10.75, which is ridiculous, that would only raise, it says $30 million. So it's nowhere near closing the gap. So they're in a no-win situation, and you got to keep from getting in this type of situation ahead of time by making the deep cuts that really will benefit everybody in the long run.
Thank you. Is there a George Parker still here? George, the microphone is yours.
Good evening. I've never done this before, so Mayor, staff, members of City Council, my name is George Parker. I'm a resident and small business owner here in Santa Rosa, California. I'm here tonight to respectfully ask the Council to consider a stabilization policy for self-storage units in our city, specifically a cap on rent increases of no more than 10% annually. As we all know, the economic environment has shifted dramatically in recent years. Prices are surging from housing and groceries to gas and insurance, while wages haven't kept the pace. At the same time, we're seeing record profits in industries that provide essential services, and self-storage in Santa Rosa is now one of those. For many people in Santa Rosa, storage is not a luxury, it's a necessity. With rising housing costs, more people downsizing, relocating, sharing space, storage units have become a crucial extension of the home, especially for the homeless. They hold family heirlooms, tools for work, small business materials, and the things that we no longer have room for, but we can't afford to lose. I think everybody in this room's used self-storage at some point. I want to share my experience. I rented a unit in extra space storage in Santa Rosa, over in McDonald's district over there. And they're putting up a brand new one right next to it. I was drawn in by the low move-in special, just a few bucks a month. After that, it jumped up to the standard rate, which is what we all expect, you know. What I didn't expect were frequent price hikes, sometimes twice a year, with increases between 50 and 100%. My original rate. When I asked the manager about it, I was told the company raises prices based on the total availability of storage units in Santa Rosa City, not based on rising costs, but simply on what the market can bear. The less space available, the more they can charge, and this kind of model is unsustainable for everyday people. So I want to be clear about something. I'm not an activist. I don't fully understand how laws are made in this town, and I've never done anything like this before, but I'm speaking on this because it matters, not just to me, but to so many different people in Santa Rosa. I'm asking for professional help and leadership from our elected officials to make this change, a change that could benefit people all across the city. I'm more willing to help however I can, but I will need guidance. I truly believe this is too important to ignore or pass off as simply another upset citizen venting. This issue is affecting real people's lives in a tangible way, and it's only getting worse. A 10% cap on annual increases is a fair solution. It protects renters while still giving businesses the room to adjust for inflation. It brings balance and responsibility into a system that currently has neither. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, George. Are there any other members of the public who'd like to speak? Seeing none, we're going to hop around again. This time we're going to go to our public hearing for the evening, item 17.1. Our public hearing to authorize submittal of the fiscal year 2025-2026 action plan to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. Coy and Kelly, welcome. Thank you for your patience. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening. Good evening, Mayor Stapp and City Council members. My name is Coy Stewart. I am a program specialist with the Housing and Community Services Department, and I'm accompanied today by Kelly Keidendahl. In summary, we are presenting the submittal of the fiscal year 2025-2026 action plan, and we're requesting your permission to submit. In summary, the City of Santa Rosa is an entitlement jurisdiction of the U.S. Department of Housing and Community Development, nor HUD. HUD requires a submittal of an annual action plan to receive Community Development Block Grant, or CDBG, Home Investment, or HOME, and Housing Opportunities for Person with AIDS, or HOPWA grant funds. In order to receive these funds, HUD requires the city submit an annual action plan that is scheduled to be submitted on May 15th. The council action item being requested is to approve the submittal of the fiscal year 2025-2026 annual action plan. Some background: the consolidated plan is created every 3 to 5 years and identifies housing and community development needs, goals, priorities, and strategies. The action plan is based on a template provided by HUD and is a counterpart to the larger consolidated plan. The action plan defines how the annual federal allocations will be spent during its fiscal year. This will be the second action plan of the city's 2024-2027 consolidated plan. Action plan goals. The first priority goals of the action plan include increasing the supply of affordable rental housing for city's lowest income households, preservation of existing affordable housing stock, providing housing assistance for related supportive services for low-income persons living with HIV or AIDS and their families, and providing housing and services for special needs population. Annual funding. Each funding source is anticipated to be allocated using the following percentages. For CDBG funds, 85% of affordable housing and administration and 15% for services. Home funds, 75% of the tenant-based rental assistance. A required 15% for Community Housing Development Organization, or CHODOs, and then 10% for administration. And for HOPWA funds, 97% to the service providers and 3% to the administration. Continuing with the funding, fiscal year 2025-26, these are the estimated total amounts of funds by program. This includes both the grant allocation, program income generated for each source. The CDBG estimated total is $1.3 million. For home, it's just slightly over $700,000, and for HOPWA, it's just over $520,000. Again, these are estimated for the 2025-2026 funding allocations, and they're based on our 2024-2025 funding awards. And HUD typically announces our actual allocation amounts by the end of May. Our public services, as mentioned, 15% of our CDBG allocations can be spent on public services. And in preparation for distributing those public service funds, we first released the NOFA on January 22nd. We hosted a public meeting on February 5th to discuss the action plan and the public service application process for addressing homeless, fair housing, and HOPWA services. We received 5 applications for funding, and we will return at a future City Council meeting with funding recommendations once we have received the actual 2025-2026 allocated amounts. Outreach and public comments. In preparation of the annual action plan, the city followed HUD's requirements by, as discussed in the first slide, we conducted a virtual community meeting on February 5th. Along with the community meeting, we sent out email notices to the continuum of care and to our agency and organization email lists. As well, it was posted on social media, published in the newspaper, and featured in the March 20th issue of the City Connections weekly newsletter. There was also a public hearing notice posted for tonight's council meeting, and all the outreach provided the opportunity for public input and comment. The draft plan was made available for a 30-day public comment period from March 14th through today, April 15th of 2025. Copies of the draft plan were made available on the city's website, emailed to any interested parties upon request, and made available at the City Hall Annex, the City Manager's Office, and the Central Branch of the Sonoma County Library in downtown Santa Rosa. Our recommendation, it is recommended by the Housing and Community Services Department that the council by resolution 1, authorize the submittal of the fiscal year 2025-2026 action plan to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, and 2, authorize the city manager to execute any forms or documents required by HUD to implement the fiscal year 2025-2026 action plan. That concludes our presentation. I thank you for your time, and is there any questions?
Thank you both for the presentation and for all the work that goes behind this. Looking to council for any questions? Seeing no questions, let's open it up for public comment. Are there any members of the public who wish to make comment on this item? Seeing none, I will bring it back to council for a motion. Ms. Banuelos?
Okay, so I move adoption of resolution entitled Resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa authorizing submittal of the fiscal year 2025-2026 action plan to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development and waive any reading of the text.
Second.
We have a motion and a second by Ms. Rogers. Madam City Clerk, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Rogers?
Yes.
Councilmember Okrepke? Councilmember McDonald?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Yes.
Councilmember Banuelos?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Alvarez is absent, and Mayor Stapp.
Yes.
Let the record show this passes with 5 affirmative votes.
Right. All right. Oh, thank you both. Sorry, I got distracted up on the dais. Thank you again for this presentation. All right, then we are going to cut back to item 9.1, and I recognize that we've got staff here who've been very patient this evening. Thank you, gentlemen. But let's go to 9.1, our 2025 Earth Day event in Courthouse Square briefing. Alicia, welcome.
Okay, great. Good evening, Mayor Stapp and members of council. My name is Alicia Colici. I am the Research and Program Coordinator for Santa Rosa Water's Energy and Sustainability team, and I'm very excited to be here today to formally invite you to our annual Earth Day Festival. So this year, our festival will be on Saturday, April 26th from 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. This is a free, family-friendly event that brings our community together to have vendors and sponsors, performing arts, and a lot of people to raise environmental awareness. This event will have free bike parking, courtesy of Sonoma County Bicycle Coalition, local food and drinks, and a beer and wine booth hosted by Latino service providers. The kids section will be courtesy of the Santa Rosa Rec and Parks. Our stormwater and creek staff will be there to provide pollution prevention tips, as well as talking about their new EPIC campaign. Our water use efficiency team will be on hand with water smart tips and rebates. Classroom Safari will be there as well to talk about their animals around conservation. And Stephanie the Star will provide free face painting for everyone that wants to attend. There will also be like seed planting, relay races, and a bunch of other good stuff going on. There will also be fare-free transit on Santa Rosa City Bus, Petaluma Transit, and Sonoma County Transit. This is the performance schedule for the day. So we will open with the Pomo dancers, and then it will be the taiko drummers, eco heroes. There will be the relay race, like I mentioned, for the kids' activities, and then Ballet Folklorico will be there. And in between some of these activities, Wine Country Radio and Exitos will be having like a live radio during the event to bring people down. So they will also have activities between these events as well that they will host. And then, like mentioned previously, we have Earthbound Art for a Sustainable Future. So we have 4 really cool temporary art exhibits on the square currently, and they will be there till the end of the month. So we had local artists that submitted proposals, and a committee chose 4 pieces that were installed throughout Old Courthouse Square. So they are listed on the Earthbound website on srcity.org, but they're Inquire Within, Doña Santa Rosa, Quercus Surrogate, and Contemplative Garden. So please check them out if you haven't already. They're very cool. The head looks amazing at night too, so there's some really cool exhibits that we have. So if you would like to volunteer for this event, we're always looking for volunteers. You can volunteer at srcity.org/Earth Day. And if you are free on Saturday, April 26th from noon to 4, please come to our event. So yeah,
and I can take comments or questions at this time.
It's on my calendar. Thank you so much for this presentation. Looking to the few colleagues I have left here, any questions? No.
Great.
All right.
Yay.
There's a lot of buy-in. We'll open up to public comment. Would any members of the public like to speak? Seeing none. All right. Just a final thank you for putting this event together. You'll have attendees. It'll be a fun day in Courthouse Square again. Thank you.
Can't wait. Thanks.
With that, we'll move on to item 9.2, our Measure M Parks for All update. And that is it Jeff and Jen? No, it's Dante. Directors Watson, let's see, Santos and Tibbetts, welcome.
Greetings, Mayor and Council. Dante Watson for the record, Director of Recreation and Parks. And as you mentioned, I'm accompanied by Deputy Directors Tibbetts and Santos. Can you help me get that? All right, so we come here today to provide you kind of an update as to where we are relative to Measure M, expenditures, initiatives, programs. So as you know, this was commenced back in 2019, which sunsets just prior to April in 2029. Revenue breakdown is such that the county received 2/3. 1/3 goes to 9 cities within the county, with Santa Rosa receiving approximately $1.8 million annually. In the very early years of this measures being in place, the major undertakings were this significant and robust community engagement that took place to yield feedback as to what the community would like to see relative to Measure M funds. Also, this parks prioritization report, which gave us an assessment of our various assets, and then a significant effort towards fire recovery. All right, I think it was about 2021, if I'm not mistaken, that council gave direction for updated priorities. At that point, as is indicated here, we were directed to provide CIP 50% of the allocation, 40% going to maintenance, with 10 going to recreation. All right, and this set of slides here essentially shows our projects that are nearest to coming to fruition. This slide, as well as the next. What I want to highlight mostly here is in the red outline there, is that's an indication of Measure M funds being utilized to reduce funding gaps and bring projects to fruition, as opposed to being further delayed with allocations being elsewhere. So as you can see, the various encumbrances, remaining need and status of the various projects that are indicated here. And also on the far right, we have an indication of previous Measure M allocations that went towards these projects. So as I mentioned, this is a continuation. The ones where you see the zeros was essentially because, as I indicated on the previous slide, monies that were allocated there were pulled from there to be front-loaded to, again, projects that are more near to bring into reality, whereas we anticipate receiving additional allocations in future years, which will then in turn be allocated to these projects. All right, so what you're essentially seeing here in this next series of 3 slides here is on your green column to your left. You'll see an aggregation of funds that have been collected over the inception to present of the measure, as well as the ways in which it has been expended or plans to be expended. In the gray section, you'll see projections. These figures are not specific to Measure M. They're commingled with other funds, But these are projections of what we anticipate going towards these respective projects in the coming fiscal years. And then you have your totals on the far right. So similarly, as I mentioned, for parks maintenance, same deal. You have an aggregation of the monies for that effort in the left green column, future year allocations, and then also on your right hand, the totals thereof. And then same here for recreation. So we have, again, monies collected, expended, the projections for planned future fiscal years, and then also your totals on the right. And I'm actually going to turn it over to Deputy Director Santos just to speak briefly on these, the next series of slides.
Thank you, Director Watson. Good evening, Mayor, staff, council members. We're just going to quickly click through these. This is an idea we had to help visually represent where some of the projects we are working on in the city, and we're thinking of loading these to our websites in future years, so we appreciate any feedback you have. But this represents years 1 through 6, some of the projects that were completed, the Finley Aquatic Center site renovations, the fire recovery, as well as citywide efforts such as the condition assessment and prioritization report for parks and the community engagement report. And then again, the same thing. This is a larger look at that effort. The park projects you see in the darker color, kind of the brown color, are parks we have funding for, and the parks that are lighter are the parks we would like to do with this Measure M funds or with other funding sources such as park development impact fees, et cetera. So we wanted to give you a snapshot of that. Again, the same thing here for the Measure M for maintenance section. We took a snapshot of the 2024 Park a Month places where we have provided Measure M funds as part of our volunteer program. And we wanted to give you a sense of that. If we collected all the places where we've done Measure M volunteer, we wouldn't be able to fit it on here, but we wanted to give you a snapshot. And then for recreation, it's the same thing. The parks that you see in the brown color are things we are moving forward with, and the other things are things we would hope to get to if the tax brings in, if the measure brings in more tax year over year. And so love to hear your feedback on whether that's an effective way to help the community understand how we're spending our funds. And I'll turn it back to Director Watson.
All right, so in terms of next steps, certainly we're prepared to receive any feedback that you all have. There's an update to our webpage or in process that we hope to have available for the community. So in the future, there'll be publicly accessible information about the status of Measure M. Obviously, we'll be back in front of you all in a couple weeks here for budget approval. Individual project program work plans, and then provide a quarterly update to our Citizens Oversight Committee coming up here in the very near future.
Thanks to all of you. Bringing it back to council for comments or questions, rather. Ms. Benuelos.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. So I get a lot of questions out in the community about Measure M, especially as it pertains to the parks that are in my district. And I know it's not just my district, but just so you know. So I'm just wondering, is there a place on the website where members of the community can easily, and I stress that word, easily, find this information, and not just in, I guess, the number form, which is helpful, but also maybe picture-wise, because I know you have some great pictures on your websites, but picture-wise, just so that can actually see the progress, because I think they think the Measure M, this is what they've been telling me, is not being utilized, and they want to know why. So I think that would really be helpful.
Certainly.
So that's just really a suggestion more than anything else, but also if you already have something like that, it would be great to know.
Well, as was indicated via the slide, that's something that we're working on to have an enhanced view of that. We have a site, but it's not what you're describing. So that's what we're undertaking presently, is we're trying to make it more accessible and more beneficial for the public to be able to have information.
Ms. McDonald.
Thank you. Just to follow up from what Councilmember Benuelos said, is what would be helpful, I think, is if we had a detailed list of where Measure M was being spent year 1 through 6, so that we all know, just from a council's perspective, but also the community can see exactly where every one of those pennies was spent, specifically in the city of Santa Rosa. So I think just to add on to that.
Sure.
One question I have is around CIP projects versus maintenance projects in the budget. Do we have a threshold in any of our, like whether it is with streets and roads or with parks or with any of our departments that actually triggers it to go from a maintenance budget to a CIP budget? So if you're doing street repairs, if it's like an internal thing versus here's our threshold of $5,000, now it's actually considered a CIP project. Do we have any language around that policy?
I'm going to defer to Deputy Director.
Thank you, Director Watson, and thank you for the question, Council Member. Really what's determining whether something is a capital project or something is more of a maintenance project is really based on kind of a building permit perspective. Is this a large capital project that we would need our planning staff to help work on and help push through that process? Does it need CEQA involvement, or is it really truly a repair or maintenance enhancement? And so those are kind of the not super black and white decisions we're making constantly, not here in recreation parks, but throughout the city. Is it something that can be easily updated from a maintenance perspective, or is it something that we would need to have our capital projects team help with and assist?
I think
sometimes
it's a
there's a gray
citywide
area.
issue is why. So the answer is no. If I'm gaining that, we don't have an actual like threshold that then would trigger us to move it or allocate it from a different budget.
Councilmember McDonald, let me help. Jason Nutt, Assistant City Manager. One of the aspects that Director Watson and Deputy Director Santos mentioned is they had just recently completed a condition assessment for all of the parks. That includes every asset that lives within the park. And while there isn't a clearly identified threshold saying if it costs this much, it's capital improvement versus maintenance, it does start to identify where you have to begin looking at replacing a product. And it's going to be different depending upon which asset type it is. So the condition assessment that was completed is hugely beneficial because it gives the team an opportunity to really evaluate park by park which pieces need full replacement and which maintenance staff can go out and do work to keep in good, safe condition for the users of that. From a roads perspective, there is sort of a threshold, and I say sort of because there's a big gray area, right? I mean, we keep talking about pavement condition index at 0 to 100, and if you're in that section of 30 to 60, you may or may not need capital replacement versus a maintenance. There isn't quite the same threshold for parks. We're starting to look at our facilities, our buildings, and there are similar thresholds there. That there's a big gray area as to at what point should you make a capital investment versus maintenance. So I wish there was something super easy, but the fact that they have the condition assessment is big. It makes it much more understandable for their team to go through and do that type or make those types of decisions.
Thank you for that, Assistant City Manager Nutt. I will say, when you're talking about capital expenditures, oftentimes it's long-term benefits and it can be amortized over, depreciated over extended period of time. What we can do is kind of go back and look at how we're bringing down capital and how we're bringing down maintenance and see how we're amortizing some of those costs and depreciating those costs over a long-term period and create the threshold. I do believe GFOA does have some language in government accounting for that, so I will make certain that we take a look at that as well.
That would be helpful, I think, as we look at government entities I've worked with. Having a threshold that then triggers a different way of actually budgeting might be helpful in this circumstance. So in any of the departments, I think that's probably great. So I love that that can come back for us. And Just a quick clarification on the first slide. You said council directed the designation. Director Watson, when you went through that, you said it was council directed on the breakdown of 40, 50, and 10%.
Right, right.
And that was
as I
in
understand
2021, prior to everyone except for, I think, Councilmember Fleming being here.
Okay. So yeah, as I understand,
Maybe-
back on November of 2021, council approved an update to the initial long-term plan, which included this strategy for the remaining years 3 at that time through 10. So through the present, this was based on council action and direction.
So council could bring back an action to redesignate that.
I would think that would be in your hands.
Yeah, it's definitely a policy decision, so if council wants to revisit that percentage allocation, we're more than happy to make
Great.
some changes.
That's all my questions. Thanks.
Thank you. With that, we'll open up the public comment. Are there any members of the public here tonight who'd like to comment on this item? Seeing none, bringing it back to council for any final comments. I will add only thank you again for all the work that went into this, and I will second my colleagues, Ms. Banuelos' comments about how nice it is to see projects moving. We've got this funding, and whether we're talking road maintenance or whether we're talking parks projects, we want to see these projects out the door. So thank you for the work that you're doing to make that possible.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening.
All right, we're starting to get back on track here. At the hour of 6:38, we are last at item 10, our city managers and city attorneys reports. Madam City Manager?
I think I have a couple of items. So nominations are now being accepted for outstanding community volunteers to be recognized with the 2025 Merit Awards. You can visit srcity.org/Merit Awards, and we need those submissions by June the 13th. And I will make certain I get you the language so you can send it out to your constituents. Also, on Earth Day, which is April the 22nd, Santa Rosa Water is hosting an epic community cleanup event from 9 to 11 a.m. in Roseland. You know, I expect to see everybody out there, 9 to 11. So check-in for participants begins at 8:30. That is 8:30 in the morning at the Lola's Market parking lot at 440 Dutton Avenue. So look for the Streets to Creek booth. We'll have trash pickers, trash bags, gloves. Make certain you wear closed-toe shoes. So council members are highly encouraged to attend. That's not what it says. Council members are welcome to attend, but if we can make certain that we want the public to know that they're encouraged to participate as well. And again, it is April the 22nd from 8:30 to 11. Please meet at Lola's parking lot at 440 Dutton Avenue with closed-toed shoes. Thanks.
Madam City Attorney.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have my monthly litigation report. There was one settlement finalized in March that was previously approved by council in closed session. In Gatlin and Singh versus the City of Santa Rosa, a case in which plaintiffs alleged they were falsely arrested by Santa Rosa Police Department, a settlement was finalized. Under the terms of that settlement, the city paid each plaintiff $150,000, so that's a total of $300,000 for a release of all claims. Otherwise, our caseload remains relatively constant, currently with 33 active litigation matters. Many cases are currently in the discovery phase, and most have trial dates assigned to them. As always, we continue to try to resolve smaller cases and claims at little or no cost to the city. And that concludes my report.
Thank you for that. We'll move on to, public comment. Any members of the public wish to comment? Seeing none, let's move on to item 11, statements of abstention or recusal by council members. Any statements of abstention or recusal? Looking down the road and seeing none. Item 12, Mayor and Council members' reports. Looking to my colleagues to see if anyone has a report this evening. Ms. Banuelos and then Ms. McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor. Just really quickly, I just wanted to mention that I attended in the series of presentations on fentanyl and gang violence that were put on by the Santa Rosa PD, as well as violence prevention and a few other groups. I went to the last one that was at CHOPS, I think it was a couple weeks ago. Just wanted to say it was really well done, very well attended, and I just wanted to thank really the Santa Rosa Police as well as Violence Prevention for being there. We had a good crowd, lots of parents, which is I think the group that they wanted to reach, and I think it was mentioned Telemundo was there, and there was a wonderful family that I knew in my district that were able to be interviewed, so it was really nice. So I was very pleased about that. And the only other thing I wanted to mention, because I realize we're not going to meet until later in May, I just want to invite you all to Cinco de Mayo in Roseland. We're going forward and putting it on, and it is Cinco de Mayo, May 5th, which is a Monday, on Sebastopol Road. I've already asked Vice Mayor Eddie Alvarez to speak, and he will be. And we also will be borrowing his property for the fire engine. So there's going to, as usual, lots of music, vendors, public information, just a family event. We start at 4 o'clock and go until 9, and usually is very well attended. So just want you all to know, you and the public, that you're all invited. And I think that's all I have right now.
Thank you. Ms. McDonald?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say thank you to all of our public safety department for the Women in Public Safety event. That was really well attended. I had some feedback from a young lady that went to this event and had just such a great experience that now she's looking into going into that industry. And so thank you to them. It's always a fun event. Also, thank you to Santa Rosa Plaza and SRPD for their joint venture at the Santa Rosa Plaza. I know myself, along with many of my colleagues, was there for the ribbon cutting, but really to bring more safety to the downtown area. I just want to say thank you again to Danielle from Santa Rosa Plaza for her partnership. I was a speaker at the CSRS luncheon in Oakmont recently and wanted to say thank you for the invite to come there, and congratulations to our Director of Transportation and Public Works, Dan Hennessy, who received a 40 Under 40 award, and I was able to go to that last week as well, and he deserves a shout out for all his great work that he's doing. And that concludes my report.
Ms. Rogers?
Just one thing. On March 30th, I was able to meet with the Eritrean ambassador from DC who came to Santa Rosa to meet with the Eritrean community. So that was very eventful, and I want to thank him for visiting, him and his team for visiting Santa Rosa. Thank you.
Thank you. And looking at our audience, I will tailor my remarks accordingly. Oh, Ms. Fleming, did you have? Oh, over to you, Ms. Fleming.
Thank you. On, is it Friday? Thursday or Friday? Thursday, the Renewal Enterprise District seated 2 new members, Supervisor Rebecca Hermosillo and our very own Caroline Banuelos. So we now have a full complement of 4 board members. We got an annual report, and we are in the process of giving direction to staff to manage us through the next phase of building. And to that end, Councilmember Banuelos and I went over to 420 Mendocino. They'd like us to call it the Felix, but the rebellious teenager inside of me is going to be calling it 420 Mendocino for the foreseeable future, because it's just such a great name. So it was just a beautiful site. We got to see the rooftop deck and all the amenities. It has a sauna. It's going to change the vibe of downtown a lot. It's going to create a demand for different kinds of goods and services, and is really the economic development that we've been looking forward to. Additionally, the board was kind enough to name me as the next chair, and I'm really looking forward to collaborating with the city, the county, other jurisdictions to make the RED the most useful entity it can be in the production of housing across the region.
Thank you. All right, looking at our remaining audience, I'll tailor the remarks accordingly. There's a part of me that wants to give a full report out on the Water Advisory Committee meeting to Jen and to Nick. But for the folks who are on camera, I'll just mention that at that committee meeting, we did vote as a county to move forward with the 8% price increases with water and wastewater. So folks who've tuned into these meetings recently will know that was coming. And then we had a report on our reservoir levels, which continue to be high, which is wonderful. Looking over to Jen and to James, thank you so much for the City Hall cleanup last weekend. The City Hall site looks great. The Park of the Month program was a fantastic idea. It was a perfect weather, and we had a lot of enthusiastic volunteers out there. So thank you for making that happen. And then finally, one actual item of business. I do want to appoint Clay Dalton to the Community Advisory Board. Dina, I owe you the paperwork, but Clay will be joining at the next meeting. He is the owner of Dalton Wellness, which is a new business in the city, so we're thankful for that as well. And Clay is a longtime city resident, and his family's been here for quite a while as well, so we're glad to have him representing. And that concludes my report. Are there any members of the public who wish to comment? Seeing none, we will move on to item 12.2.1, where the council will vote to make appointments to the Design Review and Preservation Board. Ms. McDonald, I'm going to turn it over to you. Well, I'll turn it over to you either for discussion, to kick us off with discussion, or for a motion.
Thank you, Mayor. I do want to say thank you to everybody that applied and went through the process of us getting this new committee together, and thanks to staff for their work to get this in place so that we can combine the efforts of both cultural heritage and design review. So I'm going to go ahead and make two motions. One motion is going to be for the term ending in 2028, and I'm going to just put some names out there for consideration on that. So for my motion, I would like to appoint Robert, is it Weige? I don't know how to say his last name. Weigel? Oh, sorry. I can't read my own writing. I apologize, Robert. Robert Weigel.
I have a question.
One sec, Ms. Rogers.
Wouldn't it be easier to have a discussion, because then we have to go back and make a friendly amendment and do all this, when we can just discuss it and then have a motion of how we want to proceed as a council, since it.
Sure.
I'm just
up to the mayor.
That works for me. You want to toss up some ideas?
That works for me. I'll let council kick it off then.
So why don't you continue with your thoughts as far as who you would be appointing for that
Sure.
that first term?
So the first term, I would consider Robert Weigel, Melanie Jones Carter, and Cher Ennis to make sure that we get our architect seat, as well as two of the other at-large. And for the shorter term, I would entertain Mike Schwartz, Adam Shannon, and Drew for our at-large seat.
Okay. Thoughts on the rest of council?
I have a question.
Sure.
Councilmember McDonald, were you tracking, making sure that everybody we have the right amount of architects and not architects? I'm just curious.
Yeah, so we need to appoint, what the recommendation from staff was to break up the years, and so by that, have one architect actually be in that position until 2028, and one in that position until 2027, and then the two at-large members until 2028, and in 2027, have the landscape professional appointed, as well as the other remaining at-large positions. So it was so that we wouldn't have everybody going out at once. We'd be able to stagger them.
I think what I'm struggling with is on the attachment with the table. It doesn't say what year is what, so I don't know who I'm picking from.
So the one that I did first would be for the 2028 Robert Weigel as our architect, Melanie Jones Carter for an at-large, and Cher Ennis an at-large for 2028. And then for 2027, and I apologize, I wasn't clearer in my direction and what I reported out, Mike Schwartz for the architect seat, Adam Shannon for the landscape professional, and Drew, and I apologize, I'm not going to try to say his last name, for the remaining at-large seat.
If I'm not mistaken, that the terms themselves are a little bit arbitrary. We can choose which are part of which terms. Ms. Rogers?
So feedback, I like your recommendations, Councilmember McDonald. The only thing that I would say is I had Ingrid for the architect December 31st through the 2027. And the reason why I chose her is because I was looking a lot and I see that we have a lot of District 4s, which is great, but I wanted to diversify where people were coming from because that was one of what we had brought up when we decided we were going to do this. And Ingrid is from District 3, and I believe she is the only one from District 3. I love that you have Drew in there because Drew is from District 6. Brian is from District 5. So I know that you didn't choose him, but one of the things when I was doing it was just looking at the different districts and the diversity that it would bring to the board, which I thought was very important. So to have a mix of women and men and other types of diversity. Can we still say that? Okay, diversity.
May I just respond quickly on Ingrid, Natalie, is she also may meet the qualifications to be the one person. We don't have anyone that has actually applied for based upon her interview today, but because of you may have been gone during this time, but because of that process, we have to run her back through economic development. So my request would be that we ask staff to go back to her to see if she'd be willing, because she met that kind of unique qualification for that one position.
And I would love that, but if she does not, then I want to make sure that we capture her because she does have some unique qualifications and she could bring some richness to the board.
Y'all looking at me.
No. Were there other thoughts, Ms. Fleming or Ms. Benuelos?
No, go ahead.
I had a very similar list to you, Councilmember McDonald. I did select Ingrid because I thought that she brought something that was a little bit different, and I tend to, if somebody doesn't show up for the meeting or for the interview, and somebody else comes in with a lot of qualifications, even though I like Drew a lot, I hope that we can put Ingrid on and that the staff can do some good footwork here with figuring out if they can credential her to be that person, and then see if we can add Drew on. That would be how I would go about this, but.
Councilmember McDonald, if I recall correctly, did you put Drew at the at-large position expiring on 2027?
Correct. Ingrid, I believe, applied for the licensed architect position. So from what Councilmember Fleming is saying is she was recommending replacing Ingrid with Robert and then letting staff go back and see if she would.
Would you one more time read your recommendations or the recommendations that you're at right now so that I can.
No, you're fine. So for the licensed architect, I had till 2028 Robert Weigel, and the one for 2027 Mike Schwartz.
Through the mayor.
And then Ingrid, I was hopeful would then fit the other little arena we can't afford to get.
One moment, Madam City Clerk.
Regarding Ingrid's qualifications, I brought on Jessica Jones, the Planning and Economic Development Deputy Director, to address her credentials and the possibility of putting her in the historian position. Jessica is on Zoom and can address any questions that you might have.
Do we want to go to those right now? Sure, if Jessica can speak to the qualifications, that'd be great.
Yes. Good evening, Mayor, staff, members of the council. Jessica Jones, Deputy Director of Planning. Apologize, I can't be there in person. So I did review all the applications that were before you. And in my reading of Ingrid's application, I didn't see a lot of specifics regarding her experience with historic preservation and historic architecture, although, as she stated in her verbal presentation, she does have background in her education in historic architecture. So, I would perhaps lean on the city attorney, but the way that the code reads for that particular position, which is, find the language here, the code specifically states at least one member shall be an an archaeologist, architectural historian, or historian. It doesn't go beyond that. When I was looking at the applications, I was really looking for somebody who had not just education, but actual experience with that. However, I think the council could make the call, or we can go back and ask Ingrid to provide more specifics in her actual application on what her experience with that historic architecture is.
Ms. Fleming?
I would just say, I for one, because we're kind of in a spot here where we need to fill this board out, I feel very comfortable that even if she doesn't have, I understand the intent behind going out and having real world experience, and I think that that would be valuable, but I got the impression from her that she could do the job quite competently, and it would free up another space for us. So if you could finish answering my question about the slates that you have laid forth, because we started and then we got to phone a friend.
So go back and give you the rest of the slate.
Yeah, the 27, the full list for 27 and the full list for 28.
So Adam Shannon would be the licensed landscape architect. That would be for 2027 appointment.
It's Sharon, by the way.
Oh, Sharon. I'm sorry, I don't have my glasses on. Thanks, Mayor. And then for the, hopefully Ingrid would be able to fit the architectural historian position. And then for the other at-large positions, I had Melanie Jones-Carter and Cher Ennis as 2028 representatives and Drew as 2027.
And did you have Mike Schwartz or no Mike Schwartz?
Pardon me?
Do you have Mike Schwartz or no Mike Schwartz?
Mike Schwartz, I apologize. That was under the licensed architect, and that would be 2027. So we have all the different.
Would it be, you put Adam and you put Drew, so you have two licensed
Drew's an at-large.
But he is also, I'm pretty sure, a licensed architect.
He was coded in the report from staff as an at-large position to us.
Okay, and is Ingrid Anderson also a licensed architect? I think she is.
So the first bucket is licensed architect.
Mm-hmm.
The second was a landscape architect.
I would just, if I might make one suggestion, not super tied to it, but I thought Mike was wonderful and competent, but he said, someone came up to him last week and asked him to do it. Vic Liptak has been serving for years and came down here and did the interview. So I would just swap out those two and go with the rest of your suggestions.
So I guess my clarification to staff would be, does Drew, based on what your recommendation is, council member, was to move Drew to the architect?
No, my suggestion was, I can take it or leave it, but I was just going to say giving Vic the seat since she's currently on the board instead of Mike Schwartz. But I'm not going to live or die over that one. I just thought I would put that out there.
Point of clarification,
Please,
Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Banuelos.
There are two Drews.
Right.
So there's the Drew that
Weigel.
is at large, and then the other Drew that You're talking, I just want to make sure we have that clear. The other Drew is the licensed architect.
I announced him as Robert.
But he's Robert Drew.
Okay.
Yeah.
One note about the first Drew, the architect Drew. To your point, Ms. Fleming, about the fact that he wasn't here, because I too pay attention to that. He did let me know he was having to make a pitch in Oakland today. He was having to finish up a permit. He was actually in here just last week with a full Cub Scout troop.
Yeah. No,
so I can speak to Drew's commitment, but he had to be in Oakland.
134, right?
Yeah. Oh, that's what we were there together, exactly. So he was stuck in Oakland getting a permit.
All good.
Yeah.
I'm comfortable moving forward with him.
Okay. All right, so we have a lot of ideas on the table. How do we, let's aggregate our list here. So I'm going to try this a slightly different way. You broke them immediately down into years. I want to condense it to the 7 individuals that we're trying to name. All right, so I'm looking at this sheet. For our architects, for our licensed architects, I'm looking at Drew Weigel and Mike Schwartz. Although I know we've got some difference of opinion there, so I'm just throwing this out. So Adam Sharon for the landscape architect. We have to figure out what to do with that architectural historian. Maybe that's Ingrid, depending on what those qualifications are. Then on the at-large positions, we have a few different names called out here. It looks like Melanie and Drew Fagent, have some support, and there's some disagreement about whether it's Victoria, Cher, or potentially even Brian, but I haven't heard anybody speak in support of Brian. Is that an accurate summary of where we are?
I would just add that I was fully in support of the slate that Diana put forward.
Okay.
If we can get to 2 more votes, I think we've got it there. I think that what would be super helpful for someone like me who's a visual learner is if
Yes.
we had this on a table, because you're saying it and I'm not tracking.
Following along. All right, Ms. McDonald, with apologies, let's start. Let's read the 2028 and 2027 slates again, just starting from scratch. Now that we've got our Drews straight.
Would you like me to make that in the form of a motion?
Sure.
Okay, I move that we appoint Robert Weigel for the 2028 position as the architect seat, and our 2 at-large members would be Melody Jones-Carter and Cher Innes.
Okay, and then for the 2020, just let's flesh it out here for the 2027.
For the 2027 seat, I would move that we appoint Mike Schwartz as the architect, Adam, is it?
Sharon.
Sharon, thank you, as the landscape professional, and Drew, how do you say his last name?
Fagent.
That one, as the remaining at-large seat, and then direct staff to go back, or tonight appoint Ingrid to the archaeologist / or architectural historian or historian, that one specific position that I believe her qualifications fill.
Second, with a friendly amendment. Because staff said that it's entirely up to us, I would just like to take it upon us tonight to appoint Ingrid to the historian so that it's done. They said it was up to us, and you feel
I apologize, I didn't hear that direction from staff, so I would do that happily.
And you have the second. Thank you very much.
We have a second. I'm seeing head nodding. All right. So will that suffice for a formal motion for actually both those slates? It's going to.
Yes, it
We're
does.
moving it forward. All right, so we've got a motion and a second by Ms. Rogers. Madam City Clerk, if you're comfortable, we can take the vote.
Did we take public comment?
Oh, yes, let's take public comment. Apologies. Any members of the public wish to speak? All right, we've come back. We have our motion, just like it's textbook.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Okrepke? Councilmember McDonald?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Aye.
Councilmember Banuelos?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Alvarez is absent. Mayor Stapp?
Yes.
Let the record show this passes with 5 affirmative votes.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to item 13.1, approval of our March 18, 2025 regular meeting minutes. Does anyone have any amendments to the minutes? Do any members of the public wish to comment on the minutes? Seeing none, we will adopt the minutes as submitted. Moving on to item 14, consent. Madam City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. Item 14.1, contract award, low impact development at Municipal Services Center North. Item 14.2, resolution authorization for request of low carbon transit operations program funding for fiscal year 2024 through 2025 for support of free fares for youth. Item 14.3, resolution state of good repair program authorization to apply for the annual formula allocation and project approval. Item 14.4, resolution Transportation Development Act Article 4 and State Transit Assistance Annual Formula Allocation application submittal. Item 14.5, Resolution Road Repair and Accountability Act of 2017, Senate Bill 1, Transportation Funding Fiscal Year 2025 through 2026 Project List. Item 14.6, Resolution Waiver of Competitive Bid for the purchase of K71 bollards for the deployment of quick-build, low-stress bicycle facilities. Item 14.7, Resolution Transportation Development Act Article 3 Grant Application for Fiscal Year 2025 through 2026. Item 14.8, Resolution Approval and Issuance of a Blanket Purchase Order for the purchase of automotive parts and supplies. Item 14.9, Resolution Authorizing the purchase of mitigation credits for the Lower Colgan Creek Restoration Phase 3 and Neighborhood Parks Project. Item 14.10, Resolution Approval of Fourth Amendment to Professional Services Agreement with Axon Enterprise Incorporated to purchase and deploy body-worn cameras, interview room cameras, fleet cameras, and taser devices, and the systems to support and store related data. Item 14.11, Resolution Approve Issuance of a Blanket Purchase Order and Utilization of Sourcewell Cooperative Agreement for the purchase of office supplies. Item 14.12, Ordinance Adoption Second Reading, Ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa amending Section 14-04.090 of Chapter 14-04 and amending Chapter 14-08 to allow fixed monthly service charges, potable and recycled water service and delivery charges, and charges for city-maintained meters on private systems to be established by resolution of the City Council, and establish potable water and recycled water rates and charges policy, establishment of rates and charges, and rules and standards. Item 14.13, Ordinance. Second reading, Ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa retitling and amending Chapter 2-04, Board of Community Services of the Santa Rosa City Code.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Remembering our discussion at the last meeting about the Board of Community Services renaming, it is with some trepidation that I ask Council whether there are any questions on consent.
I have a question.
Oh, good. Ms. Rogers.
Oh, mine is easy. I was watching, but I was not here for the first reading. So do I not vote on 14.12 and 14.13?
You are welcome to vote on those measures.
All right, that was reassuringly easy. Ms. Benuelos.
Yeah, I have a question. I'm wondering if since this is the opportunity to change the name of the board from Board Community Services to Parks and Recreation, with all due respect to staff and everyone else that's involved, I would love to see if we can do that.
Me too.
Do I have to participate or can I just sit here?
what you get the big bucks for.
Would somebody like to make a motion?
I will just put out there, just for a moment, I did talk to my Parks and Recreations person this week, and the one thing that they brought up is that there's been much ado, and I hope we have none ado, about whether or not to call it the Board of XYZ or the XYZ Board. And so I just want to say that that may matter as far as conforming with the board to the department. So if it's the Department of Parks and Recreation, it should be the Board of Parks and Recreation, and so forth. So I just would like to ask staff if we are aware of, is it the Department of Rec and Park, or does anybody know how the department is formally referred to?
Through nodding head from Assistant City Manager Nutt, it is the Recreation and Parks Department.
Okay, so I would then suggest that the board is conforming to that standard and be the Parks and Recreations Board.
Second.
So we have a motion and we have a second. Madam City Clerk?
Are we voting on making an amendment to the ordinance that is being adopted on second reading? City Attorney, is that okay? Is that a substantive change?
That is a fine change to make at this point.
Do we then need to vote on it separately from the entire calendar?
That's correct.
Okay, so we need a motion on items 14.1 through 14.12. Please, Ms. Benuelos.
I don't think I have the language. I'll do that 1 second. I don't have the language.
I'd like to make a motion to approve item 14.1 through 14.12 and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
Perfect. We have a motion and a second by Ms. McDonald. Madam City Clerk?
Councilmember Rogers?
Yes.
Councilmember Okrepke is absent. Councilmember McDonald?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Yes.
Councilmember Benuelos?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Alvarez is absent. Mayor Stapp?
Yes.
Let the record show this passes with 5 affirmative votes.
So, Ms. Rogers, if you want to throw out a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to approve item 1413 with changing the name to Board of Parks and Recs and waive further reading of the text.
We have a second?
Second.
The second goes to Ms. McDonald. Madam City Clerk?
Councilmember Rogers?
Yes.
Councilmember Okrepke is absent. Councilmember McDonald?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Yes.
Councilmember Benuelos?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Alvarez is absent. Mayor Stapp?
Yes.
Let the record show this passes with 5 affirmative votes.
Thank you all. Mercifully, we can move on to item 16.1, our report for the evening. Our approval of the preliminary fiscal year 2025-2026 regional water reuse system operating and maintenance, capital improvement, and debt service budget and allocation of costs. Nick, welcome.
Yes, good evening, Mayor Stapp, members of council. Nick Harvey, Deputy Director of Administration with Santa Rosa Water. As we always do this time of year, we're bringing before you the approval of the preliminary fiscal year 25-26 regional reuse system O&M and CIP budgets. We bring this item before the rest of the budget at study session to allow us to notify our partner agencies, our regional partner agencies by May 1st of their annual allocations. So we'll quickly go over the proposed budget, the resulting user agency contribution allocations, touch on a couple CIP projects, and cover the remainder of the budget process rather. So each year, operating and maintenance costs for the regional enterprise are allocated pro rata to the Santa Rosa and the partner agencies based on percentage flows into the plant. You can see the percentages for 23-24 on the far right, and that is the percentage of O&M costs that each agency is being allocated for next year. I'm going to go into a little bit more detail on the operations and maintenance budget requests. Some of the higher line items, operations and maintenance, you can see is 91.8% salaries and utilities, but we're looking at 11% or $5.3 million increase year over year in the aggregate in the operating fund. So in terms of increases and reductions, we're seeing a $1.9 million increase in salary and benefits related to 4% COLAs and the 5% related to the class and compensation study. We've also proposed some reclassifications and position changes, which have not yet been formally approved, but nonetheless, we included them in the budget as kind of a worst case scenario so that there are no surprises. Professional services is going down almost $1 million. That's because this year for 24-25, we had included $1 million extra costs because there was uncertainty around our ability to use land application as disposal for some of our biosolids, so we budgeted extra costs to take that to the Listec facility. Utilities going up $1.9 million. We're continuing to try to catch up budgetarily to our energy consumption at the plant. The Laguna Treatment Plant is the #1 consumer of electricity in the county. So we saw that we're going over budget this year, so we kind of set the benchmark and then escalated that a little bit for possible PG&E rate increases. Operating debt service is going down due to the fact that the interfund loan for the purchase of biosolid land application sites is now extinguished, and our operations and maintenance projects were increasing by $2.5 million. So in the context of the earlier discussion regarding the cutoff with O&M projects and capital projects, it might look strange to put $2.5 million in projects and call it operations and maintenance. The reason for that, at least in our enterprise, is because that relates to consumable items. So this year we plan on rebuilding a belt press, consumables for the UV disinfection system, including the ultraviolet light bulbs that go into that system, and funds for the purchase of lime, which we use for pH amendment in our biosolid land application process. This is just a graphic overview of the total breakdown by category of our proposed budget of $84.6 million, roughly. Regional reserves, we have the operating and catastrophic in those amounts on the left. As of June 30, 2024, there is one typo on the slide, and that is that the partner agency refund reserve should tie to that total $8.8 million you see in the lower right-hand corner. You can see for the year 23-24, we generated almost $6 million in turnbacks, so that sits in the fund as refund reserve. This is good news because prior to this year, Santa Rosa and Cotati were both carrying negative reserve balances, which is not ideal, so we're happy to have flipped that for both of our agencies. Miscellaneous revenues, we're budgeting at $6.8 million on the year, about $1.3 million higher than for the current year, 24-25. We're seeing most of that on interest on pooled investments. We're seeing a lot more interest earnings than we've been budgeting, so we kind of upped that to match the trend. Some miscellaneous fees and charges we're seeing coming in higher than usual. It also is increasing in lockstep with the miscellaneous fee increases we passed last year, and the Town of Windsor contract is increasing by a contractual amount. I believe it's 3%. So when we look at the fund summary, agency contributions to the operating fund, we take the total proposed O&M budgeted expenditures of $53.9 million. Add to that the cash funded CIP, which is $12 million. Then we add a small piece which represents the amount that would be required to take the operating reserve up to 15% of the proposed $53.4 million expenditures. We bottom line that against the revenue of $6.8 million, and that leaves us with net agency contributions of just under $59.5 million in the operating fund for next year. In terms of the regional partner allocations, as a result of all the math we saw, we're seeing very reasonable, moderate increases. It's not uncommon to see 6 to 8%. We're showing less than 4%. On several of them, Sebastopol is actually showing a decrease. And the reason we're seeing such moderate increases and not blowing it out of the water this year is because that debt service number, just because of the way the cash outflows work this year, our total debt service is $18.3 million as opposed to $21.3 in the current year. So we're seeing quite a bit of savings from that. Sebastopol also benefited from the fact that their share of flows into the plant decreased slightly last year, so they got a little more credit on that. As we've talked about, and it was included in our assumptions when we developed the rate proposals that were passed on April 1st, we have, as part of our overall financial planning process, assumed and planned for a $35 million bond issuance to fund the electrical infrastructure replacement project at the Laguna Treatment Plant. That's been built into our modeling, assuming 30-year amortization at 5.5% interest. And that would come out to estimated debt service payments of about $2.6 million per year, with estimated impacts to each partner agency at the bottom of the slide there. It doesn't move the needle a whole lot, but we just wanted to keep everyone informed as to what the plan is. So like I mentioned earlier, $12 million regional cash funded CIP, just under 4.7 going to plant infrastructure, 3.1 to the reuse system, and a little under 4.2 for master planning studies and miscellaneous efforts. So I'm going to touch on a couple projects real quick. The first one that we'd like to highlight is Subregional Mitigation Bank Development. This is creating about 100-acre of California tiger salamander and wetland mitigation bank on the city's Kelly Farm property. We estimate that to come in at $7.1 million overall. It's currently in design, and we're looking to start construction next year. This project's key for us because to the extent that we can generate our own mitigation, environmental offset credits internally, it's that much we're not having to spend securing outside credits. Delta Pond standby generator and process boiler replacements. These are just some important improvements at the Delta Pond and the boilers at the Laguna Treatment Plant. $4.5 million. It's currently in design and again constructing next year. And then the reclamation valve replacement is replacing valves in the reuse system that have reached the end of their useful life. Estimated at $2.3 million. Design 25-26, looking to construct in year 2. And as we all know, this system is crucial to keep in working order because this is what allows us to deliver ag and urban recycled water irrigation, as well as to deliver our contract flows up to the geysers project. And we'll be back May 6th and 7th for the budget study session. I think this will be part of the 7th. Water's usually on day 2, if I recall correctly. And of course, we'll all be here on the 17th for budget adoption. And with that, it is recommended by the Board of Public Utilities, the Subregional Technical Advisory Committee, and Santa Rosa Water that the Council, by resolution, approve the preliminary fiscal year 25-26 regional water reuse system operating and maintenance, capital improvement, and debt service budget and allocation of costs for the purpose of notifying the regional water reuse user agencies of their allocation of such costs by May 1st, 2025. That is a mouthful. Happy to take any questions if there are any.
Thank you so much for this report and for the work of Santa Rosa Water as always. Turning to council for questions. Seeing no questions, looking to the public for comment. Seeing no members of the public here, bringing it back for final comments and a motion. Ms. Rogers.
Just want to thank Santa Rosa Water for their dedication and hard work to ensuring we have good water at adequate rates. Adequate because you don't have control over all of it. So some of it passes through, but definitely fight for our residents for what we need. And so thank you very much for all of that. And with that, I would like to adopt a resolution entitled Resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa approving the preliminary fiscal year 2025-26 regional water reuse system operating and maintenance, capital improvement, and debt service budget and allocation of cost, and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
We have a motion and a second by Ms. McDonald.
Thank you. Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Okrepke is absent. Councilmember McDonald?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Yes.
Councilmember Banuelos?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Alvarez is absent. Mayor Stapp?
Yes.
Let the record show this passes with 5 affirmative votes. And Mayor, through the direction of City Manager, I did want to note we did not take public comment on the consent calendar, and I just wanted it noted for record that there were no members of the public present in council chamber at the time we took the consent calendar.
So we did call for public comment during that time. It was a bit confusing at the end because we made the motion, but then I was reminded that we hadn't called for public comment, so we did, but there was no one here, so we brought it back. And then it seemed fitting not to do things appropriately, so we just left the original motion to stand as a metaphor for what that entire item had become. Will that suffice? All right, then moving on to item 18, written communications. We have none. Item 19, are there any members of the public who reemerged? Seeing none. Item 20, adjournment. Thank you all. Another memorable meeting.